Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes League's Mastermind. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In this world, dreams aren't always within reach. People can be left battered and torn. There is little love for those without quirks. In this world, there are heroes, and where there are heroes, there are villains. 4 years ago, Izuku Midoriya was in his last year of junior high school. His dream was to attend the prestigious UII, but that dream felt increasingly distant. Born quirkless, he had faced bullying ever since he confided in his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. From the moment Katsuki discovered Izuku's lack of a quirk, he treated him differently, and soon the entire school knew. Despite this, Izuku had always looked up to Katsuki as a role model, even admiring his aggressive personality. His goal was to be strong enough to stand alongside Katsuki as an equal. As students rushed out of the classroom at the end of the day, Izuku remained at his desk, trying to finish his notes. Just as he completed his last side note, Katsuki, flanked by 2 friends, snatched his journal. "What do you think you're doing, nerd?" Katsuki demanded. Izuku stammered, falling silent. "Answer me, you demon nerd!" Katsuki shouted, causing Izuku to jump. He was exhausted from living in fear of Katsuki's outbursts. "I was just taking notes, Kaken." "Notes? Oh, do you mean these stupid hero notes? Well, here's what I think of them." With a burst of his explosive quirk, Katsuki destroyed the journal and tossed the remnants out the window. Izuku's heart shattered at the sight of his hard work being discarded like his dreams. "Here's a thought, Deku. Quit writing down things that won't help you. What's the point when you'll never become a hero? Why not make it easier on all of us and just disappear? Maybe you'll get a good quirk in the next life." He laughed as he left, leaving a devastated Izuku behind. Izuku quickly looked out the window and spotted his journal in the school's fountain. He rushed outside to retrieve it. Standing before the fountain, he took a moment to catch his breath before pulling the soaked journal from the water. But why does he treat me like this? Why did he have to change? Maybe it would be better if I were to just disappear. My mother has already given up hope on me. She told me I couldn't be a hero. Kaken lost faith in me the moment I told him I was quirkless. If I can't be a hero, what's left for me? Nobody would care if I disappeared. Tears streamed down his face as he made his way home. Once home, Izuku kicked off his shoes and found his mother watching TV. "Hey Mom, I'm back," he said, forcing enthusiasm. "Welcome back, honey. I didn't even hear you come in." Izuku chuckled lightly before carrying his bag upstairs. "Oh Mom, I won't be eating dinner tonight. I have a lot of homework." "Are you sure? I made your favorite." "That's okay, I'll be fine," he called, closing his door and flopping onto his bed. He longed for happiness, but he had nearly forgotten what it felt like. The remnants of his dreams were scattered around his room in the form of posters and action figures of All Might, the #1 hero. "All Might, I wish you could save me from myself. From the hell I live through every day. But I guess even those with quirks have their limits. Why would All Might want to help me? I'm just a waste of space." "You can become a hero," he says. What a joke. He must not be thinking about US, the 20% of the population who can't do anything but get in the way. Taking a deep breath, Izuku tried to hold back his tears. He sighed as he laid his ruined journal by the window, hoping the sunlight would help it dry. The 14-year-old stared at the All Might posters in his room, reminiscing about the good moments he shared with Katsuki, watching the news together or playing All Might video games. The tears soon started to drip down his face again, but it wasn't out of sadness. He was angry. He quickly stood up and walked over to the first poster his eyes landed on and tore it off the wall. He ripped down posters above his bed, above his TV, and by his closet, then moved on to the action figures. He threw them all into a box of old toys and shoved it into his closet. Once he finished clearing his room, he felt exhausted. He knelt down and laid his head on his bed, not even thinking about his half-finished homework as he fell asleep. Izuku woke up, but he wasn't all there. He felt dead to the world. He didn't want to go to school or socialize. He felt powerless and unworthy to be in a school filled with gifted students and teachers, but he knew he had to go. His mother would worry if he suddenly didn't want to attend. He hated his classmates, he hated his teachers for not trying to help him, and he hated the constant bullying. The torment from Bakugo's friends, the judging stares from everyone, and the feeling of being quirkless weighed heavily on him. He hated being alive. Slowly, he got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, washed up, and dressed in a fresh school uniform. He returned to his room and grabbed his now-dried hero analysis journal, planning to rewrite it in another journal he hadn't used yet. Who knows? It might not help him become a hero, but he was sure it would help him eventually. Izuku made his way downstairs to have breakfast with his mom, putting on the same fake smile he always wore. Once breakfast was finished, he looked at the time and frowned at the thought of being late if he didn't run. "Bye, Ma. I'll see you later," Izuku shouted as he ran out the door. "Okay, come back safely." Izuku was halfway to school when he suddenly tripped and fell onto the hard cement, dropping his journal. Well, look who it is. The quirkless boy of the school himself, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy looked up with a dead gaze to see two of Katsuki's friends. "What a nerd. I bet even after yesterday you still dream of getting into you. If you graduate. How stupid is that?" The tallest boy said as he kicked Izuku's stomach. "I think it's about time you learn your place," one of them said as they crowded around Izuku and proceeded to kick him, leaving him bruised. The beating ended with Izuku feeling sick after being kicked in the stomach one too many times. The boys laughed as they walked away. "Stay in your place, Deku," one of them shouted, making Izuku cringe at the nickname. He lay on the ground and cried until he heard footsteps approaching him. A stranger wearing dark gray ripped jeans and a black hoodie picked up his journal. The stranger dusted it off and looked through it. Izuku slowly rose to his knees and looked up at the stranger. "Go ahead. Laugh at me. Just like everyone else does. A quirkless nerd like me will never be able to become a hero. So what's the point of taking all those notes, right?" He felt defeated, hating the life he lived. Day in and day out, it felt like torture to exist in a world where he didn't belong. At this point, he couldn't care less about what could happen. The stranger handed the boy back his journal and said, "Actually, I find it amazing that everything is so spot on about the heroes. Are you sure you don't have an analysis quirk or anything?" "I'm positive," Izuku replied. The man then took off his hoodie and smiled at the young boy. "Well, hey, here's an idea." Izuku looked up at the man with a pained expression, taking in his appearance. The man was slim with pale skin and wrinkles around his eyes. His lips were chapped and uneven, with visible scars on his right eye and under his lip. He had messy grayish-blue hair and bright red irises that seemed to stretch wide in a rather unsettling manner. "You and I are the same kind of," the man said. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "How so? Are you quirkless?" "No. I do have a quirk. Anything I touch decays. Anyway, it seems that you and I are both victims of this world. Nobody wants us because we're different. All I wanted to do was to become a hero. I thought that maybe, with a strong, caring heart, I'd be a great hero, a sidekick even. But I can't be anything without a quirk," the boy said as tears streamed down his face. "Oh, I wouldn't say that there isn't anything you can do. What about becoming a villain? Now that would be a good idea to me. You have nothing to lose, in all honesty. You could show the people who put you down that you're stronger than they think and fully capable of standing up for yourself, despite their quirks. What do you say? Not a bad deal, right?" Izuku slowly got back onto his feet, holding his stomach in pain. I could take revenge on those that hurt me." "Yes, you could. Join me, kid, and I'll help you get your revenge." Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the thought of someone actually wanting him. He hesitantly reached out and took the man's hand. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. "Tomura Shigaraki." "I Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. And nice to meet you. How are you even going to put me to use?" Tomura smiled at the young boy and helped him off the ground. "Let me introduce you to some friends of mine, but I must ask you, are you sure? You won't be able to see your parents after this?" Tomura asked. Izuku let out a small chuckle. She gave up on me. It doesn't matter to me if she misses me or not. Tamura nodded and grinned as he pulled Izuku through a warp gate. This was the day that a web of lies and deception was woven. When the dark mass that was the warp gate cleared, Izuku realized he was in a bar. But what kind of quirk was that? Izuku was instantly intrigued. That was a quirk called Warp Gate, done by my friend behind the bar, Kurogiri. Kurogiri bowed politely to them. Shigaraki, who is this child? Kurogiri asked. I'm glad you asked. This here is our new friend, Izuku Midoriya. I feel that he can be of use to us. And how might that be? Another question that I'm glad you asked. Midoriya, show him that analysis journal that you have. Shigaraki ordered. Izuku handed Kurogiri the journal, and as the bartender read through it, he couldn't help but observe him. Izuku thought to himself, his body seems to be made out of a black fog or mist. This must mean he can create and manipulate the dark fog and make it act as a portal. Maybe when he produces a mass of the dark fog, it can transport anything it comes in contact with to a nearby location. Are his metal plates a weakness? Do they help maintain his figure? Does it keep the fog from dispersing? Is his power limited? Maybe he can only transport things to a location that he knows. Tamura and Kurogiri stared in shock at the young boy. Izuku didn't realize he had been speaking out loud. So does the boy have an analysis quirk? Kurogiri asked, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. I asked him the same thing. Apparently, he said he was quirkless. Kurogiri couldn't believe that the boy was quirkless. His analysis was completely spot on. How could you possibly have this level of accuracy from just a short amount of observation and such a short time? Izuku was confused by the question. What? Was I talking out loud again? I am sorry, it's really a bad habit of mine. My childhood best friend used to always yell at me about that. It helps me sort out my thoughts sometimes. As for why I have such accuracy with analyzing stuff, I have no idea. I just take note of the things I manage to see and hear. As you can see, Kurogiri, I want him because of his spot-on analysis of the heroes. With this information, we can learn the weaknesses of those heroes and finally come up with a foolproof plan to eliminate them and destroy All Might. Your plan is to destroy All Might? Izuku asked. Shigaraki turned towards Izuku with a smile. Yes, and you're going to help us. Izuku smiled lightly. All Might is not my main concern, but I will try to help you in any way that I can. How is he not your main concern? He's the one who's influenced society's way of thinking. He's the reason people think you're useless. Izuku's eyes widened at Shigaraki's words, then softened as he looked down at the ground. I know that. I do have a hatred for him. But there's someone out there that I just hate even more than All Might. He ruined my life. Somehow, I want to make him suffer just like he made me. Izuku gave a determined smile. Oh, so you and I really do have something in common, Shigaraki chuckled, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm willing to help you, but only if you're willing to help me accomplish some of my goals as well. Shigaraki couldn't help but laugh. You have guts, kid. I like that. Luckily for you, my wish is to destroy everything. I'm sure we can figure something out. Izuku's eyes brightened for the first time in a long time. Really? You mean you'll help me? Izuku asked, filled with hope. As long as you keep providing me with useful information. Izuku felt the happiest he had been in years. He had finally found a place where he belonged, where he was needed, and where he was wanted. Now, Kurogiri. Show him to his room. We will continue the introductions when everyone returns. After that, we'll start you on your training. Training? Izuku asked, surprised. He hadn't expected to be fighting so soon. Of course, we will have to send you out on missions occasionally, and you're going to need to know how to defend yourself if you want to accomplish our goals. Defend myself? Yes, but don't worry. Once you start, it will become second nature. Your training will begin with some challenging tasks, and as you improve, we will increase the difficulty. Izuku stared at the ground, processing what he had been told, then simply nodded and left the room with Kurogiri. So, child, who is this person you feel such animosity towards? Kurogiri asked. My best friend, Izuku replied softly. Best friend? Yes, we were close as kids, always watching the heroes take down villains. Our favorite was All Might. But when I told him I was quirkless, he started to treat me differently. He became aggressive, turned everyone against me. They bullied me daily because they knew I couldn't fight back. Because of him, everyone called me Deku. My dream was to become a hero, but even my mother lost faith in me. Everyone thought it was foolish for someone like me to aspire to be a hero. And you know something? I'm starting to think they were right. Do you see yourself getting anywhere as a villain? Kurogiri asked. Izuku stopped in his tracks, contemplating. Did he see himself as a villain? Did he have a plan for revenge? The answer was yes. He knew exactly what he needed to do. We'll just have to see now, won't we? Mitsuki, please open the door. Inko shouted, knocking on the door of Bakugo's house. I'm coming. Hold your horses. Mitsuki yelled as she hurried down the stairs. When she opened the door, she was met with a teary-eyed Inko. Please tell me my son is here with you. What? That boy never comes over here, Inko. What's going on? Mitsuki asked, wrapping an arm around her crying friend. Katsuki came downstairs, ready for breakfast, and saw Inko talking to his mother. What's she crying about? He muttered. He never came home. Inko cried. Izuku, you mean last night? Mitsuki questioned, receiving a nod in response. What? How do you know he's not with a friend? The only friend he ever had was Katsuki. I was hoping they had started hanging out again. But this morning I called the school, and they said he never made it there. I told them it was impossible because my son would never skip school. That's crazy. Mitsuki looked back at Katsuki, who shrugged. You think I know where that nerd is? Because I don't. Watch your tongue, Katsuki. Bite me. Mitsuki cracked her knuckles, ready to scold her son, then sighed and shook her head. Anyways, Inko. Let's call the police and have a search party look for him. Katsuki sat down at the kitchen table, questioning what could have possibly happened to Izuku. Did he actually take his advice? No, Deku was too timid for that. Why was he even thinking about him? Izuku sat in a wooden chair in the corner of his dark bedroom the day after introductions, trying to process everything. From today on, he would act as a member of the League of Villains. So far, he had met Kenji Magna, who had the quirk of magnetism, Atsuhiro, Mr. Compress, and Jean twice, whose quirk was duplication. He grinned to himself, feeling a bit excited about his training with Twice. But he had to question himself. How long had he felt this way? How long had he wanted revenge on those who hurt him? What if he could meet All Might and ask if there was any way he could still be a hero? Or would that be a waste of time? He couldn't even leave, so that idea was out of the question. He almost felt bad for his mother, who was probably worried about him, but at the same time, he didn't really care. He had realized a year ago that he didn't care about anyone. Who would want to protect those who were selfish? If they were willing to bully a quirkless person, they probably didn't deserve their quirks. Izuku often thought about how he wished he could take their quirks away. It would be so much better if they could just live a day in his shoes and experience how hard being quirkless truly was in this world. This is okay. Sooner or later, I'll have the power I need. And the will. He was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of someone knocking on his door. Izuku, are you decent? Kurogiri asked. Yes, the green-haired boy replied. The door had been locked from the outside to ensure that he wouldn't try anything reckless. Kurogiri opened the door, and Izuku calmly waited in his chair for him to speak. Tamura Shigaraki would like to see you. He would. Is it time for my training now? Izuku asked. Not quite. He would like to give you something that can help you with your training. Izuku nodded and stood up, following Kurogiri until they reached a small room with only one light hanging over an old wooden chair. What? Izuku asked, confused about why he was in a room like this. Oh, Midoriya, please, take a seat, Shigaraki grinned, though Izuku couldn't see his expression clearly due to the hand over his face. What's with the hand over his face? Is this part of his villain costume? He wondered as he made his way to the wooden chair and sat down. Shigaraki walked behind him, grabbing both of his arms and pulling them behind his back. Izuku started to panic and struggle. "Wait, what are you doing?" "I'm just going to help you with your training," Shigaraki said as he tied a rope around Izuku's wrists to keep him secured to the chair. "Do I have to be strapped down for this?" "Why are you doing this?" Izuku asked, feeling betrayed but questioning his own paranoia. "Relax. It'll be over sooner if you stop struggling so much." "What are you going to do?" "Oh, you can say I'm just giving you some medicine," Shigaraki said as he opened a small case holding a syringe. "This will help you fight and take on missions without your emotions causing any conflict." He injected the syringe into Izuku's arm, who squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to look at the needle. After the syringe was removed, Izuku felt confused because he didn't feel any different. "You'll be expected to take this shot every single day until I see that you're not in need of it," Shigaraki said. A few minutes passed, and suddenly Izuku started to see stars as his body began to slump, losing consciousness. Present-day a soon-to-be 18-year-old boy sat at the bar area of the League of Villains base. He had messy green hair with tips dyed red. He had been writing in his journal for almost an hour, analyzing every detail from a video of a hero he was watching. "Midoriya." Izuku looked up from his journal. "I've done it again," he thought as Shigaraki approached him. "Are you finished with those notes yet?" "No, and it's hard to take notes when you won't let me go out and do what I do best, which is observe. When I do go out with you, I'm rushed to eliminate the target without seeing what they can do, or you make me confront a quirkless person. Not exactly helpful in my opinion. I also can't work if you're yelling at me every 10 minutes. Are you done yet?" "I mean no disrespect, but it's kind of hard," Izuku stated flatly. "You brat. Don't talk to your leader in such a tone. I will slap you with all 5 fingers." Izuku simply nodded, unfazed by the threat. "If I had $1 for every time I heard that, well, I'd just be rich with a happy dog now, wouldn't I?" His source for information was currently Toga. He would send her out on side missions to gather information by taking videos of heroes, but it was hard to compile a detailed report without experiencing it firsthand. He wanted to test them. The only thing he could find in the videos was what the quirks were, but he couldn't decipher how they worked, which was an important detail he needed. "Sir, I think it is time to truly test how Izuku would do in the world on his own. If he's going to be a villain, then you need Izuku at his full potential," Kurogiri suggested. "But it's too dangerous to have him go out there. Not like anyone would remember me. There are only 2 people who might remember me, my mother, if she's still alive, and my so-called best friend, Kaken. If they become a problem, then I'll just stay away from them," Izuku said with a shrug. "Izuku." Toga ran over to him, just back from one of her side missions. "I got another video for you." "Thank you so much, Toga. You are such a big help, you know that." Izuku made sure to be extra nice to her since she was his main source of information for the time being. "Midoriya, you want to go outside, right?" Shigaraki questioned him. "That would be helpful, yes." "Fine, but in case you get into trouble or decide to do anything reckless, you need a name. A name for the world to call you." "Sweet fucker 420, Izuku said with a straight face. "What?" Everyone looked at him confused. "Sweet. F 420. He chuckled as he leaned back into his seat. Dabi sat down in front of the younger boy and stared at him, making direct eye contact. "You cannot be serious," Dabi said. "You're right, I'm not. I want to be called Spite." "Spite? Why that?" Toga asked. "Well, because nearly everything I plan on doing as a villain will be done out of spite, so why not?" "You know what? Whatever. Spite is. Just be back before dark," Shigaraki said. Izuku grinned, then quickly stood up. "Bye," he said as he walked towards the door. "You heard what I said, right?" "Before, B," Izuku said as he slammed the door behind him. He took a deep breath and sighed. "I haven't seen sunlight in so long I'm almost as pale as Shigaraki. At least I'm not crusty like him." Shigaraki sat where Izuku had been and groaned. That boy has grown to be a real pain. "Well, what do you expect? He hasn't seen the sun in 4 years. You only let him out at night, Dabi said. Shigaraki let out another groan. Well, he'd better fix his attitude because soon it'll be time for him to finally meet All for One. Izuku walked out into the city, wearing black jeans and a black sleeveless hoodie. He kept his face uncovered since he knew he probably wouldn't see anyone in this part of town. You know what? Since I'm finally out here, let's check to see if my mother is still alive. Someone suddenly bumped into him in the crowded area. Izuku took this time to grab the wallet that was hanging out of the man's side pocket. I'm sorry, Izuku said as he hid the wallet in his pocket. No, you're fine, the other male said as he continued to walk. Izuku chuckled softly as he pulled out the wallet. He's about to have a bad day. I have his pocket money, credit cards, and his ID. It's so easy to ruin someone's life just by making careless mistakes. He walked to his old neighborhood, putting on his hood when he started to recognize the buildings and homes. Once he saw his house come into view, he couldn't help but run to it. He saw his mother's car in the driveway, telling him that she was home. Mom. He crept over to the window and crouched down in front of it before peeking through. He could see his mother sitting on the couch, the TV off, and she was looking down at an old photo book. She looks so miserable. How adorable. Should I write her a note? No, I'd put myself at risk. If it gets out that I'm still alive, Shigaraki will try to turn me into dust. Izuku sighed dramatically. This SCKS. I just want to have a bit of fun, but my existence can't be known quite yet. If it is, I'll be dragged back home after being questioned, and who knows, they'll probably send me to therapy for whatever reason. I mean, there would be no point in sending me to therapy. I'm not broken. If anything is broken, it's this cruel world that we are forced to live in. And I'm talking to myself again. He sighed and shook his head, then moved away from the window so his mother wouldn't see him. He got back onto the sidewalk and continued his way up the street. Izuku didn't get too far because he stopped in front of one house in particular. A house that he found all too familiar. He smiled happily when he saw his childhood best friend leaning against the window as he typed away on his phone. Kaken. It's really. I'll come for you soon, and when I do, I'll make sure that you suffer just like how I did. He let out a light giggle as he continued up the street in a better mood than he was in earlier. He ended up at the old park that he and Katsuki used to come to as kids. This place hasn't changed a bit. He looked around at all of the kids playing, but then something or someone caught his eye. He saw a girl that looked to be a year younger than him with short brown hair and noticeably rosy pink cheeks. She was wearing a black tank top and blue breeds that reminded him of the training uniforms. Her looks weren't what caught his attention. It was the rocks floating around her. He couldn't help himself but to run over to her and investigate. Hey, excuse me, he shouted as he ran over to her and pulled off his hood. Oh, hi there, the girl said as she let the rocks drop to the ground. Hi. I was just wondering, what kind of quirk do you have? Is it some sort of levitation quirk? It looked really cool. Izuku asked with excitement in his voice. The girl giggled lightly and shook her head. Nope. Close though. It's gravity. Gravity? So, how does it work? Does it take a lot of focus or? Well, that too, but in order to make something float, I have to touch it, the girl explained. Oh wow. So, when you closed your hands, did it release the rocks that were floating and that's why they suddenly fell? Exactly. That's amazing. Sorry, I don't know your name. Oh, my name is Izuku Uraraka. Nice to meet you. Deku. Everyone calls me Deku. He gave a forced smile, disliking the name but it was all he could think of. Deku. That's a funny name. But alright, nice to meet you, Deku. So, what's your quirk? She asked with a kind smile. Izuku looked down, fearing she might treat him like an outcast, just like everyone had 4 years ago. He managed a sad smile. I don't actually have one. But I love learning about them. Oh. Ochako frowned at his confession. Izuku took a step back, but she quickly gave him her best smile and held up her fist. Well, that's okay. Because you can do great things for people even without a quirk. Everyone knows that. This. Lying girl. Izuku thought, feeling his eye twitch. Really? Like what? Well, plenty of things. A detective. Or maybe a businessman or policeman. Maybe even a comedian. Sounds boring. Well, except the detective part. That sounds pretty neat, I guess. So, you look to be around my age. What school do you go to? Izuku asked. I go to UA High. Izuku's eyes widened. He realized he had struck gold. If he became friends with her, he could gather information about the students and teachers there. Really? Well, can I ask a question? I've already asked you a million questions already. But I'm just so curious. I'm sorry. I was homeschooled, so I don't know too much about public schools, and being quirkless, I have no idea what a hero school could possibly be like. He hoped his lie was convincing. Oh, you're fine, Deku. What's your question? Do you know Kaken? Kaken. Sorry, Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo. Yeah, I know him. He's in my class. I heard he came in first place at the sports festival. Unfortunately, I missed it. He and I were best friends as kids, but grew apart. Is he still as aggressive as I remember him? Izuku asked with a smile. Ochako sighed heavily. Yeah, I swear he just about yells everything he says. Izuku chuckled. Ochako seemed innocent, and it was refreshing to see. That sounds like Kaken. If I had a quirk, maybe he and I would have stayed close. I used to dream of being a hero. Can't do anything without a quirk though, right? You can still be a hero. All Might said that anyone can be a hero. So, despite being quirkless, you can be who you want to be. Ochako posed confidently. She's been misled too. Just like everyone else, he thought. Here's an idea. Maybe tomorrow you and I can hang out again. Ochako suggested. Izuku didn't care for her personally, but he knew he needed her for information. All right. It sounds like fun. Where should we meet up? At the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. You know where that is, don't you? Izuku nodded and smiled. All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Maybe I should get your number. So that it'll be easier to find you tomorrow. Ochako thought for a moment. You make an excellent point. She pulled out her phone and handed it to him. Here you go. Just put in your number and name, then I'll text you later so you can have my number. Izuku nodded and entered his information before returning the phone. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku. Takawave. As she left, Izuku smiled and waved back, watching her go. Once she was out of sight, he chuckled deeply. Naive. This is almost too easy. He laughed to himself as he turned to head back to the base with a spring in his step. Where the hell is that child? Shigaraki shouted. Kurogiri sighed deeply. Shigaraki had been pacing for 2 hours, wondering where Izuku had gone. Calm down, you're acting like you're his dad or something. I'm sure he's fine, Dabi said. Just then, Izuku walked through the door with a grin. Where the hell have you been? Shiga calmed down. I think instead of being angry with me for coming back half an hour before dark, you should be proud of me. Izuku folded his arms, mimicking Shigaraki's stance. Oh, and why do you figure? I'm glad you asked. I somehow managed to befriend someone who is a student. I can probably get a lot of information out of her if I just play nice. Wow. An actual a student. All right, Izu. Can you please let me taste her BLD? Come on please, Izu. Possibly. It would be a good way to sneak you into you. In fact, if you can turn into one of the students, I bet you can sneak into their room that contains all of the students' information files. Twice clapped and hooked an arm around Izuku's shoulder. See, you just gotta let the boy be in his element. I knew there was no need to worry about you, kid. He said as he patted Izuku's shoulders. Why is this man touching me? Izuku thought to himself. Since when were you calling the shots, Midoriya? Shigaraki asked, glaring at the young boy. I'm not calling anything. All I'm doing is giving ideas, Izuku replied with a straight face, unfazed by Shigaraki's glare. This man is getting on my nerves. If I ran this group, things would be getting done a lot sooner. All of these failed missions because he doesn't like the fact that I'm right. If he didn't want to accept that, then what am I here for? At this rate, he'll be the cause of his own demise. Izuku had to restrain himself from smiling as he remembered the situation he was in. Oh, by the way, I found something that might interest you, Midoriya, Magna said, holding up a piece of paper. Izuku tilted his head as he walked towards Magna and grabbed the paper from her. He saw an old picture of himself with a sentence underneath it. Have you seen my son? Izuku read aloud. Ah, that's adorable. Toga grinned. I don't understand. Izuku set the paper down on the table, his eyes narrowing in frustration. That your mom misses you. Twice asked. No. I don't understand why I am being shown this. My mother misses me. That's trivial information that I already know. She has missed me since the day I left, and yet, I don't care. I'm here to learn information about the heroes so that all of you can destroy the man you all hate most. What I'm not here for is to learn about my own mother's mental health. If I were that curious, I'd find out for myself. Nice to know that she's miserable, though I already knew that, but please. Talk to me when you have something worth knowing about. Izuku left the room and walked back to his own space. Then, what crawled up his back? Magna asked. His attitude, that's what. But it's fine because despite his tone, he did do something that will benefit us. We'll just have to see how far he can get with this new friend of his, Shigaraki sighed. Izuku sat down on his bed as he heard his phone ding. He unlocked it to see a text from his new rosy-cheeked friend. Hey Deku, it's Uraraka. I promised that I'd text you, so hi. Don't forget to add my number. Anyway, just as a reminder, we're gonna meet up at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Also, I was thinking about bringing a few friends of mine. Is that okay? Deku grinned as he read the text. More people meant more info. He reached over and pulled his journal off his small desk, sitting it next to him. He saved the girl's contact info on his phone, labeling her as Rosy Cheeks, before texting back. Hi Uraraka, thanks for the reminder and sure, how many people are we talking about? Well, I was thinking about inviting my class. That way it'll be more fun, so I guess it depends on who's up for a shopping trip. Izuku started to mentally panic. What if Kaken showed up? That lemonhead can't know that I'm alive yet, he mentally cursed, then sighed as he tried to calm himself. You know what? It's fine. I'll just have to lay low while I'm there. If I find out that Kaken did decide to show up, then I'll just sneak out. I'll run for my life and tell her that something came up. Besides, why would Kaken even want to go shopping if not by himself? He looked back down at his phone and texted the girl back. Okay, sounds good to me. With that, he put his phone on its charger, grabbed his journal, and started to write down everything he could remember about Uraraka's quirk. He drew a tiny version of her face at the top of the page next to her name just so he could remember who she was, because, in all honesty, he was starting to forget what she looked like already since he really didn't care for the brunette. The only thing he could remember was her rosy cheeks and large brown eyes. Uraraka laid in her bed with her phone in hand, having just received her last text from her new friend, Deku. She couldn't help but find him attractive. She was really looking forward to the shopping trip tomorrow because she'd get to spend more time with him. She sighed and started a group chat with Class 1A. Hey guys. So since tomorrow is Saturday, does anyone want to go to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall? It could be a nice little break from training and whatnot. Sure, I'm down. Kirishima replied. I won't be able to make it, I have some business to take care of. I'm sorry. Momo said. Okay. So you chimed in. Oh, shopping trip. I can't say no to that. Ashido added. Why the hell would I want to go on a shopping trip when I could be doing something way better than hanging out with all of you? Katsuki grumbled. Well geez, alright. I didn't ask for the insults on my server this fine evening. Uraraka shot back. Come on bro. It'll be fun. Everyone has to take a break at some point. Besides, it won't be fun without you. Kirishima encouraged. No, Katsuki replied. Angry Pomeranian Katsuki has left the voice chat Mineta. Well, if Bakugo doesn't want to go then I'll go. Ida, yes, I will be going as well. Even though training should be done, I agree that taking time off would probably benefit us in some way. Todoroki, I'll be going as well. Denki, oh well, more fun for us then. Shiro, sorry guys, I won't make it. Kirishima, no Shiro, Momo, or Bakugo. Type F in the chat to pay respect. Mineta, F Aishido, F Denki, F Tsuyu, so where are we meeting up at? Uraraka, we can meet at the entrance. Also, a friend of mine is going to be there, so I think it'll be nice if you guys could meet him. Aishido, oh a boy. Ochako, why didn't you tell me you were seeing someone? Uraraka, I am not seeing him. I barely know him. Aishido, so you invited him to the mall to get to know him and possibly date him, right? Uraraka, no. That's not it at all. Aishido, sure whatever. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Uraraka sighed and set her phone down on the nightstand before turning off her lights and letting sleep take her to the land of dreams. Izuku was leaning against the wall inside the mall close to the entrance, wearing black ripped jeans and a black turtleneck sweater. He was tapping his foot, irritated because Uraraka and her friends were late. I really should have tried to sleep last night. But then again, when do I ever get sleep? Insomnia's a pain, and now these guys are late. Oh, and let's not forget the possibility of the angry Pomeranian coming, so there's a chance that I'll have to bail. Can this day get any better? He mumbled to himself, and as if on cue, his phone dinged. It was Uraraka. Uraraka, hey Deku, I'm at the mall by the entrance. Where are you? Izuku, it's about time. Izuku quickly backspaced everything he had typed, then scanned the area and saw Uraraka with her friends. He didn't see Katsuki with them, so he put on the best smile he could before approaching the group. Uraraka! He shouted to get her attention. Once she turned towards him, he waved. There you are, Deku. Uraraka smiled happily. Sorry I was so late. I had to wait for everyone. Did you sleep at all? You have bags under your eyes. Are you okay? It's fine and not really. Sorry. Izuku apologized, making the brunette giggle. You apologize too much. Ashido grinned from ear to ear. She leaned closer to Tsuyu and whispered, she totally likes him. The girls let out a soft giggle. Kirishima waved to Izuku with a bright, toothy grin, making Izuku smile and wave back. Alright, so these are my friends and classmates. Hi, my name is Ashido. The girl who was basically pink all over said. Nice to meet you, Ashido. I'm Deku. This is so awesome. You guys must have really amazing quirks if you were able to get into the top hero school, he said with excitement in his tone. Yeah. My quirk is acid. The acid is actually the main reason why my skin is pink. Wow, so the quirk alters your skin color. Izuku kept a smile on his face even though that was a trivial fact that he just learned. Unfortunately though, if I use too much acid, my body will corrode. Really? Well, that's unfortunate. So, can you melt just about anything? Anything solid including metal. That's amazing. Izuku thought to himself, if I ever had to fight her, I would have to make her overuse her quirk. Did you see the sports festival? Ashido asked. I got to see close to the ending. I saw your fight with that guy. He had some sort of shadow quirk. Oh, you mean Tokoyami, she said happily. Izuku simply nodded, then looked at the rest of the group as he tried to recall names. Kirishima Ida. Oh, you're Todoroki. I am. Are you a fan of my father? Izuku shook his head. I mean no disrespect, but your father reminds me too much of Bakugo. Kaken. Oh right. I'm sorry. I have to learn not to use his nickname. I meant to say Bakugo. Your father kind of reminds me of him. Always so egotistical and only really cares about becoming the #1 hero. He almost seems like someone who just wants to become #1 for publicity. And again, I mean no disrespect but... No. It's okay. You described him perfectly. That's the main reason I hate using his fire quirk. His fire quirk. One cannot just simply use someone else's quirk unless you have some sort of quirk that can steal someone else's quirk. I'm sorry, that just sounds so weird to me. It's not his quirk if you're the one in control of it. It's your quirk, Shudo. Izuku said with a bright smile. You and Bakugo were best friends. Denki asked. How did you even accomplish something like that? Well, I wouldn't say accomplished because obviously we aren't friends anymore. He and I used to hang out and watch All Might together. We were huge fans of him as kids, and he strived to be #1 just so that he could be like All Might but better. Back then, I admired Katsuki because of how strong he is and I just wanted to be there to watch him succeed. What tore you two apart? Ashido asked. I did. It was unintentional and I had no control over it, but I am what tore us apart. By being quirkless, he decided that he wanted nothing to do with me because he thought I would only hold him back. For years, I tried to support him, but on our last day of middle school, I gave up. What happened? Todoroki asked, intrigued by Izuku's story. Well, I'd rather not say. Just know that it broke my heart. I haven't seen him in 4 years, and what's sad is that he lives in my neighborhood. I feel that I've changed since then though. Breaking away from him was probably the best thing I could have done for myself. I no longer have anyone telling me that I can't do something because I'm useless. I feel free, I guess. Anyway, let's get off that sad topic. We're here to have fun after all. Izuku smiled as he looked at 3 unfamiliar faces. I don't remember you 3 being in the finals. He saw a girl with long green hair tied into a bow, a short boy with purple ball on his head, and another boy with blonde hair. Oh, this is my friend Ida and Azui, Uraraka said. Just call me Tsu. Okay, Izuku replied with a slight shrug. I'm Kaminari, Denki. And this is Mineta. I think it's easy to tell that I'm the smart and cool one of the group, Mineta grinned. Oh, you are. Izuku smiled back. Don't believe a thing that he says, Denki whispered, making Izuku chuckle. I don't. So, Mineta, what's your quirk? Izuku asked. These sticky ball on my head. They just regrow every time I pull one out, and they can stick to anything except me. I'm the only one who can take them off too. Alright. Well, that's kind of overpowered. Wait, you think so? You think I'm powerful? Mineta's eyes shined with hope. Well, I guess so. Just look at it this way. The ball can stick to anything, people included, and you're the only one who can unstick them. That's pretty overpowered to me. Mineta had a smug look on his face and nodded. You're right. I can probably take down any villain I want. Maybe even that Tamura guy. Izuku burst into laughter, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. I wish I could see that. I mean, that's the leader of the League of Villains. His quirk can disintegrate anything he touches as long as all 5 of his fingers are on you. If he could be taken down just by getting stuck to a wall, that would be hilarious. Izuku then turned his attention to Tsuyu. From observation, you have a frog quirk. Tsuyu smiled at Midoriya. You guessed right. I have a long tongue that I can use as a WHP or to grab stuff, and I can also camouflage myself. That's amazing. So, if your quirk is frog, does this mean you also hibernate? Izuku asked, eager to learn more. I do actually. When it gets really cold, I'll fall asleep. Izuku smiled, mentally storing the information for later. And what about you, Ida? You remind me of this one hero. Ingenium. Ah, yes, Tensei is my older brother. I strive to be a great hero just like him. Oh, how admirable of you. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. So, shall we start shopping since we're in a mall, or are we just going to stand here and talk? Izuku asked. True, maybe we should split into 2 groups of 3. Uraraka suggested. 2 groups of 3 would be nice, but there's an uneven number for that. We have 6 guys and 3 girls, Izuku stated. Here's an idea. How about Ida, Kirishima, Denki, and Mineta as one group, and Tsu, Todoroki, and I as another group? Then you and Deku can be together. Ashido proposed. Why, is she trying to play matchmaker or something? If Uraraka likes me then. Well, she's going to have a very bad time. Izuku shrugged when Uraraka looked at him. Blushing. Do you mind if it's just us? She asked. I don't mind. I mean, you are the one who invited me out here, so it's okay. Well, we'll see you guys later then. She waved to her friends and then grabbed Izuku's wrist, dragging him off. Izuku let himself be pulled along, his mind racing with thoughts of how to navigate this new friendship. They spent almost 2 hours together, with nothing catching Izuku's eye. He mostly watched the brunette and occasionally looked at whatever she wanted to show him. Eventually, they decided to grab some food and sit down on a bench. I knew Ishido was going to do this. Uraraka said, breaking Izuku away from his thoughts. Do what? I knew she was going to put us together. Izuku tilted his head. Is it bad to be paired up with me? Oh wait, I'm quirkless. It's always bad. In case there were to be some kind of danger, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm not going to attempt that. Izuku sighed lightly and shook his head. I don't mind. Really? Well, you're the first person to ever really want to hang out with me, so I'm really thankful. Uraraka smiled happily and nodded. Maybe we can do this more often then, she said. I'd like that. Izuku and Uraraka spent 2 hours wandering around the mall, and the only thing they bought was a small keychain that Uraraka found cute. Izuku wanted to go home by this point, but he still had information to gather for Shigaraki. They both sat down together on a bench near a fountain in the center of the mall. Hey, Uraraka. What's it like going to school with All Might as a teacher? Izuku asked. Well, All Might is really cool. I mean, he's more of someone that fights us during exams, but between you and me, I think I may have overheard something I wasn't supposed to. I'm afraid to tell anyone at school because I don't want anyone to worry, and I don't want the information falling into the wrong hands. Is that bad? Depends on what you found out. You can tell me though. I'm a huge fan of All Might, and I wouldn't want anything bad to happen, so your secret is safe with me. This piqued Izuku's interest. What could Uraraka possibly know that could make everyone worry? Oh, I wanted to ask Midnight something, but I overheard the teachers, including All Might, talking about how he can only use his quirk for 5 minutes now. All Might said that if he keeps overusing his quirk, then soon he won't be able to use it at all. Izuku internally grinned. This information was sure to help the League in some way. This made him happy because it meant he could move forward with his plan. I understand. Maybe it is best to keep that kind of information secret. I mean, if anyone found that out, you could probably get into trouble. With villains or maybe the teachers because, well, they wouldn't want just anyone to know that sort of information. News spreads fast. Uraraka sighed. You're totally right. Izuku looked away from her just in time to see Ishido and Tsuyu waving to them. They stood next to the group of boys they had originally shown up with. I think your friends are calling us over, Izuku stated. Well, it will be getting dark soon, and we've been here for over 4 hours, so I guess everyone is ready to start heading home. Izuku was almost relieved at the thought of leaving. He had the information on All Might that he needed. He stood up and walked toward them with Uraraka following close behind. Hi. Izuku smiled at the group. Hey, it's about time we start heading back home. Did you two have fun? Ishido asked. Totally. I hope we can do this again sometime. I had a lot of fun. Izuku said. I hope we can. I needed a break. Kirishima added. I never started my homework. Denki stated. I don't think I could have fun if I knew that I had homework to come back to. Izuku said, shaking his head at Denki. Procrastination at its finest, my friend. Izuku sighed and started to question what Denki's grades looked like. Oh, let me get your number. That way we can chat. Kirishima said. Sure. Kirishima handed Izuku his phone. Izuku put his number in the device, but it was to his old phone. He had two, one for these sorts of situations and another for work. Thanks, bro. I'll give you guys his number if you want it, if that's okay with you, Deku. Kirishima asked. Yeah, sure. Just make sure you put your name so that I know who I'm talking to. Understood. Kirishima gave Izuku a wide smile. Welp, I'll see you around, It was nice to meet you. Likewise. Izuku looked back at Uraraka. I'll be going now. He smiled at her and waved to everyone before walking away from the group. Oh, I'll follow you out. The brunette smiled as she followed him. Izuku grinned, knowing that she would follow him. As soon as they made it outside, she stood in front of him. Well, my home is this way, so I guess I should be going now, she said with a light blush on her face. That's funny because my house is actually in the same direction, so I guess we'll be sticking together for a bit longer. Izuku said with a bright smile on his face. Oh cool. Well, it'll be safer that way anyways. Since it's getting dark, it would probably be dangerous for either of us to walk home alone. Yeah, I would hate for anything to happen to either of us, he said as he followed behind her. As they walked together, they soon fell into a comfortable silence. The sight of people was becoming scarce, and the sky was turning dark. The darker it became, the more it seemed as if Izuku's eyes were glowing with intent. He pulled a small case out of his pocket and quietly opened it. Inside was a syringe already prepared for immediate use. Oh man, it really is getting dark, huh? Uraraka said, not turning to look at him, which was a critical mistake. Izuku pushed the syringe into her upper arm, making sure to hit a vein. Uraraka gasped in shock, but soon started to wobble as she tried to walk forward. Deku. She looked behind her and the only thing she could see were two bright green eyes and a wide grin as she lost consciousness and hit the cold, hard concrete. Uraraka had awakened to find herself in a dark room, sitting in a chair. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed a dark figure leaning against a wall with bright green eyes observing her. They were in the same room that Shigaraki used to inject Izuku with a drag that aided his training. "Who are you? Where am I?" she asked, her voice trembling. The figure remained silent for a moment before grinning. "It's about time. I'm glad to see that you're alive." Uraraka sighed in relief when she recognized the voice. "Deku, what's going on? Where are we?" She tried to move, only to discover that she was tied down. "Why am I tied up?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Is the rope too tight?" Izuku asked as he walked behind her, grabbing the ends of the rope and grinning. "Let's just make them tighter then." He pulled the rope, tightening it around her wrists. Uraraka winced in pain, fear beginning to build within her. What are you doing?" "What? You have a lot of questions. Are you not aware of the situation you're in?" "I will answer a few questions, but only if you'll answer mine." Uraraka fell silent. "Good girl. Now, you are in my home and—" Izuku paused as he noticed Uraraka frantically looking around the room. "What are you looking for? Are you perhaps looking for this?" He held up her phone with a grin. "I may be quirkless, but I'm not stupid. I know you can send your little friends your location, which is why I took out the location chip. Anyway, my question to you is, what pushed you to want to be a hero?" "Why? What? I want to help my parents. I want to make a lot of money so they can live peaceful lives." "How shallow of you." "What?" Izuku chuckled at her reaction. "So a person who's just in it for the money is more worthy than someone who only wanted to protect the innocent. This world is crazy. But it's fine because I will be the one to fix it. Anyway, let me tell you what I want to do and why, since you're going to die anyway. Like everyone else in the league, I want to get rid of All Might. He has too much influence on this world, and it's annoying. Die." Izuku grabbed a knife and made a swift motion, causing her to gasp. "Don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I've been nothing but nice to you this whole time. Let me talk. Deku, you still have time. Stop calling me Deku. That's not my name. Please. You can turn your life around. If not, then the heroes will come to stop you." This made Izuku laugh as he walked over to a nearby table, glancing at a branding iron that had been left to heat. "Oh really? Stop me how? Do you think they know where you are? Nobody will come for you, and you know why. Because nobody cares. They will toss you away like garbage just like they did me. Duh. I mean. Spite. Huh. My name. The spite. What can I do to get through to you? You don't have to be this way. You can have friends. You can even have a girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Where would I get one of those?" "I like you. I love you." Izuku paused for a moment, processing her words. "You're just saying that so I'll let you go. You think telling me you have feelings for me will change my mind. No. I'm not lying. I developed feelings for you the day we met. You were so cute and sweet." Izuku picked up the branding iron and held it close, causing her to scream. Once he removed it, tears streamed down her face and burned into her cheek. "Still think I'm cute and innocent? I've noticed that all you do is talk. Do you know what a facade is?" The brunette nodded, fear evident in her eyes. "Good, because that's what that was. The nice guy personality you saw at the mall. I don't like you or love you." Izuku grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Izuku had a malicious grin on his face. But don't feel bad, Rosie, I'm not turning you down because you're ugly. You're far from ugly. In fact, you're very cute. You seem to have this innocent vibe to you, and believe me, it does attract me. And why? The brunette asked, tears streaming down her face. Uraraka was heartbroken and afraid. She had been betrayed in the worst way possible. She fell in love with his sweet facade only to find out that the man of her dreams was a monster whose personality was the exact opposite of who she thought he was. But simple. It's because. He got closer to her face, gently caressing her cheek as he whispered, I hate the fact that you've been influenced by this society. You're so affected by its views that I could never, ever, possibly love you. In fact, I hate you. Uraraka's eyes widened. She couldn't understand why she was hated. But let me not get sidetracked from what I wanted to do. He walked back over to the table and placed the branding iron back over the flame. He opened a box and pulled out a syringe connected to a BLD bag. Now, you're just going to be a bit charitable today because I'm taking 2 pints of BLD from you for later use. He walked over to the door and opened it slightly, then called for Toga. Toga came running down the hallway and hugged Izuku. I have been summoned. What can I do for you? Toga asked. I need your help, hun. I have a snack for you, but I need help getting said snack. Toga tilted her head and looked at Uraraka. She's so pretty. Like I want to be her. You can be her if you help me. Izuku rested his hands on both of Toga's shoulders and leaned close to her ear. I want to get 2 pints of BLD from her so that I can give them to you for later. But I need you to help me change her restraints. Toga gave a wide smile as she stared at Uraraka. So either stab her wrists or break her arms. Got it. But wait, what do you need the BLD bag for? It'll be extra for you. You're sweet. But I'll only be at the school for a day hopefully, so my machine should be able to store enough, she said as she walked towards Uraraka. Okay, good, that means I don't have to set this up then. Izuku smiled in relief. No, stay away from me. Uraraka shouted at Toga, making her stop directly in front of her. You're so pretty, your cheeks are a little crispy, but that's okay. Kurogiri soon entered the room, making Izuku smile. He was fond of the black fog. Kurogiri, what can I do for you? Izuku asked. All for One would like to see you, Kurogiri said. Uraraka froze at the name. Oh really? Well Uraraka cut Izuku off mid-sentence. He's the one that's making you do all of this. Deku, please. Shigaraki is only trying to use you for his own personal gain. He doesn't care about you. I do. Uraraka shouted, tears streaming down her face, a few of her tears dripping onto the floor. Izuku sighed, starting to get irritated. Do you know what the phrase, shut up, means? Never mind. You obviously don't because after telling you not to interrupt me and to keep your mouth shut, you still talk. I think it's about time to explain to you what that means. To shut up means to take your constantly moving lips and keep them closed. Do you understand, or do I need to explain it again? Izuku glared at her, completely irritated by just the sound of her voice. Uraraka looked down sadly and shook her head, symbolizing that she understood. Good, next time you talk, I'm cutting out your tongue, he said as he left the room with Kurogiri. Do whatever you need to do, Toga. Will do. Kurogiri looked down at Izuku as they walked down the hallway. What did you manage to find out from the girl? The Black Fog asked. Apparently All Might is getting weaker the longer he uses his quirk. I'm not sure what to expect, but I can guess that if we can make All Might use his quirk for a long period of time, we can weaken him, and soon he won't be able to protect himself against us. You've done well. I'm sure Shigaraki will be pleased with this information. Izuku nodded as they made it out to the bar area. Izuku stood in front of the deformed face man. All for One motioned for Shigaraki and Kurogiri to leave them alone so that they could talk one-on-one. So, you're the one that they call Izuku Midoriya? Yes. Yes, sir, Izuku replied. What drives you to be this way? I heard that your goals are quite different from the others. Tell me about yourself. All for One rested his chin on his fist, waiting for the boy to speak. My goals are different from the others, yes. My whole life I've been picked on because I'm quirkless. I used to dream of becoming a hero because All Might said anyone can become a hero. I didn't realize that he wasn't talking about the 20% of us that were quirkless. Everyone in this society has been influenced by his ideals. But, despite that, my childhood best friend is the one that I hate the most. He dreamed of being a hero just like All Might. He would bully me every day. After the bullying started, everyone joined in, including the teachers, who never helped me. Everyone looked down on me like I didn't matter. Izuku. A deep breath and slowly exhaled. Anyway, I want to make my old friend suffer as he made me. I don't know how to do that just yet, but until then, I've agreed to help take down All Might. If All Might is gone, then Kaken's idol will be lost. But that's not all. Oh. Izuku nodded with a small grin. I think it would be great to take revenge on those with quirks. There are people who look down on me and the other quirkless individuals. It would be a shame if their quirks were to just disappear. Who knows? Maybe it could end up with someone who actually deserves it. I could come up with a machine that could take away quirks. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but hey, you never know, right? Maybe I can finally restore order to this world. I don't have any powers, but if I can create something that could potentially help the world progress into a new era. Well, basically what I'm saying is, the world can be unfair. All for One let out a joyous laugh that echoed in the room. It seems that you and I do have something in common, the scar-faced man said. We do. Izuku had no idea what this man's intentions were, but he was glad to entertain him with his ideals. Yes. You remind me of myself before I received my injury, the man said, pointing to his face. Let me tell you a story, my child. I used to help people with my quirk. I had so much power and high status. I felt like an emperor, a king. But then All Might took all of that away from me. Without power, one cannot assert his ideals. My quirk is the same as my name, All for One. I can take a person's quirk and keep it for myself, and yes, I can pass them on to others. My power also helped create the quirk One for All. Izuku stared at All for One in amazement. All of his goals were standing right in front of him. Wait, you created One for All. Yes. Now Tamura is my protege. He will carry out my legacy. When that day comes, I believe All Might will finally be cut out of our lives. Unless something were to happen to him. Izuku looked down, his eyes cold and filled with indignation and anger. Everything he aspired for was right in front of him, but his opportunity was being given away to someone he felt was unworthy. If he were the leader, All Might would have been long gone. Unlike Shigaraki, he knew how to form a plan while considering any loopholes and possible obstacles. He couldn't understand why someone like Shigaraki, who had failed multiple times, would be the one to carry All for One's legacy. No. We have the same ideals. I should get the quirk. He's failed so many times and I can pinpoint where he went wrong. Why would you trust such a powerful quirk to him? I can become what you were before. I can find a way to eliminate all obstacles. What? Suddenly, an idea dawned on him. Sir. Speak, boy. Do you have a backup plan if something goes wrong? What if something happens to Tamura? What if All Might manages to take him down? Well, as of now, I do have a backup plan. Izuku looked up at All for One with curiosity. My backup is you. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He knew he would be a perfect candidate, but he didn't think All for One would agree. What? Why me? We do have similar ideas and you're quirkless, which would make the process easier. I realize Tamura is more on the immature side, but he was here first and is more experienced as a villain, which is why I'm still giving it to him. But if anything happens to him, you would be the next best person to receive my quirk. So that's how we're doing this. Tamura was here first, so he gets the quirk. That just means I'll have to remove him from the picture. He thought to himself. I respect your decision, and I would be honored to receive your quirk if given the opportunity. Izuku placed a hand over his chest and bowed politely. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss with me, sir? Yes, actually. What is your next move? All for One asked. My next move is to infiltrate you. We've already done that and failed. The scar-faced man cut him off. Why is everyone cutting me off today? Izuku thought. I realize this, sir, but that was before we had Toga. From what I've heard, during the first attempt, Shigaraki went in blind. His main focus was All Might, but he didn't consider the students or other teachers. I don't plan on fighting the heroes without information, which is why I have one of the students locked upstairs. You actually managed to bring one of them here by yourself. It was very easy, sir. It took 2 days, but I didn't put the heroes on high alert. This means nobody will come for her since no one knows that she's missing. I've texted her parents using her phone saying that she was staying at a friend's house for the night, and I took the locator chip out of her phone so that she won't be found. I plan on having Toga take some of the girls' BLD so that she can get into you and find the room that they keep all of the records of the students and teachers, which will include updated information of their quirks, family members, etc. 3 All for One clapped his hands, amazed at the child. You, my boy, are going to accomplish great things. Although I must ask, why the information about family members? I'm very willing to hold someone hostage if it gets me a step closer to getting what I want. All for One chuckled at this. I see. Well, I'll let you get back to it then, Midoriya. I expect great things from you. For, I will not let you down, sir. Izuku smiled and bowed one last time before taking his leave. Once he got back to the bar area, he smiled at Kurogiri, who was cleaning wine glasses. How did everything go? The Black Fog asked. I think he likes me. Izuku decided that he wouldn't give details as to what All for One told him, especially if he wants to remove Shigaraki from existence. If anyone knew, then all fingers would be pointed at him, and he doesn't want to deal with drama. They would know how manipulative and smart that he could be, but there was still the thought of everyone trying to put him in his place and fighting for a position that should rightfully be his. He made his way back to the room that he left Ochako in and opened the door. Toga was leaning against a wall, watching over the brunette who was now unconscious. 5. You got her BLD? Yup. I'm all set for tomorrow. What are you gonna do with her though? Toga asked out of pure curiosity. Kill her and throw her body somewhere. I don't know yet. By you going to the school tomorrow posing as her, it will throw all suspicions off of me. Also, can you do me one more favor? Mention my name in school tomorrow, but don't call me by Izuku. Call me Deku. That was the name I told everyone to call me. Also, the boy that won the sports festival is also in that class. He's the one that gave me that name. I want him to know that I'm back. Who knows? He might not care, or it might even brush his curiosity a bit. I don't care really, but please make sure he knows, but don't approach him. Only talk to him if he approaches you. If he asks you any questions, don't go into full detail about me. Act as if we've only just met. Got it? 2 Gotcha. Izuku grins, then he turned his attention back to Ochako. Guess I'll just hang her. I'll make it look like a suicide or something. Oh wait, I can't. He went back over to the small table that was sitting in the corner of the room and grabbed a long rope. He walked back over to the unconscious girl and knotted the rope around her neck, creating a noose. He threw the other end of the rope around one of the wooden beams on the ceiling that had a bit of space between it and the actual ceiling itself. Toga unties Ochako from the chair, still leaving her wrists tied together. Izuku starts to pull on the rope, raising Ochako off of the ground. The rope tightened around her throat. Ochako woke up out of her sleep and started to kick her feet as she noticed that there wasn't anything underneath her. She wanted to grab at the noose to try and take it off, but then she realized that her wrist is still tied to each other. Tears started to stream down her face as she looked at Izuku. Izuku simply waved to her as he said his final goodbyes. Goodbye, Uraraka, if only we had met under different circumstances, he said with a small grin on his face. 28 Everything started to go black and soon Uraraka accepted that she was going to die. She mentally said her apologies and goodbyes to her friends and family before falling unconscious. Izuku watched her limp body hanging in the air, then let out a crazed laugh. That was hilariously fun. He let go of his end of the rope and watched the brunette fall to the floor face down. What are you gonna do with her, Zuzu? Toga asked. Zuzu. That's a new one. 6. Well, if you liked being called Deku, then I would have called you Deki. Don't call me either of those names. I only used that name because I didn't want the students knowing my true identity yet. Outside of that, I refuse to be affiliated with that name. Understandable. So, are you gonna dump her body somewhere? You said you were gonna make it look like a suicide, right? Toga asked with a tilt of her head. I've changed my mind. I'm gonna throw her body away in a dumpster somewhere, but first, I want her head, 48 and, well, this is getting violent. Let me know what you guys think. I love hearing from you all. XD4 chapter. And the next day, Izuku stared at the head of his old brunette friend in a small tank filled with water sitting on his shelf as he lay on his bed with his arms folded behind his head. He thought about the now-deceased brunette. She wanted to be friends with him and she even loved him, but he knew that it was all a lie. She fell in love with the facade that he put on. His true self felt unlovable, knowing that to anyone else he would be seen as a monster. But he had more important things to worry about. There was no point in dwelling on it because she was gone now, and there was nothing he could do about it. Everything is all right. This is for the better. Everything is going according to plan. I just need Toga to make it back safely. Toga sat down at Uraraka's desk, completely disguised as the brunette. She noticed a spiky-haired blonde sitting at his desk with his feet up, chatting with another male student who had red hair. Uraraka. Ashido ran over and put her arm around her shoulder. So, how did things go with Deku? Huh. Yeah. What did you and Deku do yesterday while you walked home? Tsuyu asked as she approached. Deku and I, we just talked a little. After a certain point, we separated, but other than that, we were pretty quiet. Ashido sighed in disappointment. You should have asked him out. I haven't known him long enough. Toga lied. She could see Bakugo getting visibly upset. Hey, Uraraka. Thanks for inviting us out to the mall. I really needed a day to just have fun, you know? Denki said as he walked over to the disguised brunette. I never thought I'd get to meet a quirkless dude thou. Suddenly, Bakugo stood up abruptly and stormed towards his classmates. Alright, Spill. Where did you hear that name? Dude, what's wrong? Denki asked. Answer the question. You mean Deku? We met him yesterday at the mall, Tsuyu replied, placing a finger on her chin, curious about what piqued his interest. Bakugo seemed genuinely angry, more on edge than usual. What did he look like? The explosive boy asked. He had green hair, taller than me, around our age. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Oh, and it looked like he dyed the tips of his hair red. It looked really good on him. He was also really sweet. Maybe a little shy, Ashido explained. Bakugo looked shocked. He couldn't believe that Deku, his Deku, was possibly still alive. He had been missing before they graduated from junior high, and now he was being told that Izuku Midoriya had been alive and well this whole time while he sat at you. Filled with regret, thinking the nerd had gone off and harmed himself because of what he said. What's got you so worked up, man? Denki asked. Oh wait, Deku told me that you two used to be childhood best friends, right? Toga added, trying to rile him up even more. Where is he? The blonde asked. I heard that you two didn't have the best relationship. Tsuyu remarked. Bakugo looked troubled and then growled in frustration. I'm only saying this once, so you better listen. Deku was a nickname I gave him. His real name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's been missing for more than 4 years. Wait, what? The four stared at Bakugo in shock. What do you mean missing? He told us that he gave up on trying to be your friend and just separated himself from you. No. He went missing. On the last day of junior high, he never made it home. There was a search party and everything, yet nobody could find him. How did you idiots manage to find him when the cops couldn't? Well, Uraraka met him first, Kirishima spoke up. Oh, yeah. He approached me the other day and told me that he thought my quirk was really interesting. Toga lied, not realizing she was actually spot on. Sounds like that dumbass. Katsuki said. Wait, shouldn't we call someone? Authorities should know that he's okay. Better yet, maybe we should try calling him. I'm sure he could explain if we asked. Ida suggested. So stupid. You guys have no idea where he could possibly be right now, and who even knows if he'll pick up the phone. If he's survived this long, do you really think he would even want to be found? Katsuki said. Well, he gave us his number, so I would think so. Denki replied. Besides, we won't know unless we try, Kirishima added. Fine, if you want to call him, then go ahead. See if I care. Alright, students, get into your seats, Aizawa said as he walked into the classroom. Everyone sat down, holding grim looks on their faces. Aizawa noticed but decided not to ask, as he had a lesson to get through. After the lesson, everyone gathered to discuss Deku. Uraraka had left the room, claiming she needed to use the bathroom. Okay, let's try to call him. Kaminari shouted as he pulled out his phone. Izuku sat in the bar area, trying to think of a way to get Shigaraki alone, a glass of water in hand. He heard his phone ring in his pocket but chose to ignore it. Are you not going to answer it? Kurogiri asked. Yeah, it's probably one of your new friends. Dabi stated. Friends. If Toga is still at the school, then my name probably got out as I planned, and now that former rosy-cheeked girl's friends are trying to call me for information. Long story short, I'm not answering. If they want to talk to me, they'll have to find me on their own time. Izuku pulled out his second phone and texted Toga, were you able to find anything? Toga had just left a file room with her book bag, filled with the files for all of the 1A students and teachers. She heard her phone ring and got excited when she saw that it was Izuku. She texted back, found the files on Bakugo's classmates, and he now knows of your existence just like you wanted. Izuku read the text and smiled. Wonderful. Unfortunately, though, you'll have to stay for the rest of the day. I don't want anyone coming after you. Understood, Zuzu. See you after school then. Toga sent her last text before stuffing her phone in her book bag and heading back into the classroom, where some of the students were still trying to call Izuku but failing to get through to him. I think you should answer the phone, Izuku, just to see what will happen. Twice suggested, making Izuku sigh. Fine, whatever, he replied as he pulled his phone out of his pocket and answered, Hello. Deku. Finally you picked up. We've all been trying to call you. Kirishima said. Kirishima's voice sounded distant, so Izuku guessed he was on speaker, which meant he needed to be careful with what he said. Oh, I'm so sorry. My phone was on silent. I just happened to finally look at it and noticed that you were calling me. So what's up? Can you tell me more about yours and Bakugo's relationship? I know you didn't want to talk about it too much before, but I got really curious. Oh, what did you want to know? What made you give up on being friends with him? That's a long story. It's really nothing to worry about. I'm in a better place now. A better place? Well, a better state of mind. After what happened, I just didn't want to live anymore, really, so I ran away from it all, I guess. I'm ready to face my problems now, so I came back. Sort of. You ran away from home. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I was surrounded by negativity. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be talking to you now. I would have died 4 years ago. Can I ask you something, Kiri? Is it okay if I call you that? Sure. What's up? Is everyone listening? Everyone froze when Izuku acknowledged them. Since you're still in school, I can only guess that Kaken is or isn't listening to me. I guess that might also be why you have me on speaker. So that he could listen, correct? How did you know it was on speaker? You just told me. Wah, I assumed I was on speaker because you sound so far away, but you just confirmed it. Anyway, I'd guess I'd understand if he is listening, but at the same time, I won't get my hopes up. After finding out that I was quirkless, he stopped caring anyway. Actually, he never cared. You know that's a lie, Deku. I did care. Why did you run away? What about your mom? She gave up on me. She did not. She still sits on that ugly blue couch of hers waiting for you to come home. It's your fault. Katsuki. Katsuki's eyes widened when he heard Izuku say his actual name instead of the nickname he had given him. What's my fault? Everything. Izuku hung up the call and placed his hand back into his pocket, then smiled. Everyone looked at Katsuki with curious expressions. Dude, what did you do? Denki asked. I didn't do anything. I don't know what kind of nonsense he's spouting. He's just a coward, and cowards aren't worth my time. Katsuki said as he stomped off. By the end of the day, Toga made her way back to the other side of town, avoiding conversation with her classmates. Izuku had stayed at the base for the entire day awaiting her return. Shigaraki was elsewhere in town. Hey you guys. Everyone in the room turned their attention to him. What can we do for you, Midoriya? Kurogiri asked. How would you feel if I became the new leader of the league? Izuku asked, his gaze on the floor. You as our leader? I wouldn't be against it. You're one smart guy, and you can be intimidating when you want to be, and you're not really a whiny brat like Tamura is. Twice explained. Would you be willing to follow someone like me if I took over? Everyone glanced at each other before looking back at Izuku. Well, you haven't steered us wrong so far. But aren't your goals different than ours? Mr. Compress asked. Yes. And no. I don't just have one goal. I want to make one person suffer the most. But I also want to destroy and conquer. I want to dismantle the facade that All Might has built. Including mine. I want to take down those who call themselves pro-heroes but don't deserve it, and most importantly, I want to restore this world back to what it originally was when All for One was still in power. I want the power he once had. I would hate to see All for One's power fall into the hands of someone who would misuse it. If one of you were to fail, he might take your quirks and push you out onto the streets, saying something like, "Get out of my sight." I wouldn't want any of you to end up like me just because Shigaraki has a bad temper, don't you agree? A man with a gas mask, known as Mustard, walked over to Izuku and stood behind him. I'm with you. I'd hate for something like that to happen, Mustard said. So am I. Twice and Mr. Compress chimed in unison. Soon, everyone crowded around him, expressing their support and eagerness for him to lead them. How do we know that you won't do the same to us? Dabi asked. Dabi, do you not trust me? I haven't steered you wrong. Besides, I need all of you. Without you, I'm nothing, Izuku replied with a sad smile. Let's be honest, guys. Izuku actually comes up with some really good ideas, but Shigaraki's pride gets in the way, Magna stated. Don't worry about that. Soon it will all come to an end. If you agree to help me get rid of him. I was thinking of waiting until he took a bath to take action. What if we just have him imprisoned? Twice suggested. If we put him in jail, he could rat us out, and then we would have to change locations, Dabi countered. Izuku thought to himself, going with the plan sounds better. Just then, the door opened, and Toga walked in, no longer in disguise. I got what you asked for, Spite, she said, setting her bag down on the table. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement as he opened the bag and pulled out files. Perfect. Thank you so much, Toga. Hey Toga, how would you feel if we followed Izuku instead of Shigaraki? Twice asked. Toga gasped, a wide smile spreading across her face as she hugged Izuku tightly. Our dear Zuzu as our new leader. I love the idea. Who wouldn't want such a cute leader? Then it's settled. I'll lead you all. We'll finally defeat All Might and restore this world to its former glory. Izuku declared. Everyone raised their fists, cheering for the change that was finally coming. Izuku never thought he would gain the entire league's support, but now that he had it, he felt unstoppable. Now for our next plan of action. We must get rid of Shigaraki. Izuku wandered the city in the early morning, observing the people around him. Students were heading to school, adults were on their way to work, and a few elderly folks were out with their grandchildren. He reminisced about the good times he had with his mother, wishing things had turned out differently. Unfortunately, the world was too cruel. As he walked, he contemplated how to deal with Tamura. It felt wrong to consider harming the one who gave him a second chance, but Tamura had brought this upon himself. His thoughts were interrupted when he bumped into someone. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Izuku exclaimed, quickly adopting an innocent demeanor. No, it's my fault. Looking up, he saw a young man with half red and half white hair and a scar over his left eye, dressed casually. Oh, it's just you, Todoroki. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you as well, Todoroki replied, but he noticed something was off about Izuku. His eyes seemed dark and cold. This is awkward. You were probably listening in on the phone call between Kaken and me, huh? Izuku asked. I was. Can you explain a bit about that? I won't tell Bakugo that we spoke, Todoroki offered. Thanks and sure. What do you want to know, Shoto? I know you said at the mall that you were the reason you two stopped being friends, but what did you mean by that? What happened that made you give up? Why did you run away? Izuku let out a soft giggle. So many questions, but I'll try to answer them. We just weren't compatible, and I learned that the hard way. How? Todoroki pressed. He bullied me, of course. He blew up my stuff, beat me, turned the class against me. It was tough. He did all of that to you. Yeah. One day, I had enough and tried to take my own life. I ran off and made new friends, and now, well, I'm surviving out here on my own. But this is off topic. I recalled our conversation the other day about your father and thought, wouldn't it be funny yet kind of messed up if you ended up rebelling just to beat him at his own game? That would be hilarious. Messed up, but hilarious. Todoroki looked at the green-eyed boy. His comment was strange, but it held some truth. Shoto observed Izuku. I am rebelling in my own sort of way. I refuse to use my fire quirk. I want to become a great hero while only using ice. That's not going to be enough. He'll just think you're being a stubborn teenager. If you really want to get back at him, you would have to use that fire quirk for different purposes. I guess you have a point. The conversation he overheard between Bakugo and some classmates replayed in his mind. Todoroki shook his head and gently grabbed Izuku's wrist, making him look up. Come with me. Where are we going? Izuku asked as he was pulled along. Don't you think it would be nice to at least let Bakugo or your mother know that you're okay? You still have a mom, and from what Bakugo said, she still loves you. My mother hates me, so you shouldn't burn bridges with her. No. Izuku stood his ground, gripping Todoroki's wrist tightly, making Shoto stop. I'm not going. I absolutely refuse. Why not? I just can't, okay? I'm not ready to face him just yet. If I see him again, he'll probably try to get me to go home. Nobody wants me there. What's the point? Bakugo told me to give up, everyone beat me up for having a silly dream, even my own mother gave up on me. I didn't burn bridges with her. She burned them with me. She's the only reason we're disconnected, not me. She gave up on me. Why would I want to put myself back in such a toxic situation? Out here, I'm happy. I have friends, Shoto. If you'd like to tell her that I'm alive, then so be it. But I'm not coming back. Izuku fell silent for a moment. Todoroki stood there, stunned. Here's a question for you, Shoto. I want to swch this around a bit. It's my turn to interrogate you now. Why would you want to be the very thing your father wants you to be? It doesn't matter if you're better than him. You're still doing what he wants, and it's foolish. Shoto couldn't help but stare in shock. He knew the boy was right. The only thing he was doing was exactly what his father wanted him to do. He didn't want to accomplish his father's dreams or be looked at as his father. At this rate, you're going to be just like your father. And Bakugo. It doesn't matter how much better you are. Your father just wants you to be number one for popularity, fame, and fortune. Heroes are heartless. They don't care for anyone but themselves. They just want money. If that's what you want, then so be it. You're the same as him. You're the same as all those corrupted heroes out there. You don't care about anyone like I do. All you care about is getting one up on Endeavor, and it's disgusting to think that one day a hero who doesn't care about me might be the one protecting me when he's only concerned about his own reputation. Shoto let go of Izuku's wrist and looked down as the boy's words swirled in his head. You sound like you hate heroes. I do. I hate them so much. It's because of them that I'm seen as a minority who can't do anything for himself, all because I'm quirkless. I get nothing but negativity for it, and you're just like the rest of them. From the moment I told you that I'm quirkless, everyone stared at me with sad eyes. You all judge me. You see me as weak, and I absolutely despise that. When I told Kaken that I was quirkless, I wasn't even worth his time anymore. He just saw me as a burden. So no matter what I do, I'll always be following in his footsteps. I'm just like him. Shoto thought out loud. That pretty much sums it up, Izuku said, stuffing his hands into his pockets. What do I do? Why are you asking me? Maybe you could join me. Instead of being a hero, you can be something else. Izuku suggested. A villain. You said it, not me. You can do whatever you feel like doing. Unlike me, you have a quirk and can be anything you want to be. I have a home, but it's just not where I originally wanted to be. But I'm happy where I'm at. What about your mother? Shoto asked. Forget her. Stop asking me about my mother. Izuku started walking in the opposite direction. Thanks for listening to me, Shoto. It was nice seeing you. Shoto grabbed Izuku's wrist again. Again, Shoto. You really need to work on not grabbing people's wrists. You've got a tight grip. Sorry. I'm curious though. Where will you be going from here? Back to where I belong. With the rest of the outcasts who just couldn't fit in with society because they have different views than others. Can I go now? Izuku tried to walk away, but Shoto's grip tightened. What? Izuku was starting to lose his patience. Can I see you again? Shoto asked. See me again? Why? You're just going to ambush me to make me go back home or something. I won't, you have my word. I have a lot to think about. I would appreciate it if you could help me with that. I'm not a therapist, Shoto, and neither are we friends. I don't mean it like that. About me not being a hero. Listen, if you really want to take revenge on your father for whatever reason, do something that he would absolutely hate. Ruin his reputation. Prove to him that you're everything he doesn't want. If you want to be a villain or just a straight-up rebel about it, then so be it. Do that. That's what I would do at least. It's like my relationship with Bakugo. He thought I was weak and a spineless nerd. So I left for a few years and grew stronger. If people think I'm spineless now, then I'll make them regret it. It's that simple, Izuku explained. But everyone in my class. Forget them. If you're not happy, then why should you be there? Izuku let out a sigh. How about this? I'll make you a promise since you want to see me again so badly. I will consider meeting with you again, but it can't be tomorrow. It has to be today. You still have to get to school. So, I'll meet you after school, outside of the main gates of you. But you need to think of what you're going to do. If you want to rebel, then I'll help you. If not, then pretend that you and I have never met. Izuku leaned closer to Shoto's face and whispered, You better not tell anyone at school that. You've met me or even talked to me. Not even Uraraka or her friends. Todoroki asked. Not even them. Who knows? Maybe I'll see them when I get there. Izuku said with a slight grin, knowing he had left a lasting impression. Izuku backed away from Shoto and spoke normally. Anyway, you have school to get to. Think about what I said, and I'll see you later. Todoroki let go of Izuku. Izuku shoved his hands back into his pockets and gave Todoroki one last smile before leaving him to his thoughts. Maybe he could be of use to me, Izuku thought to himself. When he managed to get back to the bar, Tomura was sitting on a bar stool talking to Kurogiri. Everyone was acting normal. Tomura, guess what? What is it? Tomura asked. I made a new friend today, and he might want to become a villain. I think you'll really like him. Who is this friend of yours? Well, you've heard of Endeavor, right? The number 2 hero with the rebellious son. Are you trying to tell me that you've possibly convinced a Todoroki to become a villain? Well, he's at school, so I'm letting him think about it while he's there. I'm going to meet him after school to see what he has decided. Holy CRP. An actual Todoroki might be joining us. Twice said, excitement clear in his voice. Maybe we'll see when I go meet him later. What do you think, Tomura? Izuku asked. I think it will be a nice addition. He came second in the sports festival, so it should be fine. Tomura said, making Izuku grin. Glad you agree. Dabi stayed silent as he listened to the younger boy talk. Todoroki sat at his desk quietly, going along with Aizawa's lesson, but he couldn't help but think about what Izuku said. What would happen to him if he completely rebelled against his father? He was the one guy in his class who never associated himself with any of his classmates, so he wasn't too worried about them. They were more focused on the fact that Uraraka didn't come to school. He knew that the boy he had spoken to was right. He didn't want to be like his father, he didn't want to be what his father wanted him to become. Once he was finally able to come to terms with what he wanted, he knew what he needed to do. After school, he quietly and calmly left the room unnoticed, not bothering to talk to anyone. As he walked out of the school gates, he spotted someone in a black and green hoodie and black ripped jeans staring at him. The figure raised a gloved hand and gave a small wave. Todoroki walked over with a deep sigh, knowing that after today, his life would never be the same. The male took off his hoodie and smiled at him. "Well, I kept my promise to you. Have you decided on what you're going to do?" I have. Todoroki stuttered. "Really now? You sound unsure. Don't let me force the hero in training's decision. I want you to be in control of what you decide." "No, I have decided." "Oh well, don't just stand there and keep me waiting, Todoroki. Tell me what you want," Izuku said as he slowly walked around him. Todoroki was suddenly cut off by the sound of someone shouting. "DKU. You bastard. How dare you show your face around here?" Bakugo shouted at him. He was being followed by Ida and Kirishima. My, for someone who was just telling me to come home is now insulting me. See why I don't want to come back. Anyway, meet me at the nearby park. I'm gonna play a quick game of cat and mouse, shake him off, then I'll meet up with you there. If you meet a man that looks like he's made out of dark fog or a girl with blonde hair wearing a high school uniform, they're friends of mine, Izuku explained as Bakugo stomped towards them. Don't ignore me, Deku. Izuku looked at the blonde-haired boy and faked a look of pure fear before turning around and running. Bakugo stopped in front of Todoroki and growled, "What did he say to you?" He said, "Hello, and that it was nice to meet you. And that he was a huge fan." Todoroki lied. This only angered Bakugo more. "The FNG liar," he shouted as he used his quirk to try and catch up to Izuku. Ida and Kirishima approached Todoroki to question him. "Bro, what's going on?" Kirishima asked. "Not really sure." Before I could ask anything, Bakugo started shouting. The two seemed to buy his lie, so Todoroki continued on to the park where the green-eyed boy told him to go. Izuku ran down the sidewalk in a heavily populated area, laughing as he went. "I would have never thought that Kaken would be chasing after me," he said to himself. "Deku. Quit running." "Deku? Who's Deku?" "I don't know this Deku that you speak of, Kaken." "Perhaps, do you mean the one that took that great swan dive off of the roof?" Izuku said, then turned down an alleyway. By the time Bakugo turned down the same alleyway, Izuku was gone. "Show yourself. I know it's you, Deku, so you might as well come out and quit hiding. I just want to talk." Bakugo then heard a laugh that chilled him to the bone. It was Izuku's laugh, but it seemed unreal. He couldn't believe that such a sound could come from someone like Deku, who was supposed to be a weak hero fanatic that needed constant protection. Who was this? "What's wrong, Kaken?" "Scared of little weak Deku. Don't worry. I can't hurt you, remember? I'm just a waste of space, right? Now, talking to you. You sure didn't seem like you wanted to talk back then," Izuku said in a calm tone. His voice was a bit deeper than Bakugo remembered. It sounded sinister, just like his laugh. To us. Antagonistic even. "You're not Deku. Not the Deku I know. Who are you? You don't even recognize your own childhood friend, Kaken. That breaks my heart." Bakugo saw a shadow move and turned around to see Izuku standing at the entrance to the alley. "Unfortunately, I don't really want to talk to you yet. We'll meet again though." Izuku then turned away and walked off with a small wave. Bakugo rushed to catch him, but as soon as he made it out of the alley, Izuku was gone. He dropped to his knees and punched the ground out of anger. "I was so close. How could I let him escape from me again? I will bring you back home. Just you wait." Katsuki shouted towards the direction he saw Izuku go, earning a few stares from passers-by. Todoroki sat at the park until a girl approached him matching the description that Izuku had given him. "Hey there. You're Todoroki, right? Deku told us about you. I'm Toga, nice to meet you. Did you tell him your decision yet?" The blonde girl bombarded him with questions, so he took a moment to process everything. "My name is Shoto." But I didn't get to give him my answer. We were rudely interrupted by a few classmates of mine. Well, he saw that coming, which is why he had us on standby. Us. Soon, Izuku approached the two with a bright grin on his face. "I am so sorry I had to run off on you like that, Shoto. So, what is your answer?" Are you ready to turn your back on society and become one of us? At this point, I'd be pretty sad if you said no since I got chased by an angry Pomeranian. Don't worry, I do want to join you, Shoto said with a slight smile. Izuku grinned and reached out for Todoroki to take his hand. Welcome aboard. Shoto stood up from the bench he had been sitting on and shook Izuku's hand. Izuku then shoved his gloved hand back into his pockets. Kurogiri were ready to go. Soon, the black mist covered them and warped them out of the park. Kurogiri warped everyone inside a dark and cold warehouse where Twice and Mr. Compress were waiting. It's about time you showed up, Twice said, making Izuku chuckle. Sorry, I ran into a friend of mine while I was trying to talk to Todoroki. It was a lot of fun. Izuku leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets and a wide grin on his face. He was happy that Todoroki decided to join them. This would make his life a lot easier, but of course, he couldn't trust the boy so easily. How and why would the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, just want to join a villain group in an act of rebellion? He stared at Shoto, observing his features. He soon walked back over to the boy and placed his hand on Shoto's cheek. How did you get this scar? Izuku asked. Shoto seemed to hesitate for a moment. And my mother? My left side reminded her too much of my father. So she threw boiling water on my face. Izuku stared at Todoroki, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. That's unfortunate. I'm very sorry that happened to you. Now I understand why you wanted me to see my mother so badly. Is your father really that bad? Was he abusive? Izuku asked, feigning sympathy. He's the reason my mom is in a mental hospital. He made her think she was insane. That man is abusive. All he wants from me is to become number 1 using his quirk just to prove that his quirk is better, Todoroki explained through clenched teeth. How unfortunate for you to go through that. I truly am sorry, Izuku said, withdrawing his hand from Todoroki's cheek. Can I ask you something now, Izuku? What? My name. Your name. But I thought. I lied. Oh. So, you really are the boy that went missing 4 years ago, huh? Yup. I see. Well, Izuku, can I ask you something now? Todoroki inquired. You just did. That's not what I meant. I'll answer your question soon enough, but first, I want you to promise to help me with something. You can consider it your last heroic act. Izuku leaned back against the wall where he had been before. Is this some sort of test to initiate me or something? Something like that, but not quite. Think of it as your first mission to prove you're willing to become one of us. I need you to help me get rid of the leader of the League of Villains, Shigaraki Tamura. Todoroki's eyes widened as he recalled Tamura from the attack on you. Why you want me to do this by myself? Of course not. I just need you with me to hold him still so that I don't disintegrate into dust by that cheap knockoff of Thanos, if that's okay with you. Toga burst into laughter. Don't tell him I said that, by the way. Todoroki chuckled lightly at Izuku's joke. I won't, and sure, I'll help you. Wonderful. Oh, by the way, you holding him down is not my plan. That's way too easy. Now, you had a question for me. What is it? Izuku asked, excitement evident in his eyes. Why are you a villain? You don't seem like someone that should be a villain. I know what you mean. I don't look like someone who would want to kill, steal, or take revenge. Izuku smiled as he pushed himself off the wall and walked closer, hands in his pockets. To be honest, I'm doing this out of spite. Heroes became heroes for money and fame. I wanted to be a hero because I cared for the public. You could say I had a heart of gold. I would stand up for anyone in need, even knowing I didn't stand a chance. I wanted to be the voice that provided security, telling everyone that everything would be okay. But I was told by nearly everyone that I couldn't be one simply because I was quirkless. All Might has tainted the public's perception, and I hate him for it. Society feeds off his lies like leeches, it's sad. But despite all that, he isn't my main goal. My friends want to take him down for their own reasons. If you want to join us because of your hatred for your father, I have no problem with that. As the soon-to-be new leader of the League of Villains, I'm willing to help you in your endeavor. Society sees villains and heroes as pure entertainment, so we might as well give them a good show. Besides, it'll be great to see the look on everyone's faces when their favorite heroes go down. You want me to take down my father and help with taking down All Might? Todoroki asked, more as a question. Not only that, but I want you to use your left side. Izuku raised a hand to stop Todoroki from speaking. Let me finish. I hate being cut off before I can explain myself. Izuku placed both hands on Todoroki's shoulders and smiled. I want you to use your quirk because that fire quirk is yours, and you have the power to use it however you'd like. By joining us, you free yourself from your father's expectations and abuse. You can use your quirk to prove to him that he can no longer control you and that you can do whatever you want. Todoroki stared at Izuku, bewildered. It's always been your quirk, Shoto. It's up to you. You can do anything with your fire quirk. You don't have to do what your father tells you because that quirk doesn't belong to him. It was yours since the day you discovered you could use it. Izuku, I can't tell you how much I needed to hear that. Hey, don't get all sappy on me just yet. We still have to get rid of Tamura. After we deal with him, then you can thank me because only then will we be truly free to do whatever we want. Right now, we can't move forward until he's out of the way. I have so many plans for us, but Tamura, being the stubborn brat he is, won't listen to a thing I say. I might as well just do this all myself and form my own group. That's actually not a bad idea. That can be plan B if everything goes wrong, Todoroki replied. How do you suppose we take him out? Todoroki asked. Well, first of all, even though I want to take him out, I at least want him to see something appealing before he goes. It'll be my own personal thank you to him for getting me this far. We'll just stir up a bit of trouble in town. Oh, and how do you plan that, Izuku? Toga asked. Well, I was thinking of releasing some of the Nomu in the city. It'll certainly make the heroes go nuts. By doing that, we'll also see just how useful the Nomu can be in future plans. How's that for entertainment? Shoto, is it possible for you to still go back to school? It'll cause more problems if you don't return home. I don't want the police getting involved because you suddenly disappeared, you understand. I mean, Kaken is already going to be a bit suspicious of you, and that's more than enough. Kaken? Todoroki asked. My bad. I did it again. Katsuki Bakugo is who I'm talking about. When we were kids, I used to have trouble pronouncing his name, so I called him Kaken while he called me Deku, which means useless Izuku. Useless Izuku. Why do you still go by Deku then? Isn't it offensive? I'm glad you asked, Shoto. It is offensive. I hate that name. But I still use it because I want to mess with Kaken. Messing with him is my own personal game that only I know how to play. Why? Why? Because I'm a bit of a troublemaker. Izuku let out a small laugh. Okay, let me explain a bit further. Kaken told me to jump off a rooftop when we were in junior high because he thought I was stupid for taking notes on quirks. I thought that maybe if I could prove him wrong, those notes would help me out later if I ever had to go against heroes or villains for training or self-defense. Then, the day after I didn't show up to school, I was said to be missing. So who knows, he probably thought I killed myself. Or got kidnapped. Which obviously neither of those happened. I went along willingly because I was tired of getting beaten up just for having a dream, you know. I'm so sorry. No need to apologize. At least I can still say that those notes really did come in handy. Your nickname was mentioned in school today. He seemed worried, Shoto stated. Worried? I highly doubt that. Probably shocked more than anything. He's probably angry with me and just wants to finish the job. Anyway, Kaken knows now that I'm alive, and I plan on messing with him a bit more in the future just for fun. Izuku then turned to Kurogiri with a smile on his face. You're being really quiet back there. Something bothering you, Kurogiri? Izuku was a bit skeptical of the black fog. Since the day before when he asked about becoming the new leader, Kurogiri hadn't given much input and seemed to just accept it, which he found strange. No sir, everything is fine. If you say so. I do have a question for you, though. Actually, scratch that. It might be better if I hear the answer from All for One himself. With all that being said, I believe that we're done here. Todoroki, you will continue to go to school as usual and go home as you normally do until I say otherwise. But remember that you work for me now. Nothing that happens here or anywhere with us is spoken of elsewhere. Understand? What happens in the league stays in the league, right? I understand. Good, time to head home. Return home and speak nothing of this. Todoroki nodded, then turned around and walked out of the old warehouse. Midoriya, are you sure that we can trust this kid? Mr. Compress asked once the student had left. Todoroki isn't someone to worry about. He's too deep in this to turn back. If he does betray us, then he'll just end up like his classmate. 2 days after talking to Todoroki, Izuku stood in the basement of the villain base in front of All for One, arms folded behind his back as he approached the older male. May I ask you something? What is it, my child? All for One replied. What exactly happens when you give someone multiple quirks? Is that what the Nomu are? That's exactly right. The Nomu are human test subjects produced to hold multiple quirks. Fortunately, the Nomu become powerful beings that are easier for us to control. Izuku smiled as he looked into the many tanks filled with developing Nomu. Do you think I can borrow them tonight, sir? What do you have planned? All for One asked out of pure curiosity. Well, I thought it would be funny if we messed with the heroes a bit. Just stir up a bit of trouble. Maybe put a little tension between the heroes and citizens. Or maybe he's plotting against one of us. Izuku's eyes widened as he slowly turned and saw Kurogiri standing behind them. He couldn't say that he was surprised about Kurogiri's betrayal. He had sensed something was off. Plotting against one of you. I'd have no reason to do so. Besides, it's because of you all that I've found a new purpose in life. So, you're not planning on doing anything to Tamura then? Kurogiri asked, his tone accusatory. Izuku placed a hand on his chest in offense. Of course not, Kurogiri. What are you talking about? Tamura is like an older brother to me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here now. I would have either harmed myself in some way or worse. I may have the heart of a killer, but Tamura just isn't someone that I could or would want to hurt. Sir, can you not see that this boy lies? He wants to get rid of Tamura for his own personal gain. Oh really? Just what would I gain from harming Tamura? I mean, I could probably get rid of All Might faster than he ever could, but again, I will say this because apparently, no one has been listening to me for who knows how many times I've said it in the past 4 years. All Might. My goal is my childhood best friend, and Tamura has nothing to do with him. I like to play with my food before eating it. I like to play with Kaken before getting rid of him just like I did his classmate. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself before he went into a rage. Let's not forget that you have no proof to verify your claims against me. Another thing to remember is that I'm quirkless and basically powerless against him. You've managed to turn the league against him. I've done no such thing, Kurogiri. Why would anyone want to listen to a quirkless boy? The least threatening of the entire team. Although, leading a whole gang does sound kind of fun, but also very troubling. I'd rather take care of myself. Plus, if I had actually managed to do that, I don't think all of them would be calmly sitting upstairs, talking to him now. You're insane, Midoriya. Just admit that you want to take over the league. You're calling me insane. Have you seen where you are at this stage in your life? Maybe I am insane. Maybe I'm a sociopath. Yeah, I am a sociopath. No doubt about that one, but despite whoever or whatever I am, I still have morals and limits. I would never hurt Tamura, and neither would I want to take over his position. If it ever came down to it, I'd rather live in an apartment somewhere and just take care of myself and exact my revenge that way, but guess what? I have a family here, and I love everyone here. I even loved you. I used to see you as a parental figure. Izuku gave Kurogiri a look that told him he could keep this up all day, which made Kurogiri visibly upset. Boys, calm down, All for One called out to them. Izuku looked down sadly and then turned away from the black fog. This SCKS. I know I'm a villain, but I didn't think my own friend would turn against me and try to get me killed. All for One motioned for Izuku to come to him. Izuku took a few steps closer, and All for One placed his hands on the young boy's shoulders. Not everything is fair in this world, Izuku. Unfortunately, We live in a world where even your closest friends will turn on you. You should know that better than anyone. I know that. I just didn't expect it from my favorite person. I expected it more from Dabi, to be honest. Kurogiri, stay down here. Izuku, you can go ahead back upstairs. I'll give you permission to use the Nomu, but you can only use 3 for right now. Izuku smiled happily and bowed slightly. Thank you, sir. He quickly walked back up the stairs with a frown on his face. Why the long face, Midoriya? Dabi asked as he watched Izuku approach the group. Was all for one against us using the Nomu? Toga asked. No. You two come with me. Outside. No. Toga and Dabi exchanged glances before getting up and following Izuku outside. What did you two do? Twice asked. Toga and Dabi just shrugged and walked outside and away from the building. Izuku, I'm sorry. I don't know what we did to upset you, but please don't be mad at us. Toga pleaded. Izuku gave a confused look before shaking his head and starting to mess with his silver hoop earring. What are you talking about? I'm not mad at you. I just needed to tell you something. I don't know if the interior or exterior of the building has cameras, so I came out here to talk to you too. Oh, Dabi sighed. Unfortunately for us, Kurogiri is apparently loyal to Tamura. He already tried to rat me out to all for one. So I don't know what's going to happen. There's always gotta be that one traitor. Why did it have to be the bartender? He was so nice. Toga sighed. But hey, at least the rest of the gang is with you, and we just added that new guy. He can totally replace Kurogiri. Toga exclaimed. You're right, but his warp gate quirk was really useful. I just wish there were a way to give a Nomu his quirk. But I'm not all for one. Anyway, that's all I needed to tell you. Let's get back inside before Tamura gets suspicious. Izuku raised an eyebrow when he heard Dabi sigh. Things can never be easy, can they? Dabi asked. Nope. Let's go, Izuku replied as he walked back into the bar, with Dabi and Toga following close behind. Izuku smiled once he walked through the door and hugged Tamura. I can't wait to release the Nomu tonight. The heroes are going to be so busy, and it'll be a wonderful show for all the citizens who see heroes and villains fighting as just a form of entertainment. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and calmly looked up to see Magna. You have a lot of pent-up aggression towards people, don't you? Magna asked. Yes, I do. I hate nearly everything, Izuku said with a smile. Do you like anything? Twice asked. Izuku put his fist to his chin, thinking for a moment. Let's see. Food, water, breathing, you guys, my weird yet dark sense of humor, that lavender-scented soap in the bathroom. My suit because it's pretty comfy. The look of fear on people's faces. I can't think of anything else. Demon, that's sad, Dabi stated. I am a sad piece of human waste, and after being told that so many times in my life, I just embrace it now. Before I forget, Tamura, I need to talk to you. I know you don't usually care for drama, but you're the only one I can talk to about this. As our leader, I figured you'd be the best person to ask. Just spit it out, Tamura groaned. I'm scared. I don't want to die. But Kurogiri is against me. I don't know what I did to upset him, but he came up with this wild idea to tell all for one that I was trying to get rid of you. You know I wouldn't do that to you. You know that, don't you? Tamura was silent for a moment. Don't just sit there and not say anything. I may be a villain, but I still have standards. Tamura, you're the only reason I even got this far in life. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. I would have killed myself 4 years ago, and you know that. You're like an older brother to me. What reason would I have for killing you anyway? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't stand a chance. So what's the point? Relax, Izuku, Shigaraki interjected. What do you mean relax? You're not saying anything about this. Kurogiri wants me killed, and now I feel like you don't trust me because you won't tell me what you're thinking. I may be able to take good notes on a person's quirk, but I'm not a mind reader. How do you expect me to relax? Izuku seemed to be on the verge of tears as he looked at Shigaraki, hurt visible in his eyes. You know what? Forget it. It's fine. I'm sorry I yelled. I'll be in my room if anyone needs me. He turned his back to everyone and walked back to his room, wiping his face from the tears that managed to drip down. Izuku wasn't truly hurt, he just wanted Shigaraki to hear his side before Kurogiri had the chance to say anything. He sat down on his bed and waited for 5 minutes. On cue, he heard a knock at the door, which made him grin. He laid down on the bed with his back facing the door. "Come in." Tamura opened the door, and Izuku looked over his shoulder to confirm it was indeed his older brother who came to see him. "Izuku, you didn't let me finish what I had to say before you walked off," Shigaraki started. "What more is there to talk about?" Izuku asked as he sat up and looked straight at Tamura. "Unfortunately, I believe you. Sad to say that who I thought was my most loyal turned out to be a traitor." "You believe me?" Izuku asked, a smile spreading across his face. He knew Shigaraki would choose him. Now the question is, what are we going to do with him now that we know he's a traitor? Maybe he's working with the heroes. While I was trying to get Todoroki on board, Kurogiri was left alone for a while. Who knows what could have happened during that time? What we do know is that he's probably trying to pin us against each other in hopes that we all take each other out. I think we should get rid of him. That way he won't be a threat to us. His physical body is completely made out of black fog, so it'll be hard, but his weak spot is the metal plates he always wears. I also still have another problem. What's that? Well, I just so happened to come up with an idea that you might like. It might be good for both of us. Just spill, Midoriya. Okay, sorry. I was just thinking that maybe along with the plan to wreak havoc on the city tonight, wouldn't it be fun if we managed to capture Shoto as well? It'll be crazy. The second place winner of the Sports Festival has gone missing, and Nomu are attacking the city. This situation will definitely put the heroes in a tough spot because many lives could be at risk, and citizens may start to question the worth of the heroes, especially since they are failing to protect not only themselves but also the children attending you. Hi. If I were a parent, I'd be pretty upset at the heroes for not being able to protect my child at a school where heroes are the teachers and faculty, Izuku said with a grin. Isn't that half-cold, half-hot kid one of us though? Shigaraki questioned. Exactly. Which is why it'll be really easy. I actually like that idea. I'll make you a deal, Midoriya. We'll pretend that I never figured out the issue between you and Kurogiri long enough to act out this pretend capture, and if all goes well, I'll make you my second in command, and we'll get rid of Kurogiri. It's a shame really, his quirk was very useful. Midoriya. Come quick, you got to see this. He heard twice call for him. What now? Izuku got off his bed and left the room with the white-haired male following close behind him. I accept your offer of being second in command, Tomo. I'm honored to be of use. Tamura simply nodded as they returned to the bar area. What's up? Izuku asked, only to see Dabi pointing at the TV. He took a seat on one of the bar stools and looked at the screen. The news reporter was saying that authorities were on the lookout for a missing child, showing a picture of him and another of Uraraka. Izuku burst into laughter, knowing that news of him being alive would get out. Now the police were searching for him once again. Aren't you worried, Zuzu? Toga asked with a hint of concern in her tone. Worried? Why would I be worried? This just makes everything more interesting. I knew Kaken wouldn't keep his mouth shut. He's so smart yet so foolish. It's absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to get my hands on him. Oh, how I would love to make him suffer. Which reminds me, we're going to kidnap Todoroki today. He doesn't know it yet, but we're going to infiltrate you. Just to get him. Doesn't he work with us though? Twice asked, confused about the situation. You're absolutely right. But Tomu and I agreed that it would be a good idea to stir up trouble at you. Because we'll be releasing Nomu into the city tonight. It'll certainly put the heroes in a difficult position since not only am I considered missing, but you. Students will be as well. What's more troubling than knowing that your child goes to a school filled with heroes who can't keep their students safe? It'll most likely affect all. Might too since he's also a teacher there. Are you going to come with us, Zuzu? Toga asked with a smile. What use would I be? Well, you do have the brains. You can spectate and give us directions. Mr. Compress approached Izuku at the bar and placed a pistol onto the counter. You do know how to use one of these, don't you? Of course, Atsuhiro. I don't just stick to knives, that would be foolish. Well, good. This pistol is fully loaded, so when we infiltrate you, you won't be defenseless. We'll even give you a few thugs to help. Or we could just break into his house, graffiti his room, and say, "Hey loser, we're leaving and never coming back," Dabi suggested. Good idea. But that's no fun, Izuku stated with a bored look on his face. Wouldn't it be funny if we acted as if we kidnapped you too? Now that the police are looking for you again, it would prove to everyone just how dangerous we are. Twice added. Izuku grinned and nodded at the suggestion. Sounds like fun, let's do it. From what Todoroki told me this morning through text message, Class 1A will be gathered at the U.S.J. today. Now, since we have the details of everyone in Class 1A, we can redo and correct the mistakes of the first U.S.J. incident. The first attack on the U.S.J. happened without any information on the students, and when you separated them, you put most of them in places that worked in their favor. I suggest we use 2 Nomu for this, and the one I would love to use is Tsubasa and that eyeless Nomu since it can absorb and send back emitter quirks. It will also come in handy if All Might decides to show his face since he also has an emitter quirk. Who is Tsubasa? Shigaraki asked. Tsubasa was the name of one of Kaken's friends back when we were kids. Those 2 and 1 other used to pick on me after they found out I was quirkless. In theory, Tsubasa and the winged Nomu are the same beings, and if I'm right, well, if he gets killed in battle, it'll be hilarious. But if he survives, then we can use him again when we attack Hosu City tonight. Tsubasa will only really be there to annoy Kaken. The main one that would be good to have them fight against is our eyeless Nomu. Sound like a plan? Everyone nodded in agreement with grins on their faces, some visibly showing their excitement. It was obvious to everyone in the class that Katsuki was infuriated. He had been looking down at his desk, lost in thought about his childhood best friend. He finally managed to see Deku again, but he wasn't fast enough to grab him and bring him back home. He was angry at himself and confused about what Izuku meant when he said he wasn't there to talk yet and that they would meet again. When would they meet again? What was with that laugh? Was he even the Deku that he remembered? Katsuki was starting to doubt his own memories. Did villains change him for the worse? But how could he have made friends with his classmates if that were true? Nothing added up. Kirishima tried to talk to him, but Katsuki's responses were sharp, telling him to be quiet because he was deep in thought. His gaze shifted to Todoroki, who had seemed off since talking to Deku 2 days ago. Katsuki wanted to know what they had discussed, sensing that Todoroki was hiding something. He decided to confront him during their training at USJ. As everyone moved to the locker rooms on Aizawa's command, Katsuki heard Todoroki's phone go off. He glanced over, feeling his annoyance grow. "Hey, hurry up and shut your DMN phone off." Todoroki looked surprised for a moment before checking his phone. His expression changed as he read a message, and he quickly began to respond. Todoroki's POV. While changing into my hero uniform, my phone started to ring, but it didn't register until Bakugo yelled at me. I pulled out my phone and saw Izuku's name flash on the screen. Why was he texting me during school? Unlocking my phone, I felt my heart race as I read the message. Izuku, hey, hopefully, you read this before it's too late, but we're attacking the U.S.J., and I'll be there being used as bait. Also be warned that Kurogiri is a traitor, so watch out for him. I fear he may actually try to kill me. Kurogiri was a traitor. Confusion washed over me. What about Shigaraki? Did he still trust Kurogiri? I needed to respond. Me, is Shigaraki still my target? What do you want me to do? We were called to the shuttle bus to head to U.S.J., and as I walked, anxiety crept up my spine, not from the upcoming attack, but from feeling left out of the loop. A lot had happened with the League in the 2 days since they last contacted me, and I understood why Izuku hadn't reached out. Once on the shuttle, I found a seat and waited for a reply. When it came, I let out a small sigh of relief and pulled my phone back out, making sure to put it on vibrate this time. The messages came in intervals. Izuku, forget about Tamura for now. I'll explain everything later. Just know that you're coming with us, and I'll be pretending to be a hostage. Izuku, do listen to your teacher, But in the end, let yourself be captured along with me. Keep a close eye on Kurogiri because I have no doubt he'll try to kill me since he's been trying to do that since this morning. Izuku will be blowing a hole in the back of the U.J. as a backup escape route in case Kurogiri tries to pull something. Me if he does. Izuku, is 13 with you? Me, yes why? Izuku, aim for the metal plates on Kurogiri. Without them, it should be easier to use their black hole quirk on him. Me, how do you even know who 13 is? Have you seen them on TV? Has the league really been treating you well? Izuku, no, have you seen me? Oh, wait, every time you see me, I'm wearing a hoodie to cover up my face and body. Izuku, anyway, I could be considered anorexic. I literally survive on water and 1 meal a day, and maybe a snack if someone thinks about me. Izuku, I sleep in a dark room with no windows. I mean, besides my brain, I'm pretty useless. If I were to die, nobody would miss me and no one would try to help me. Izuku, there's really no point in me trying to get everyone to treat me well. I gave up on that a long time ago. Izuku, oh wait. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. We do have a TV, so I managed to learn about 13 through that. Do you even sleep? I asked. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm awake questioning my existence, sometimes I'm just out, Izuku replied. Out. I sleep like the dead and I'm quiet when I sleep, so Twice likes to wake me up just to ask if I'm dead. Wow. When this is all over between us, Kurogiri, and Shigaraki, I'll try to take you somewhere so you can get food in your stomach. It'll be like a celebration of you becoming the new leader. That's nice, Shoto, but I can't guarantee I'll eat it. If I eat too much, my stomach will hurt. It's still worth a shot. Whatever you say. I know it's only been a few days, but I still question how Izuku is so willing to have casual conversations with me. It's almost like I actually have someone to consider a friend. Does he consider us friends? Should I ask? Can I ask you something? You just did. Midoriya. What is it? Do you consider us friends? No. I was taken aback by his quick response, but then again, what did I expect? Izuku is a villain after all, and it's only been a few days since we met. If a friend is what you want me to consider you, then so be it. Just help me out. If you help me then, I'll help you. Deal. Soon the bus stopped and we all got out. It's been 3 years since the first incident here. I don't really know how I feel about knowing that villains are going to attack this place again and not being able to warn everyone. It's going to take me a while to get used to being a villain. Izuku already has a good relationship with the other students, so him being used as bait should be easy for him. As we walked into the building, 13 and Aizawa explained what was expected of us to practice on. I almost wish I weren't going to be taken today. I could practice using my other side, my fire quirk. We stood in the central plaza, everyone had smiles on their faces and looks of excitement. As Aizawa started to assign everyone a zone to train in, we all paused as we saw a black fog form at the center of the room. No. I remember this. It's the bad guys. We need to get out while we still can. Mineta shouted as he turned to run, only to see a black fog cover the door. Good afternoon, everyone. Before you try to run, I think it would be in your best interest to see what we have to offer. Why does Kurogiri always sound so polite? It almost makes it hard to hate him. Almost. Everything looked the same as last time. Shigaraki appeared from the fog with almost the same amount of thugs at his side. The gnome seemed different. The hell are you getting at? I heard Katsuki shout. Kaken. We all turned our attention toward where Shigaraki stood, and next to him was Izuku being held by 2 thugs, his hands tied behind his back and his eyes filled with sadness, almost as if he were about to cry. Katsuki's POV, my eyes widened when I heard that familiar nickname. I slowly walked forward to get a closer look, and I almost wish that I hadn't. It was Deku, the one who I thought was dead for 4 years. He really has changed. Now that I could finally see him, I noticed that his right ear was pierced, the tips of his hair were red, and he wore a black torn t-shirt and black jeans. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was staring at me with a look of pain and sadness, a look that I knew all too well. I could hear my classmates mutter, "Oh no, they got Midoriya?" Yeah, no kidding. We can see that. In case the pro hero doesn't recognize the poor boy, this is the same boy that had been missing for 4 years, who we've broken, and now he just awaits his fate. The dark mass spoke out. What did he mean, await his fate? DKU. So you want to give up? You're not the DU that I know. DU would never give up. He'd be that annoying piece of work that kept getting back up and coming back to annoy me. I was furious. The Deku I knew never gave up. He always followed me, no matter how many times I pushed him down. He can't be Deku. That's not the Deku I know. I stared at him to see his reaction. He looked at me with wide eyes, only for his gaze to shift to the ground. I'm sorry. I can't keep fighting like this anymore. It's been 4 years, Kaken. I give up. How do I get the thugs away from him? If I try to blow them away, I could hit Deku. But at the same time, he should be used to my explosions by now. Bakugo, I know what you're thinking. Do not try to fight them. They're probably after you since they saw you win the sports festival, Aizawa instructed. Like I give a shit about that. Deku is right in front of me. I already let him escape me once. I'm not letting that happen again. Kaken, please don't fight them. Shut up, you nerd. Don't tell me what to do. Izuku's POV, he called me Deku. He still kept the nickname. That's so cute. I just want to show him how much I appreciate our friendship. I had to SCK my lips in to keep myself from smiling. Why does he even care? Did my disappearing for 4 years trigger something in his brain? Meh, I don't care enough to find out. Midoriya, is that your friend? Twice asked in a low tone. I could only sigh at the question. That's him, I mumbled. Why are you villains here? I assume it's not because of a change of heart. Right you are, Eraser Hero. We would like to do a trade, Shigaraki said. A trade? Eraser Head questioned. Yes, we want Todoroki Shoto, and in exchange, we'll set this boy free. Shigaraki. I'm sorry, but I don't think anyone. I started hesitantly. You keep your mouth shut? I bit my lip to keep from laughing. I was then surprised when I was warped closer to the group and noticed something odd. My upper half was not connected to my lower half. My lower half was still sitting next to Shigaraki. Is he really about to try and snap me in half now? Give us the boy or he dies. When we said force, this is not what we meant. We meant to fight, not break me in half. I started to panic a bit when I felt my body being squeezed. I glared up at Kurogiri, who looked at me with an expression that suggested he was enjoying this. I knew he couldn't be trusted. I looked at Todoroki with panic visible on my face, and he understood. Todoroki quickly ran towards me, followed by Kaken. Wait, why is Kaken running? He shouldn't care. Even if he does, it's too late for that. Come on, Izuku, don't start feeling remorse now. Wait, you two don't. 13 shouted, but they didn't listen. Aim for the metal plates. You have to break them. Got it. Todoroki shouted. So if I break the plates he'll die, right? Kaken asked. Yes. Katsuki somehow managed to grab onto Kurogiri's metal plate and pin him to the ground, causing him to let go of me. Over here. I looked up to see Kirishima waving me over. Once I was set free, I wasted no time and ran over to hide behind him. Don't worry, Deku, they won't get their hands on you again, Kirishima tried to reassure me. Thanks, Kiri. I'm so sorry about all of this. Hey, don't sweat it. It's not your fault. It's theirs. Kurogiri looked over at me and chuckled. You know something, child, you're more insufferable than Toga. But that brain of yours is something else. If you had a quirk, maybe you'd be stronger than Dabi. Something in me snapped at that moment. You're one to talk. I'm not the one pinned to the ground now, am I? I haven't done anything to you. This whole thing is stupid. Kaken stared at me with wide eyes. 13 was holding Kurogiri at bay, pointing at him with open fingertips to SCK Kurogiri into a black hole. Unfortunately, it would only work if the metal plates weren't there. I can melt the brace. If we melt the brace, then it'll be easier to use your quirk on him. Ashido said as she ran over to 13. That's smart. Shoto. While the villain is distracted, take the boy to somewhere safe. 13 shouted. Todoroki looked down at me, and I looked back at him from the corner of my eye. Let's go. We can hide out in the ruins zone, he said. I simply nodded and let him lead me there, not missing Shigaraki motioning for a few thugs to come after us. Once we entered the ruins, I slowed my pace and couldn't help but let out the laugh I had been holding in. What's this all about, Izuku? Oh right, we want the heroes to be seen as incapable of truly protecting the lives of the innocent. So, we came here to take you away while also using me as a teaser to show that even though the heroes had the chance to save a young boy like me, they were still unable to do so. Soon, a few of the thugs surrounded us, and Todoroki stood in a fighting stance until I put a hand out in front of him. Calm down. They're with me and will escort us out of here. So, you can either pretend to be unconscious or put on your best damsel in distress act, or we could just sneak out. We only have 5 minutes until the heroes show up since we didn't bother jamming the systems. It'd be best if we just sneak out, Todoroki suggested. Alright then, sneaking out it is. Izuku Midoriya turned to Todoroki. Hey, Shoto. I have a question for you. Yes, Midoriya. Well, actually two. Maybe more. Todoroki chuckled. Okay, I might sound crazy for a minute, but work with me. How would you feel if we nabbed one of your classmates? Nabbed? But you're already kidnapping me. Why would you need another one? Oh. I can't kill you now, can I? I mean, we're friends, so I can't tie you up to a chair and hurt you, right? I can't stop you from running away or anything because we're friends. You need help, Midoriya. I don't need help, Todoroki. I can't be fixed. You know why? Because I'm not broken. My eyes were just opened, kind of forcefully, but they're open. Anyway, I want to mess with someone, so I'll let you pick who. Mineta. No. Mineta is the short one, right? What would be the benefit of getting rid of him? He's kind of annoying, but really, what would it achieve? What about that guy Shoji? He looks really cool, but what would it be like to chop off one of his limbs? What if one of his eyes is on one of his arms and I chop it off? Would that mean he loses an eye? Or maybe that guy with the tail? Todoroki shook his head in disappointment. Hey, what about Mineta? But Mineta. Mineta. Izuku pouted. He hated being interrupted, but he had a better idea. Listen, Shoto, before we do anything, I want one thing to be clear between us. And what's that? Even though I'm a villain, I'm not like those who just hurt without reason. What benefit would there be in getting rid of Mineta? I don't want to deal with that. Do you know who would be good to get rid of? Ida. Aida. Why him? Todoroki looked slightly panicked. Listen, Shoto, if you're going to be my friend and a villain, then you need to throw away your hero mentality completely, Izuku said, glancing at the thugs with them. You two go and get Ida. He's the tall guy with glasses. If you see Shigaraki, tell him we've been secured and thank him for his help. The thugs nodded and ran back to the central plaza. Anyway, as I was saying, you are a villain now. You have to let this go. If you don't, you're going to lose everything and miss opportunities. You hate your father, don't you? Don't you want to get rid of him? Didn't you tell me something along those lines? I did. And still do. Then pull your head out of the clouds. We have things to do. Your school friends will only cause you trouble. They'll make you miss perfect opportunities that you'll never get back. They are not worth your happiness. If you can't let go of them, they'll hold you back forever. I promised to hold up my end of our deal. You have to hold up yours, Shoto. Now let's go. Todoroki nodded and fell silent until they finally managed to wander outside of the U.J. You know what Seekis about this. Now we have to walk all the way back to the base. It's not so bad, Midoriya, he replied as they reached the main street. You're right. There's a villain attack going on right now. Izuku pointed to a villain trying to cause chaos among the citizens. Should we help? No. Izuku walked down an alleyway and climbed up a wall of steel pipes to the roof of a building. He noticed Shoto-sai before following him. Midoriya, may I ask you something? Izuku gave him a blank look, and Shoto shook his head. Did you ever have any hope before you turned into a villain? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Of course I did. I had more hope than anyone could ever imagine. I used to be such a bright and happy kid. I was a huge fan of All Might too. I'd see all of the movies he was in, collected the merchandise, and even when I was a kid, my mother would pretend to be in danger, and I would put on my All Might hoodie and go save her. He smiled at the memories. During those times, life was so easy. Do you miss your mother? I asked. Oh, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't, but she betrayed me when I needed her love and support the most. She's so dull and lifeless without me. It's pitiful, really. Anyway, it's strange how much you can get done with just your brain as a villain, but yet I couldn't be a hero. Sounds pretty messed up, don't you think? I'm sure many quirkless people can do heroic things without a quirk. I always wondered, why am I so different? Why was I useless, Izuku? Why am I Deku? I took a deep breath and sighed. It's okay though. I found a place where I could be of use, have fun, and actually have friends that won't hurt me like Kakin. Except Dabi. During my first few years of being claimed as missing, he and I got into a lot of fights. Like I'd start throwing stuff at him. Bakugo. Is he why you're like this? Main reason, yes. He started it all. Shigaraki gave me this new chance at life. It's a shame that he has to die, but he's in my way. Although Kakin isn't the only reason I'm like this. Well, maybe he is. It was like a domino effect. His bullying caused my class to bully me, and my class bullying me caused the school to bully me. I was depressed. He told me to end it, and my dumb self said, ouch, my cold, dead heart. Then I walked to school the next day, got beat up, Shigaraki found me and offered me a place. I said, oh okay, I was about to go jump off a building anyway, and here I am. Suddenly, my phone started to vibrate, and I debated whether to answer it. Eventually, I picked up. Sir, I have bad news. It was Jean calling me. I knew I shouldn't have picked up. What's wrong twice? Well, Kurogiri escaped, and he took Shigaraki with him. I sighed in disappointment. I can't say I didn't see this coming because I totally did. What do you want us to do, Spite? Nothing. Get out of the UJ, and bring that blue-haired guy with the glasses with you. That kid who looks like Ingenium. That's the one. Good luck. But he escaped. He's getting the teachers. You let someone escape. I let out a heavy sigh as I pinched the bridge of my nose. Nothing is working in my favor. Find him and bring him to me. Good luck. All I got is luck on my side. So you say. I took my phone away from my ear and hung up before Jean could say anything, then placed it back into my pocket. Why can't anything ever go right? Hey, why don't we go grab something to eat? It might help calm your nerves, Todoroki offered. I guess. He took me to the nearest cafe and asked me what I wanted. I waved my hand at him dismissively and said, doesn't matter, as I found us a table. Something about Todoroki was confusing to me. He soon sat down in front of me, and I intertwined my fingers together. Shoto. He let out a soft hum as a response. I want to ask you something. What is it? I know that I've only known you for a few days, but why are you still sticking with me? Why are you being so nice to me? If you decided to leave, I wouldn't go after you or anything. At this point, it doesn't matter what happens to me. I've attempted to hurt your friends. I've harmed many civilians, and I tend to lecture you like I'm your parent. But to be honest, I don't know why. It might be curiosity. Maybe it's because of what you said about me and my father. It hit home. I'm curious about you though. I want to learn more about you. Midoriya, you don't look like someone that should be a villain. Oh. I sat back in my seat, trying to comprehend what he was telling me. You look so innocent, and when I first met you at the mall with Ochako. The fact that you're a villain still confuses me, and I would love to know how it got to this point with you. What exactly did Bakugo do to you? You were childhood friends, yet you fell apart. What did that do to you emotionally? I slowly looked down at the table and nodded. I see. So curiosity is the reason. But I'm not ready to talk to you about those sorts of things yet. I don't go into full detail about my life with just anyone, you know. But maybe, if you were to show me what you're willing to do for me, then maybe I'll open up to you. But if not, then it's okay. With that being said, Todoroki, I will give you one final chance to run away from this. I won't send anyone after you, that I can promise. I'll forget these past few days. You can go back to your normal life because once you're a villain, there is no turning back. Todoroki shook his head to my surprise. I was expecting him to run. He always seemed so worried about his friends. I thought he would try to help them. I'm staying. I just have to keep focused, and I know I can live up to your expectations, Todoroki said. Don't do this for me, Shoto. Do this for yourself. You do not have to make me your new purpose in life. Even if you don't want to confront your father and just want to rebel, then do that. Just think about yourself and what you need. Todoroki nodded, then looked up at me. Is this how you function as a villain? This is exactly how I function. I live day to day only looking after myself. I might have to change a bit since now I'll be looking after the league, but yeah. If someone dies in the league, then someone dies. That'll be a major loss, but we'll find a way to cope. But if you do plan on staying with us now that you've given me the official okay, I will not let you go. You can never, ever, go back. I lowered my voice into a whisper as I moved closer to him. To make sure that you don't go back, I want you to take a life. Todoroki's eyes widened, then he stared down at the table. Do you still want to stay? I asked with a smirk on my face. I had to test him somehow. I needed to know if he was truly willing to do anything to work with me. He nodded, then stood up. Our orders are ready, he said as he walked to the counter. I leaned back in my seat and sighed. Did he just say yes? As I watched Todoroki drink his tea and eat, I couldn't help but question myself. What am I going to tell All for One? I could say that Kurogiri kidnapped him, or maybe that he was overpowered by the heroes. I had so many things running through my mind. All for One, Shigaraki's disappearance, which I was sure would come back to bite me later. I had to come up with someone for Todoroki to get rid of. It was all so stressful, but I couldn't complain because I brought this upon myself. Midoriya. Todoroki's voice brought me out of my thoughts. I looked at him with a blank stare, only to notice that he was looking at my food. Why aren't you eating? He asked. I looked down at my plate and groaned. I knew if I ate, I'd have to deal with a major stomachache later on. You only drank your tea. He looked at me with disappointment in his eyes. It'll hurt. I managed to say. This whole situation made me feel awkward. I didn't like talking about my eating problems. Midoriya, if you eat properly, then your stomach will expand, and you'll be able to eat normally. So you're telling me if I eat this right now, it won't be so hard to eat again. That should be the case, yes, Todoroki simply stated. I nodded, then picked up my fork and stared at the food on it. I don't think so. I'm blaming you if I end up stuck in the bathroom later. I took a few bites, then stopped when I noticed Todoroki giving me a certain look. Midoriya, you need to eat a bit more, he said. I can't. At least try. I can't. Okay, how about one more bite? I inhaled deeply as I glared at him. What part of I can't do you not understand? If I say I can't, then I can't, and I will not force myself. Midoriya, how else are we going to fix this problem? Did I not tell you that I didn't need to be fixed? I'm perfectly fine with how I am, so leave me alone. I spoke in a firm tone. I dug my phone out of my pocket as I felt it vibrate against my thigh. Not bothering to look at Todoroki, I read a text message from Dabi stating that Ito was being held at the base. Finally, something went right today. Alright, Shoto, now it's really time to get going. I have a date with a branding iron and kitchen knife, I said as I got up and walked out of the cafe, not bothering to wait for him. He soon caught up with me and cleared his throat to let me know he was behind me. We got to the train station and waited in silence. It took about an hour for us to get back to the base, and when we did, I quickly changed my clothes, then sat at the bar area and did a mental head count to see who we had lost and who we still had. We mostly just lost a few thugs and, of course, Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Midoriya. Shoto suddenly spoke out, making me lose my train of thought. Do you actually see yourself as a villain? He asked, not looking at me. He was sitting next to me with his head leaning against his fist. I guess, villain, is kind of an incorrect term. Misguided? Understatement. I don't know. Anyway, I see myself more like a vigilante in my own way, to be completely honest with you. But unlike the people that claim to be heroes nowadays, I am more willing to take risks and I am willing to take drastic measures. And one of those drastic measures involves you harming my friend. I let out a deep sigh in disappointment. If I have to make a difficult choice, then I will. Shigaraki might have been a little more patient, but I didn't have time for this. Shoto, I thought we were friends. You know, you and I, ring any bells? I could see how nervous Shoto had gotten. His body had tensed up, and he gripped tightly onto his knees. We are friends, Midoriya. Then act like it. It shouldn't be so difficult. All you have to do is support me. I'm not saying we need to have a relationship like Kaken and I had, but just support me. I can support you. I can give you whatever you need. I can even get rid of your father for you. I looked at his face and noticed his eyes widen. A grin formed on my face. He that caught your attention, didn't it? How about this? Because I am so nice. We'll take care of Endeavor first. I didn't want to get rid of him. I just wanted to break away from him and be myself. You know, I want to live for myself and not for him. Boring, but I understand. I guess I can relate. It's like how I don't plan on killing Kaken, but anyway, back to your question from earlier. Have you ever realized that we in the League don't go around destroying the city, but the heroes do? I mean, we do small things, but then the heroes come in using their quirks, which ends up causing a lot of destruction. When lives are lost, we are to blame. Thanks for adding to my kill count. I've taken a few lives within the 4 years I've been considered missing, but still. What do you mean you don't want to kill Katsuki? I thought that was your entire motive. Todoroki asked. What? Kill Kaken. Are you nuts? I could never. At least, not by myself. No, those aren't my intentions at all. He won't suffer if he just dies. Did you forget? Did I not make my intentions clear? I thought I had made it clear what I was after. I wanted him to suffer like he made me. I wanted to bully him, to hurt him, to make him feel powerless and worthless. He didn't deserve to be a hero. He didn't deserve to be happy. I followed him my whole life. I praised him, wanting nothing but to see him succeed, and what does he do to me? He leaves me behind. He kicked me down into the dirt and left me to rot. How can anyone like that possibly deserve to become a hero? The answer is, he doesn't. And he isn't going to become one. Not while I'm still alive. I was brought out of my thoughts by a firm grip on my wrist. I looked up at Todoroki, who had a stern look on his face. But why was he looking at me like that? Was I talking out loud? Did I do something? I gave a confused look, then he raised my hand, and I could see my hand balled into a fist with blood dripping from it. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight. I laughed so hard that I bent over from a pain starting to erupt in my stomach. I'm sorry, I whispered with a wide grin on my face. To think that I could get so angry from my thoughts that I'd hurt myself. It's hilarious. Oh, how that young, innocent, and naive child has fallen, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I'm just getting started. Todoroki looked at me confused as he hesitantly let go of my wrist. I stood there quietly for a moment, looking at the ground, still maintaining the same grin. Maybe he thought I'd truly lost it now. Oh, I'm sorry that you had to see that. But what is a quirkless boy to do? The former leader is now missing in action. I don't get to confront him like I originally planned, which means he can come back and ruin everything later on. This kind of stuff makes my head spin and my blood boil. But you know what? It's okay. I can work with this. Let's look on the bright side. Izuku, you have a new target to take your frustrations out on, and you succeeded in making the heroes seem incompetent. I suddenly got an idea and gasped as I slowly turned back to my half-cold, half-hot friend. Don't go anywhere. I have an amazing idea. I quickly walked out of the room and down the empty hallway until I came to a complete stop in front of one particular room. I slowly and quietly opened the door and found Ida chained to a chair. I was now back in the same room where I had confronted that annoying yet cute rosy-cheeked girl. I still remembered her telling me that I could be anything I wanted to be. Do your worst, villain. But I won't talk and neither will I abandon my classmates. Do my worst. The class representative perked up and looked at me, confirming who I was. I wore black jeans and a red-collared shirt. My nails were black, the tips of my hair were red, and one of my ears was pierced. Midoriya. Is it really? Of course it's me, Ida. I'm the only quirkless boy in this place that looks like this from what I know. I'm so glad that you're okay. They didn't hurt you too badly, did they? Ida asked with concern in his voice. I should be asking you that. You're the one tied to a chair. Oh, and before you ask, Todoroki is fine too. That's great. As the class representative, I'd be upset if anything happened to my classmate and a civilian caught in the mix. Please untie me, Midoriya, so that we can get Todoroki and escape from this place. Caught in the mix. You got it all wrong, Ida. I didn't get caught in the mix. What do you mean? Well, what I'm saying is, none of us are leaving. We're going to stay here together. What? What? You keep saying what, but what you should be asking is how and why. So let's talk, shall we? There is no possible way out. But the heroes will. What heroes? Oh, you mean the ones that are incapable of saving all three of us. The ones that couldn't find me and bring me back home 4 years ago. Or maybe the heroes that couldn't save that poor friend of yours. The heroes you speak of seem more like incompetent fools than heroes. They couldn't protect the life of an innocent, they destroy more than normal thugs or villains do, and they couldn't even keep 3 of their students safe. What makes you think they'll be able to save you and Todoroki? They will save us. They'll save you too, Midoriya. You just need to have faith in them. Izuku let out a light chuckle. It's too late for me, Ida. For years I've waited. There is no saving me now because you see, I've chosen my path. The path that I've chosen is a little extreme. It's a path that would be frowned upon, most likely. What have they done to you? You must be under some kind of mind control. Mind control. Izuku pulled out a small black book from his pocket and skimmed through it. According to my quirk analysis journals, the only person I know of with a mind control quirk would be. He stopped on a page detailing the brainwashing quirk. Here it is. Shinso Hitoshi, another a high student in the general department, class 1C. That would be interesting to have in our group, but we'll see. Can you tell me something, Midoriya? What? Who killed Ochako? Izuku smiled and walked around Ida in a complete circle. Who killed Ochako? That was the name of the girl I mentioned earlier, right? Instead of just telling you, I think I'll give you a gift. Izuku quickly walked out of the room and shouted for Todoroki to come to him. Once the half-cold, half-hot boy met up with Izuku in the hallway, the green-eyed boy motioned for him to follow. Izuku walked back to the dark room and grabbed a medium-sized glass tank covered with a red blanket. I want you to see this too, Shoto, so follow me. Shoto nodded and followed the boy back to the room where Ida was being held. Todoroki, you really are okay? Ida looked at him with relief. I am. Shoto gave a slight smile, but it soon disappeared when he noticed that Izuku looked annoyed. How can the presence of a friend possibly give you a sense of relief considering the situation? Izuku thought to himself. Izuku cleared his throat and gave a fake smile as he began to speak again. So, ready for your gift? I guess you can say that this gift is for both of you, which is why I wanted you in here, Shoto. Izuku set the glass tank on a table across from where Ida had been sitting, then smirked as he removed the blanket. Tada! Both of them held looks of shock and disgust. Ida felt knots forming in his stomach. What monster did this? He shouted, which only made Izuku giggle. You're the one that killed her? Todoroki asked. I did, Shoto. I put a rope above that beam that Ida is sitting underneath, tied the other end to her neck, and pulled on it until I heard a little snap. Then I felt slightly bad, so I thought, why not keep her here with me? How could you do this to her? What are you after? Well, I could tell you what I'm after and how I plan to achieve my goals, but that would be foolish. Now, how about you keep quiet and let me finish talking? Izuku saw tears streaming down Ida's face in anger, so he calmly walked over to him, not caring that Ida tensed up with each step. Are you crying? I didn't know that the girl meant so much to you. There's no need for tears, she's still here. You're sick. Maybe. She loved you. So, how could you do this to someone that loved you? Ida, she didn't love me. She did. You were all she talked about after you two met. She always said how kind and funny you were. She was excited to hang out with you and wanted us all to be friends with you because she said you were lonely. Izuku stayed quiet as Ida talked. Todoroki remained away from the two on the other side of the room. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't back out. He was stuck. There was a long pause before a small giggle could be heard, then it turned into full-blown laughter. She did not love me at all, Ida. You want to know what she fell in love with? A lie, a stupid lie. I lied to her the moment I met her. She fell in love with deception, a hoax, a completely false reality. She was so naive that it was adorable. Yet, her naivety led her to an early grave, but she's not the only one to blame in this case now, is she? Izuku spoke in a tremulous voice. 7. What are you getting at? As the class representative, you must know that it is your job to watch over your classmates. You failed her. You're supposed to see through lies to maintain the safety of your classmates. You failed. Not only could you not save Uraraka, but you couldn't see through my cold dead eyes that I am a cold-blooded murderer. If anything, I say you're the monster. You failed your classmate, and because of your failure, she died. I think that you should be ashamed of yourself. You being so careless is what caused her death. You should take this as a lesson, Ida. What did you learn today? Your answer being, I learned that not everyone is who they say they are and that the world that we live in is a cruel place and non-forgiving. He taunted. Ida clenched his teeth and glared at the ground, angry at himself for his failure. Oh, but don't worry, Ida, I brought you here so that I can fulfill her final wish. As she died, she was constantly begging for someone to save her. Yet she was sad and angry because nobody came for her, just like I had said. But because heroes nowadays are incompetent and overrated. Anyway, I'm gonna seek revenge for her. She's especially angry at you since you never came for her class rep, so let's see if I can cut those engines from your calves. A hero that can't save anyone, including himself, isn't deserving of a quirk anyways. 10. And here you go, another long but chapter. Hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. Chapter end. Izuku kept a hand on Ida's leg as he examined the jets that were poking through his skin. So your engines are here in your calves, Izuku said as he tapped the taller male's calf muscle with the point of his knife. So if I were to slowly push this in here like so. He slowly pushed the knife, scrapping the engines inside of Ida's leg. Ida gasped and bit his tongue, not wanting to give Izuku the pleasure of hearing him scream from the pain. Someone's trying to give me the silent treatment. It's okay because I always get what I want, and what I want is to hear how you sound while in pain. Izuku cut a circle around one of the jets, then tugged on it once he made a complete circle to pull it out. Ida screamed in agony and tried to kick his leg, but it only made the pain worse as Izuku kept a firm grip on the jet, only pulling it out of Ida's leg bit by bit. Please. Hear me out," spoke the taller boy. Izuku raised an eyebrow as he slipped the knife out of Ida's leg. What now? Do whatever you want to me. Just please. Leave my classmates alone. Ida requested. Request denied. I have nothing against your classmates except one, but if anyone gets in my way then I'll have to get rid of them, simple as that. 6. If that's the case, then why did you have to kill Ochako? I don't know what these villains have done to you, but you need to snap out of it. He screamed at Izuku. He was furious at the shorter male for what he had done. Ochako was sweet and innocent. Even though he knew that the brunette had loved the psychotic boy that stood in front of him, he was more angry at himself. He couldn't protect her, and neither did he get the chance to tell her how he felt. Maybe I'll get to tell her how I feel in the afterlife. Ida thought to himself. 1. Why did I have to kill Ochako? Was she in your way too? Not necessarily. But I'm not gonna give details either. Tell me, Deku. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his legs as a knife pierced into it once more. He let out a scream of pain as he tried to squirm away from the other, only to fail. I hate that name. He quickly pulled out the knife and stabbed Ida's thigh repeatedly. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's not my name. You have no right to call me that. You want to know what you can call me? I can brand my initials into your face for you. You said it was your name. And you think we're on such a friendly level that you can say that demed name. I never gave you permission to use it. Izuku shouted as he gripped Ida's jaw and held him in place as he yanked the knife out of Ida's leg, making him yelp from the sudden pull. Oh, and to answer your question, as to why I killed Ochako, I have no idea why I killed her. I thought it would be fun. And you know something? It was so satisfying to see the life of such an innocent and naive girl drain from her eyes. The sound of her gasping for air as she struggled to breathe, the sound of her sobs and those giant crocodile tears stream down her face, seeing her skin pale almost blue, those rosy cheeks of hers turning pale as her soul left her body, it was just all so satisfying. I'd kill again if I could. But I can, you know why? It's because here, I am free to do as I please. Izuku noticed Ida looking towards Todoroki in desperation and Todoroki looking away with pain and guilt written on his face. Izuku paused for a moment as he tried to think of what was the best option for his friend. If he told Todoroki to stay, he would be on edge because there's a 50% possibility that Todoroki will choose his classmate over him. Shudo. I'm sorry that you had to witness that sudden outburst of mine. Suddenly an idea dawned on him. He slowly walked towards the half-cold, half-hot boy and placed the knife into his hand. Todoroki was visibly confused, but then his eyes widened when he realized what Izuku wanted him to do. Midoriya II. Izuku put a finger up to stop Todoroki from talking. You've chosen to stay, did you not? I warned you on the things that I would have you do and you still agreed to stay, so if you truly want to stay then I'm afraid that you don't have a choice. With that being said, I would truly appreciate it if you would take this time to prove yourself. Prove to me that everything that you told me earlier is true. Izuku smiled, then stepped off to the side. Do it, and by all means you don't have to stab him. You can use your quirk. I just use a knife because I'm quirkless, you know. Plus for me, it's more satisfying to watch someone bleed out. Izuku walked behind Ida and placed his hands on the speedster's shoulders. You know, if you think about it, I think in your case it would be better off if he dies. If I had my way, Ida would have to live out his life in pain and sadness. It's your call. A few tears started to stream down Todoroki's face. Shudo. Please, you don't have to do this. The heroes will come for us. They'll save us both. Ida pleaded. Shudo. A hero was your reason for walking down this path of rebellion. If a hero is who tortured you your entire life, what makes you think that they'll want to save you? Besides, you made a promise to me, didn't you? For Shudo inhaled deeply and nodded as he handed Izuku back his knife. I did. I made you a promise and I still wish to keep it. Does it have to be him though? Just either you end it or he lives and be tortured. He knows about us now and either way, we can't let him go free now or else it will be trouble for all of us. If you were truly Ida's friend, you'd end it. Between you and me. If it were me in your situation, I wouldn't want my friend to suffer. And neither would I want them to die to some psycho or sociopath either. It's just a suggestion. Fine. But, freeze him if you don't want to use the knife. I would say burn him, but I don't want anything other than him to catch fire. Todoroki slowly nodded, then walked over to Ida and sighed deeply as he stared at his class representative with sadness in his expression. I'm so sorry, Ida. But this is the only way. I don't want you to be tortured. There's another way, Shudo. Once the heroes come they can save us both. I'll be tortured for a while, but at least I'll walk out of here alive. That won't happen. I can't allow that to happen. Todoroki put his hand on Ida's shoulder and watched as ice formed all over the tied-up male until his body had been completely frozen. Izuku stood up and clapped happily. Wonderful. You did so well, Shudo. I'm so proud of you. Now do me a favor, Lee. Todoroki looked at him with a sad expression, wondering what else he could want. Don't worry, I won't make you do anything, just help me untie him. Todoroki nodded, then undid the knots in the rope around Ida's frozen wrists. Izuku stared at the frozen body for a moment before putting his foot onto Ida's chest, then kicking at a certain spot, creating a dent close to Ida's neck. Izuku grabbed Ida's head and started to pull and twist until he started to feel the ice break. What are you doing? Todoroki shouted, making Izuku stop and glare at him. Quit yelling, you murdered my toy, so I at least want a souvenir. You told me to kill him. I did not. I told you to do it if you wanted to prove yourself to me. You doing the act of murdering him was all on you. How? Shudo, the entire time I gave you a choice of killing him or not. If you didn't kill him, then you wouldn't be proving yourself to me, and I would have taken everything you said to me earlier as a lie. Then I would have proceeded to torture my toy. But you decided to kill him, and by doing so you proved to me that you were willing to do anything to stay with us, and I do applaud you for that, because you could have backed out completely and told me to go F myself, but you didn't. You tricked me. For I've done no such thing. I've done nothing but stated facts, given basic information and suggestions. It's what you choose to do with that information. What you choose to do with the information I give you will always affect the outcome of a situation, in which this case was the murder of a classmate. Personal, I don't see why you're so angry. Were you too close? And no, but -5, then it shouldn't matter and you shouldn't care, Izuku said as he finally managed to break off Ida's head. Todoroki sank to the ground, looking as if he wanted to be sick. He covered his mouth as tears streamed down his face, trembling as he whispered small apologies to the now-deceased younger brother of Ingenium and his former classmate. Izuku observed Todoroki with a blank expression. Listen, Shudo, this is only the first step. It's hard at first, the thought of taking a life. Believe me, I've felt the same thing that you're feeling. But you know something. Soon you'll become numb to it. This will seem like nothing. It'll become normal to you. Once that starts to happen, everything will become so much easier. Todoroki slowly looked up at Izuku, watching as the green-haired boy observed the frozen head. When will that be? When will I become numb? That all depends on you, Shudo. You have to learn to let go. You have to embrace the new you. However long it takes for you to do those things will be how long it takes for you to become numb to the pain. Anyway, I must go find another case to put this head in. Say your final goodbyes to your headless friend and let's go. We have other things to attend to. Izuku left the room, leaving the crying boy alone with the corpse of his classmate. He returned to his room and grabbed another glass tank that had originally come from the basement, placing the head inside and setting it next to Ochako's on his showcase. The heads of two that were trapped in a love triangle. How interesting, Izuku mused. Just then, he heard a knock at his door and sighed. What is it? Hey, new leader. All for One wants to see you. Izuku opened the door to find Toga smiling at him. So, Zuzu, how is that new toy of yours? New toy? Oh, he's dead already, Izuku said with a shrug. Already? But we just got him. I was hoping that I'd at least be able to try his BLD, but then again, Zuzu probably wouldn't like me if I looked like some uptight tall guy. You're absolutely right about that. At least not him, anyone but him, Izuku replied as he walked past her. What? Toga quickly followed him. What did you mean by that, Zuzu? Mean by what? All I said was that I wouldn't like you if you looked like him. Toga pouted and watched as he headed down to the basement to talk to All for One. He wasn't sitting in his chair as he normally did, which Izuku found strange. Sir. He ventured deeper into the room and looked at all of the Nomus still in the process of being created until he found All for One talking to someone. Sir, you wanted to see me? Izuku asked politely. There you are. Sorry to interrupt you while you were having fun with your new pet. My new pet is dead already. I sacrificed him to put our new member to the test. Izuku said, disappointment creeping into his tone. Smart of you. You're doing well adjusting to being the new leader so quickly. But that isn't why I called you down here. I would like you to meet Dr. Tsubasa. Long time no see, the doctor said. Izuku's eyes widened when he recognized him. You're the doctor that diagnosed me as quirkless. Wait, did you say Tsubasa? Yes, that is my name. I hope my grandson was of use to you earlier today. Your grandson? That winged Nomu. Did you turn him into that? I did. Izuku wanted to say something but knew he had no right to voice his thoughts, especially in the presence of All for One. I see. Midoriya, Dr. Tsubasa is here because I feel that you are ready to receive my quirk. Unfortunately, we don't know how your body will react to it, which is where he comes in. I'm honored. Your power will not be wasted on me, sir. All for one nodded and motioned for Izuku to follow him into another room. Dr. Tsubasa will be helping you with this process, so please follow him. Izuku nodded and followed Dr. Tsubasa into a room that resembled a hospital room but felt much gloomier. On to the bed, dear boy, and we'll get started, the doctor instructed. Izuku nodded and lay down on the hospital bed, watching as the doctor strapped him down. His legs and arms were secured, and a long strap was placed over his stomach. Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous. Oh no, I'm going to die, aren't I? He thought to himself. Don't worry, dear boy. The doctor pulled out a needle and brought it close to Izuku's arm. This won't hurt a bit. Screams of pain echoed throughout the basement corridors. Izuku squirmed on the hospital bed from the pain as All for One's din crossed with his. He gripped the bedsheets to keep himself grounded, tossing his head from side to side as tears built up in his eyes. He eventually calmed down enough to take deep breaths, trying to steady himself, only for the pain to start up again. This CYCL continued for 3 days. He hadn't had a moment's rest, he hadn't been fed, and he hadn't seen a bit of light in 3 days. The only thing he had experienced was a world of pain. The moment the pain in his body had subsided, he had passed out. His face was tear-stained and his skin was pale. Is it done? All for One asked the doctor. Yes, sir, it's finally over. His body reacted just as I thought it would. He'll definitely be able to use your quirk with no problem. In the meantime, what shall we do with him? Dr. Tsubasa asked. Unstrap him from the bed, but leave him down here and let him rest. Katsuki Bakugo was standing in his room, fuming. He had lost Deku once again, and he was furious. He was right there. I can't believe I lost him. He was interrupted by a knock at his bedroom door. What? I'm busy, he shouted. Bro, it's us. Huh. Katsuki opened the door to see Kirishima and Shiro. What are you two doing here? Are you up for a rescue mission? A what? A rescue mission. Ida's missing, Deku's missing, Todoroki is missing, and even Ochako's missing. It's like we're all slowly getting picked off. Shiro exclaimed. Did you not hear the teacher who said not to do anything stupid? Besides, I could handle this myself if I really wanted to. You two would just get in my way. Kirishima clenched his fists and stared at the ground. Maybe. But we can't just sit around and wait for the heroes to take care of it. This is taking way too long. Just think about it. One of us could be next. Our classmates and maybe even Deku could still be alive, and there's a chance to save them. The heroes are overwhelmed right now. Listen, man, I don't know your relationship with Deku, but who gave you permission to use that name? Well, you never told us his real name, Bakugo. Izuku. Only I can call him Deku since I came up with that name. Sounds kind of possessive. Kirishima and Shiro thought to themselves. Anyway, I don't know what your relationship with Izuku is, but don't you think this would be a good way to start over with him? Maybe talk with him and find out what's going on. Maybe find out why he ran away. Shiro suggested. He has a point, bro. When you two spoke on the phone the other day, Izuku didn't sound very happy with you, Kirishima added. You talk as if I care about his feelings. If he wants to hate me, fine. But he could at least go home to his mom so she can stop being so miserable. We can bring him home to his mom if you help us get him back. Katsuki growled in frustration. He knew they were right, and he also knew that the two wouldn't leave until he said yes. Fine. Whatever. A few hours later, Izuku Midoriya awoke to see Todoroki calling out to him. His vision was blurry, so he decided not to say anything until it finally refocused. Shudo. The other male let out a sigh of relief. You're okay. What happened to you? Have you been down here for the past 3 days? 3 days? I thought it had only been a couple of hours. No. All for One told everyone not to worry, but... Shudo. Help me up. Todoroki helped Izuku sit up and wrapped an arm around his waist to assist him. Izuku winced in pain. How are you feeling, Shudo? Me. Is there someone else here named Shudo that I don't know about? I'm fine. It took me a bit to get over what happened. I mean, I'm still not completely over it, but the pain isn't as intense now. It feels more like a dull ache. That's good. I told you it would hurt at first, but as time goes by, you'll heal, and soon it will feel like second nature. Izuku smiled slightly. How are you feeling, Midoriya? The pain I had for the past 3 days has finally subsided, although my body is pretty stiff from being strapped down for so long. What did they do to you? Let's just say I'm no longer quirkless, which means I won't be useless anymore. Midoriya, you were never useless. Oh yes, I was. Don't even try to argue with that. Todoroki sighed at Izuku's comment as they made their way to the stairs. It was moments like these that Shudo noticed how low Izuku's self-esteem was. Izuku stumbled a bit, trying to go up the stairs but refused help. He didn't need a crutch. Once back in his room, Izuku sat down on his bed, and Todoroki followed to make sure he was okay. Now that you have a quirk, will you still be using your knives? Oh, of course. I may have a quirk now, but nothing besides a gun can ever beat a knife. Especially when it comes to precision. A knife will always be superior. I'm talking about this very knife, the same knife I used to take lives, Izuku said, pausing for a moment. Where was I going with this? I can use this to gouge out Kaken's eyes. He let out a laugh at the thought of tearing Kaken apart. I could dissect him. I could slowly cut him open. I could play doctor with him. I can be the surgeon and he'll be my patient. I can strap him to that bed downstairs and it'll be amazing, won't it? No longer will he think I'm weak. No longer will I be seen as just a Deku. People will know the name Izuku Midoriya. I will change this world, Shudo. And the best part is that you'll help me. The son of the number 2 hero helping me, a villain, to reform this world. You will help me, won't you? Izuku quickly wrapped his hands around Todoroki's throat, lowering his tone. Won't you? Todoroki grabbed at Izuku's hand, trying to use his quirk to break free, but realized it wasn't working. His eyes widened in shock. Missing something. Izuku burst into laughter. Say it, Shudo. You'll help me, right? You know you want to. You're already too deep into this. Don't make me do something I don't want to do. I will help you. Todoroki finally admitted. Wonderful. I knew all it would take was just a little squeeze. Izuku said, releasing his grip and watching Todoroki gasp for air. Honestly, I don't mean to scare you, but if I don't express these feelings correctly, it's hard to cope with everything. To give it back. My quirk. Your quirk. I don't think you deserve it back. I'll make a deal with you, though. I'll give it back when you become a bit more like me. Numb to the pain. If I have to break you to get there, so be it. But if we can avoid that, then that's fine too. Just one of my suggestions. Midoriya, what happened to you in the past 3 days? You seem so different. Different. I'm still me, Shudo. Perhaps a little tired from the physical pain, but I feel pretty normal. Look, I know I may sound harsh, but you have to see things from my perspective. I'm the new leader of the League of Villains, the successor to All for One, and I constantly worry about betrayal. Speaking of which, you still haven't given me a reason to trust you completely. You want to know how to earn my trust. What do you mean I haven't earned your trust? I killed Ida. You killed Ida to protect him from me, not for your own benefit. So do you want to know or not? Yes. Then shut up and don't interrupt this time. Every day I want you to go out and kill one person, without your quirk. Bring back proof that you did it. You can take pictures, have another member supervise, or bring something that belonged to the person. Just don't get caught. Once you can kill without a second thought, then I'll trust you and give your quirk back. There are few limitations on who you can kill. You can target villains and thugs if they threaten you, but mainly aim for citizens. And trust me, I'll know if you try to kill other thugs just to feel better. I'll know if you disobey me or try to run away. It's in your best interest to do as I say. I'm going easy on you. Shigaraki made me kill as many people as I could every day. 1 person a day is nothing. You got it easy. Todoroki growled in anger. Izuku, you've gone too far with this. Have I? I think I haven't gone far enough. Best keep your mouth shut, Todoroki, or I'll show you what going too far really means. Izuku smirked, waiting to see Todoroki's reaction. Frustrated, Todoroki dropped to his knees and punched the ground. It's okay to be mad at me, Shudo. You'll soon realize this is all for you and will help you in the long run. All you have to do is prove to me that you are truly prepared to be one of us. Once you've finally become numb to the pain, it will bring you wisdom. Your eyes will be more open. You'll see that this world is cruel and maybe, just maybe, you and I will finally see eye to eye. Izuku's tone was playful, but there was an underlying seriousness to his words. Another benefit of this exercise is to learn not to depend on your quirk all the time. Even some heroes have to watch out for those whose quirks can cancel out others. Just look at the eraser hero. It's not completely impossible. You will need to know how to fend for yourself in those situations, don't you agree? I guess you have a point. Todoroki admitted, standing up but keeping his gaze on the ground. Right. See, now you're getting it. Izuku placed his hands on Todoroki's shoulders. I wouldn't steer you wrong, my dear friend. I'm only trying to look out for you by preparing you for certain situations that you will undoubtedly face as a villain. It's going to be hard, of course. Nothing in this world is easy. Todoroki simply nodded. You're definitely right about that. Of course I am. Now I'm going to get some more rest. Think all of this over. If Toga, Twice, or Dabi asks, I'm fine. Todoroki nodded before turning around and walking out of the room. Izuku watched him leave, then turned his attention to the heads of Todoroki's former classmates. This will be interesting. The next day, Izuku and Todoroki sat at the bar area. Izuku observed Todoroki as he took small sips from his glass of water. Todoroki noticed Izuku's gaze but didn't know how to confront him about his discomfort. Todoroki, you know just about everyone's goal here is all might, correct? Izuku suddenly spoke, breaking the awkward silence. Todoroki looked down at the table and nodded. How do you feel about that? Was All Might ever your idol? Todoroki furrowed his brow as he took a moment to think. My idol? I never really had the time to think about that, especially with my father hating him for being the #1 hero. I guess in the public eye, he is a great hero, but I don't have an opinion of him. Izuku nodded, falling silent once more, deep in thought. Is something wrong, Midoriya? Izuku shook his head, still lost in thought. Well then, I have a question for you now. Do you feel as if you're truly untouchable? Untouchable? Izuku tilted his head, not fully understanding what Todoroki meant. Like nobody will be able to take you down. No, I don't believe that. That's just illogical. I never understood those who had a god complex. It's annoying, really. Sure, I may be quick on my feet and know how to observe and analyze things better than some, and yes, I can take someone's quirk now, but all it takes is someone with a brain, a weapon, or just strength to take me down. The only thing we can do in our world is become strong enough to hold our own. Even the strongest can be taken down if someone smart enough finds their weaknesses. That's one of the things I hated about Shigaraki and even Kaken. You think they both had a god complex? Oh boy, Shigaraki definitely had one. Twice cut in. This is why I like our boy Izuku here. We needed someone who knows how to plan and keep a level head, know his limits, and not be so bratty when things don't go his way. Toga smiled. That's why Zuzu is my absolute favorite person. He doesn't get mad and throw fits. He analyzes his previous plans and tries to find what went wrong to improve his chances in the future. So, Todoroki paused when he saw Izuku's eyes shut. Midoriya. He opened one eye and looked at Todoroki, staying quiet. Are you okay? What? You care about me? Shouldn't I? Izuku's eyes widened, taken aback by Todoroki's comment. He gave Todoroki a questioning look, wanting to laugh but sensing Todoroki's seriousness. What? Not really. Izuku was confused. Why would Todoroki care for him? He had never given him a reason to do so. After everything that happened yesterday, I expected you to hate me. No. I thought everything over and I understand your motives, so I'm not mad. Plus, you said this was only a temporary thing, so I've decided that I will prove my worth to you. Oh. Todoroki nodded and sighed, looking Izuku in the eyes. You were right about everything. It's about time I let all of this go. Besides, now I'm on the path of no return, right? That is correct, Izuku replied. Besides, if I were to even try to be a hero, I wouldn't be able to live with myself knowing I took an innocent life. That's not right. Izuku smiled happily and clapped his hands at Todoroki's realization. You're absolutely right, Shudo. You finally understand what I was talking about. Those who wish to be heroes should do it out of the kindness of their hearts, not for fame or because their parents told them to. Those types of people don't deserve to call themselves heroes. A true hero acts selflessly, wishing to protect the innocent from harm. That's why he was my idol growing up, everything I aspired to be. I wanted to be the one who gave everyone hope, who made them feel like they could achieve anything. What changed your mind? Shudo asked. I realized that he was just a fraud, someone who thrived on fame and profit while pretending to be a hero. His words were meant to maintain his popularity, sell merchandise, and attract viewers to his movies. He only spoke to those with quirks, and all he did was taint society. I want to fix that. My methods may seem extreme, but there's no other way to make a change. I didn't choose this path, but I'm glad it happened. You know what? You'll enjoy it too. Want to know why? Because you'll be free and happy. Todoroki nodded, turning to face Midoriya, though his gaze remained on the floor. What about me? Well, we need to ensure that no one can ever compare you to your father again. Hasn't anyone told you that your eyes are just like his? We can change that. Your father's eyes reflect pride and envy because he lacks the fame that All Might has. You can have the eyes of someone enlightened, someone who holds wisdom. And guess who will provide that wisdom? Todoroki looked around the room, confused. Izuku chuckled. It's me, of course. But I'll make sure I don't break you in the process. A worried expression crossed Todoroki's face at the mention of break. What if he couldn't handle it? What if he did break under Izuku's teachings? Would Izuku hurt him? Izuku watched Todoroki with a smirk until he burst into laughter. You're so funny, Shudo. You look scared, like you think I'm going to hurt you. But let's be honest, no pain, no gain, right? There's nothing to worry about right now. First things first, you still have to go out and take a life today. And since it's your first day, I'll accompany you because All for One thought it would be a good idea for me to be there for your first mission. Izuku stood up and walked toward the door. Turning to face the scarred boy, he said, Let's go. And now. Let's go, Shudo, Izuku replied seriously as he stepped outside. Oh, Zuzu got serious. He's so cute. I wonder if one day he'll let me have a taste of his BLD, Toga squealed, thinking about their new leader. You really are a strange one, Toga, Magna commented. With that, Todoroki quickly followed Izuku outside, keeping a small distance between them, walking 3 steps behind. Midoriya. Todoroki attempted to start a conversation, but Izuku remained silent, making him feel uneasy. Izuku led him through various alleys until they encountered a man leaning against a brick wall, holding a cigarette. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a question? I'm doing a survey for school, Izuku said to initiate a conversation. Get lost, kid, the man replied. Ah, it'll only take a second. Just 2 short questions and I'll leave you alone. Please. Fine. What? The man said, visibly irritated. Okay, so, do you like heroes? The man raised an eyebrow and sighed. The boy looked young and shy, so he figured he might as well answer. I guess. I can respect them for risking their lives to save others. Interesting. My next question is, if you could become a hero, why would you do it? For the money and fame, of course. Pro heroes must be sitting on mountains of cash. You do it just for money. Yeah. Who wouldn't? I wonder how much All Might has. He does movies and has so much merchandise, you can even have his face on your boxers. I think that's a corrupt way to look at it, but I see your point. A hero should have a pure heart. But what can someone like me do, right? Anyway, thanks for answering. Izuku walked away from the man, patting Todoroki's shoulder and whispering, You know what to do. I have my eye on you. He placed a pocket knife into Todoroki's hand. Have fun, he said, leaning against the wall behind Todoroki to watch him. Todoroki stared at the blade in his hand, trembling at the thought of what he was about to do. Izuku folded his arms across his chest, heightening the boy's anxiety. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost, the stranger had said. Todoroki took a deep breath, knowing that if he did this, Izuku would be pleased, and he would be one step closer to getting his quirk back. He ran forward and plunged the knife into the stranger's throat, watching as the man sank to the ground, struggling for breath. Izuku moved off the wall and put on his black gloves. "Don't take the knife out yet, Shudo," he said, noticing Todoroki reaching for it. Shudo stepped aside as Izuku stood behind the man and swiftly removed the knife with a wide smile. BLD began to gush out, splattering on the ground, making Todoroki feel as if his stomach were twisting into knots. Lesson 1. When in a public place, don't aim for the throat, especially if you're wearing clothes that can easily show BLD. As you can see, BLD can gush out, resulting in a mess. Long story short, if you get BLD on you and try to walk out in public, that could lead to serious trouble. The best place to aim is the chest, or should I say, the heart. Why the heart? Because clothes can absorb the BLD, and death will come quickly when striking a major BLD vessel. Now, with that being said, Izuku stood up and placed his hand on Shudo's trembling shoulders. "You've done a great job, Shudo. Thank you for carrying out this important task. Now you see firsthand how corrupt people have become because of the heroes. By targeting those who are corrupt, we are purging the city and providing a haven for those untouched by it. Now let's be on our way. We shouldn't stay outside for too long. Besides, we're still considered missing after all. Can I ask you something before we go?" Shudo blurted out. It's just something I noticed. Why do you smile when you hurt someone or when you see someone hurt?" "I do it out of spite. Everything I do is out of spite." "Spite of what exactly?" "Remember when I told you I used to be the biggest fan of All Might? All Might would always smile when he saved someone in trouble. So out of spite, I want the last thing my victim sees to be a smile. A smile on their killer's face. A smile that fills them with fear as they realize no one will save them. Anyway, let's head back," Izuku said as he wandered out of the alleyway, casually wiping off his pocket knife before putting it back in his pocket. Todoroki nodded and quickly followed, but not before taking one last glance at the life he had taken. Not innocent. He wasn't innocent. He was corrupt. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the end of the driveway of Izuku Midoriya's home, the one he called Auntie. He debated whether to tell her that her son was still alive. Confusion clouded his thoughts every time he saw Izuku. First, he chased after him, but Deku told him it wasn't time and that they would meet again. Flashback. Quit running. Deku. Who's Deku? I don't know this Deku that you speak of, Kaken. Perhaps, do you mean the one who took that great swan dive off of the roof? Show yourself. I know it's you, Deku, so you might as well come out. I just want to talk. Then there was that laugh that chilled him to the bone. What's wrong, Kaken? Scared of little weak Deku. Don't worry. I can't hurt you, remember? I'm just a waste of space, right? Now, talking to you. You sure didn't seem like you wanted to talk back then. You're not Deku. Not the Deku I know. Who are you? You don't even recognize your own childhood friend, Kaken. That breaks my heart. Unfortunately, I don't really want to talk to you yet. We'll meet again though. Flashback ends the second time they met. Todoroki, Ida, and Katsuki were captured by the League of Villains. How could he possibly tell Inko that her son was alive but captured by villains? He didn't even know Izuku's current condition. Was he okay? Were Ida and Todoroki doing their best to protect him? Was he in pain? The biggest question was, why did he care so much? Was it because he knew that bringing Izuku home to his mother would be the right thing to do, or was it something else? Katsuki took a deep breath before walking up to the front door and knocking. Coming. He heard his auntie's voice from the other side of the door. Soon, the door cracked open, and he noticed her eyes widen when she saw him. Katsuki. Hey, Auntie. Katsuki said, looking down at the ground. Inko opened the door wider to let him in. Come in and sit down. It's been a while. I haven't seen you since. What? The tragedy. I wanted to talk to you about that, Katsuki said, trying to keep his composure as he sat down. But what's there to talk about? It's been 4 years. My baby is gone. He's not. He's still alive. Don't be ridiculous, Katsuki. That's impossible. He's alive. I just saw him 2 days ago. Katsuki raised his voice, cutting her off. Katsuki, have you been working yourself too hard? Damn it, no. Why won't you listen to me? I saw him twice now. I even talked to him on the phone. Alive. I witnessed him get kidnapped by the League of Villains. So if what you're saying is true, he's still out there. Yes, but the League of Villains got him and a few other classmates of mine. But I'm gonna try to do everything I can to bring him home. Where has he been this whole time? Inko said, tears streaming down her face at the realization that her son had been alive. I don't know where that demon Deku has been hiding, but as soon as I can get my hands on him, I'm dragging him back home. Didn't you say that he had been captured by villains? Maybe we should leave this to the pro-heroes. Inko tried to warn him, but it only seemed to anger the blonde even more. Hell no. Our class is being targeted. They used Deku as bait. They've already got 3 of us. This brown-haired, rosy-cheeked girl in my class went missing, and nobody knows if she's even still alive. I refuse to just sit around and wait. While the pros are dealing with the press, we're slowly being picked off. Katsuki fumed. I know, Bakugo. But it's dangerous. Especially by yourself. I don't care. Just accept the fact that I'm making a promise to you. I will bring that piece of junk back to you. Katsuki turned around and stormed out of the house. Inko sank down to the floor as tears flowed down her cheeks. My baby boy. My baby is alive. 3 days later, Izuku Midoriya was in the basement talking to All for One. He had a theory, and if proven right, he had a small problem he was willing to take care of. Sir, may I ask you something? What is it? How exactly do I use this quirk? Can I take anyone's quirk, or is there a limit? Izuku asked. There is a limit. The effectiveness of the quirks you steal depends on your own abilities. If you steal a complex quirk, you'll have to train to master it, All for One explained. I see. So you're saying it would be best to go after straightforward quirks? Precisely. Izuku nodded, then gave a polite bow to All for One before heading back upstairs. He sat at the bar, staring out of the only window in the room. The velvety darkness of the sky seemed both terrifying and inviting. The light pollution from the city prevented him from seeing any stars. The darkness reminded him of when he first joined the League, surrounded by nothing but shadows. He sat on the edge of his bed, letting negative thoughts and bad memories swirl in his mind. The longer he sat there, the more his frustration built up. A part of him wanted to turn back time, but it was too late for that. Once he took a life, he couldn't help but stare at the aftermath. It was an appealing red, but it wasn't enough. He needed more. He was pulled from his thoughts by a knock at the front door. Who the hell could that be? Twice asked. Who is it? Mr. Compress inquired. Pizza DLVRY for this address. Okay, who ordered pizza and didn't tell me? Get back. Izuku shouted as a hole was punched through the wall. No, it's all might. He came earlier than I thought. Before anyone could react, everyone was pinned by Kamui Wood's branches, but not Izuku or Todoroki. Suddenly, something clicked in Izuku's mind. The heroes still believed they were being held captive. That's why they weren't pinned. He looked over at Todoroki, who was staring at the ground, avoiding All Might's gaze. I'm sorry it took so long to get here, you two. You must have been scared. But it's all right now. Because we are here. What do? This would have been an easier escape if Kurogiri was here. Todoroki and I could leave without a problem. But how do I get everyone else out? He maneuvered closer to Todoroki and grabbed his arm, whispering, I need you to create a distraction. But my quirk is with you now. Create a distraction. I don't care what it is, just do something. Todoroki nodded and created a large pillar that destroyed the roof, causing a temporary break in Kamui's grasp. Everyone distanced themselves from the heroes, and as the dust cleared from the falling debris of what was once their hideout, All for One stood. Long time no see, old friend, he said. All Might's smile turned into an angry expression, one I never thought I'd see. If only I could see it more often. Lost in my thoughts, I suddenly felt someone grab my wrist. My eyes widened as I was lifted off the ground, hearing multiple explosions around me. I looked up to see who it was and felt anger surge through me. Kaken. Hey nerd. Listen, I'm not doing this for you. Let go of me. What? Put me down. You idiot, you'll die if I drop you. I don't care. I'd rather die than be saved by someone like you. Soon, we landed on the rooftop of a building. Damn it. Todoroki is still down there. I said out loud. Don't worry about him. The pro heroes can take care of him. You and I need to talk. What makes you think this is a good time for us to talk? What makes you think I want to talk to you? I don't care what you want, Deku. You're gonna listen. I'd rather not, thank you, I said, walking towards the edge of the building, only to be grabbed again. Idiot. You're willing to throw your life away just to avoid talking to me. I slowly looked back at him, my expression blank. I was curious, but I couldn't find a reason to care about how he felt. I hoped my words hurt him just like his used to hurt me. He should be the one with this burden on his shoulders. You're the one who told me to kill myself in the first place, Kaken. Why are you suddenly so worried about me? Katsuki froze, letting go of my shirt. Listen. When I said that, I didn't think you'd attempt it. You were right. I didn't attempt it. I heavily thought about it, though. I really wanted to, but as you can see, I'm still here. I ignored the vibrations of the building from the battle below. What happened to you? Between the time I said that and now, just what exactly happened to you? I know I saw you a few weeks ago, and you said you weren't ready to talk to me. And that laugh. Was that you? I couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Kaken, don't worry. You're not going crazy, that's my thing. I'm the only truly crazy person here. But yes, you're right. That was me in the flesh, just like how I'm here in front of you today. I'm not the same Deku you used to know, Kaken. I think that should be obvious by now. So let's see. What exactly happened to me after I left? My eyes were opened. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, you were right about me. You were always right. I'll never amount to anything good in life. I'm useless when it comes to anything heroic. What other insults can I think of for myself? Oh yeah, I'm just it. What's that favorite nickname you like to call me? Oh yeah, that. Well, guess what, Kaken? You really want to know where I've been the past 4 years? I've been held in a dark room with no windows, hardly any food, used for my brain, and abused on some occasions. But hey, at least I can say I was of use to someone, right? I can say that I wasn't being useless for the past 4 years. But anyway, as I sat alone in that dark room for months, I got to watch my sanity slowly slip away. Every time I was let out of the room, it was dark outside. This is the first year out of 4 that I've actually seen sunlight, and believe it or not, it was when I met. Where is she and that 4-eyed freak? Where? Oh, I don't know. The last thing I heard was that Ochako was decapitated and Ida lost his quirk. I don't think the League has any plans for Todoroki besides wanting him to join, so no worries there. He won't die. I heard a sound behind me. When I turned to see what it was, I saw a warp gate open up on the ground. Well, this isn't good. Well, Kaken, it's been fun. But unfortunately, our time is being cut short. Kaken gripped tightly onto my arm, and it actually hurt quite a bit. Izuku, you need to go home. Your mother is a wreck without you. Don't you think I know that? Tell her not to give up on her children if she decides to have any more, and maybe they won't turn out like me. I grabbed Katsuki's arm and kicked his stomach hard enough to make him stumble backward and off the roof. Say hi to your classmates for me, I shouted as I walked towards the warp gate. DKU. Don't you walk away from me. I heard a large explosion as I stepped down into the warp gate. I landed on my feet in a new room I had never seen before and looked up to see the gate close. I looked around the room to see Todoroki, Toga, Dabi, Twice, Magna, Compress, Spinner, Kurogiri, and Shigaraki, along with some new faces. Good of you to finally join us, Midoriya. I see you've been holding everyone together rather well, Shigaraki spoke. Of course, big brother. I told you that as your second in command, I wouldn't let you down. I even helped with training our newest member, I said with a smile on my face. I see you've been busy and have made some new friends. You could say that. Potential friends is more of an accurate term, a man with dark brown hair and a long red mask said as he stood up and walked over to me with his arm outstretched. You must be Izuku Midoriya. I've heard a lot about your spot-on analysis of quirks despite being quirkless. I'm Overhaul, the leader of the Shy Hasaikai. Katsuki Bakugo blasted himself back up onto the roof, only to find that Izuku had vanished. He let out a scream of frustration and punched the rooftop, a mini explosion erupting from his hand upon impact. Damn it. Why? That's not Tiki. If it was, it wouldn't be this hard to bring him back. He would have been happy to know that I was even trying to save him. What did that league do to him? I stared at Overhaul's hand for a moment before standing up straight and shaking it. Nice to meet you. So you're the leader of basically the Yakuza, correct? That is correct, and you're just in time to hear our negotiation. Since you're second in command to the League of Villains, this is something that I would like you to be a part of. I respect that, I said as I sat down next to Shigaraki, still wary about the situation. Did Shigaraki still trust me enough to have me sit in on this? I knew for a fact that Kurogiri didn't. Before we start, I figured we should tune in on the news. I'm sure you all want to stay updated on your boss. Much appreciated, I responded. Overhaul turned on the TV in the room, and we could see All Might in a form that no one had ever seen him in. He looked frail as All for One was being arrested. So, that's it? Twice asked. I guess so, Shigaraki responded. I looked over at him and sighed. So leader, it seems that we're on our own. It's all up to you now. Yeah. Another reason we're here. I figured All Might would attack at some point. What I didn't expect was your friend to try and take you from us. I didn't expect it either. That's why I pushed him off a building and left. He's still alive though. Ah, that's rude, Zuzu. Toga giggled, but I ignored her completely. So, Overhaul. Why exactly are we all here? I asked. Glad you asked. Your leader here and I have come to an agreement of an alliance. An alliance? What exactly are you after if you don't mind me asking? I wish to merge our groups. Tamura, you need a solid plan to make your goals a reality. And I'm the man with the plan. I want to destroy this world of quirks and return the Yakuza to its former glory, the days when nobody had quirks and everything was just right. How do you suppose we do this? I asked. Trust me. I know how to do it. In fact, we're in the process of making a product that will be able to take away quirks forever. Once we've perfected it, there's no stopping us, and all I ask is for you all to work for me. I don't like this at all. This all seems way too sketchy. If you think Tamura would willingly let you use us, then you're sadly mistaken. Magna lunged for the masked man. I stood up in an attempt to stop him. Magna, wait. But as soon as those words left my mouth, it was over. Magna's body had exploded, leaving nothing but her legs. Toga covered her mouth with both hands and took a few steps back. Even Dabi looked shocked. Todoroki gave me a look as if waiting for instruction, so I just shook my head, telling him to stand down. Tamura's teeth were clenched in anger. Soon I heard a yell of anger as Compress tried to retaliate, only to see his arm get taken off. I am so sorry. I really didn't mean for it to go this far. But it was self-defense. What exactly is his quirk? It's strong. It's not explosions. No, that would have been a lot more destructive. He managed to kill Magna through physical contact but only took off Compress' arm. So that means he has some control over his quirk. Is it disassembling through touch? You're correct. My quirk is to disassemble and reassemble through touch. Nice observation, Overhaul said. My eyes widened slightly when he complimented me. I hadn't realized I had been talking out loud again. I let out a small chuckle and sat back down in my seat next to Shigaraki. I appreciate the compliment, I said. I'm almost surprised by your reaction, Overhaul stated. My reaction? I questioned. Yes, your eyes are blank. I hurt 2 of your team members, and you don't seem to care. I do care. I didn't expect Magna to try and fight you without knowing what exactly you could do, and unfortunately, this happened. I'm not a healer or anything, so there's nothing I can do except observe. That is my job after all. To observe and analyze quirks to give us the upper hand in battle. With the death of my teammate and friend, I'm sad and angry, but I'm not going to attack you. That would be foolish. As someone without a useful quirk, it would be pointless. Is analysis your quirk? Not at all. You might think that with how accurate my observations are, it would be a quirk, but the truth is that I was born quirkless. Technically not a lie, it all depends on how he decides to take it. So you've lived your life untainted. That's good. I guess you could say that. If we end up working together, I'll be glad to share my knowledge with you if it'll benefit either of us. I offered a smile. He looked taken aback until we heard Tamura let out a groan. All right, we'll work with you. What? Toga and Twice exclaimed in unison. But he killed Magna and took Compress's arm. Twice said, his voice filled with anger. I realize that. But I'm curious to see where this will go. Don't get this twisted though. We don't work for you, but we will work with you for now, Tamura said. Overhaul sat up straight in his seat and nodded. That's fine by me, but since you're agreeing to help me, I have one request. If we are to work together, we need to establish some trust. With that said, I wish to have 2 of your members stay here and work with me for a while. What? Compress, Toga, and Twice shouted in unison. Tamura sighed as he stood up. Let me think about it first. I'll agree to let you have 2 of my members, but I'll be the one to choose who stays. Everyone stared at Shigaraki in shock. It was obvious that no one trusted Overhaul. I didn't trust him either, but the thought of him having a product that could eliminate quirks kept my interest. I wanted to know more about where this product came from, what type it was, what ingredients were used, and how I could get my hands on it. Little brother, I looked up at Tamura when he called me his brother. I guess when I told him that I considered him my older brother, it really stuck with him. Everyone, let's go. I stood up and followed Tamura out. I looked back to see everyone staring at me, waiting for instruction, so I waved them over to follow me. As we walked through the hallway, I walked in sync with Tamura. So, big brother, what do we do now? Our hideout has been destroyed. No need to worry about that. I have another hideout for us. I've been there taking care of other things. By the way, little brother, I'm proud of you. Me? You're proud of me? What did I do exactly? For one, you managed to hold everyone together while I was gone, and don't think I didn't see the news. You've caused quite a bit of chaos for the heroes. They've really been facing a lot of backlash. Let's not forget your plan of faking the kidnapping of Endeavor's son. The fact that the heroes were still unable to get you and Todoroki back won't sit well with the media, don't you think? Oh, and let's not forget about the third person you decided to take. What happened to that brat anyway? It was because of him that my plan to attack the school failed the first time. Oh, Ida. He's gone. Todoroki froze him, and I took care of the rest. So he won't be in our way anymore. I said with a straight face. Todoroki stared hard at the ground, still beating himself up over that situation. Not that I cared about how he felt. He chose to join us. He should just accept what happened and move on. Oh, and before I forget to ask, what happened with that run-in with your old friend, the sports festival winner? Well, he knows that one of his classmates is gone and that Ida lost his quirk. And the other boy? He knows that the league wants Todoroki to join us, but I didn't tell him anything beyond that. I didn't reveal that I was a villain, but he can probably guess since I willingly came back. I did tell him that I'd rather die than be saved by him. From what I know, he's convinced that the league brainwashed me. Wow, that's dark, Twice said. Ironic coming from a villain, but it's true. If I were to be saved, I'd rather it not be by someone like him. Give me Fat Gum or some other cool hero like Crimson Riot or Ectoplasm, I don't know. Why not your favorite hero, All Might? Twice asked. Oh please. I'd rather not be saved by the one who corrupted society. Besides, you saw how he looked after that fight with All for One. He's not going to be saving anyone anytime soon, which is good for us because now that means All Might is out of our way. Right you are. This means things will get a lot easier, Shigaraki said as he walked out of the building. I noticed a smile spreading across his face, and I sighed. Not quite, don't get too ahead of yourself now. Did you forget about Endeavor? We do have his son after all. I looked towards Todoroki to see him staring at me. I could see a hint of fear in his eyes. Or was it worry? Now, I'm not sure if Shudo has a bone to pick with his father, but if not, then we won't focus on him just yet. Not yet anyway. Shudo suddenly spoke up. I smiled slightly, relieved that I had a bit less to worry about. Good, then we can focus on this whole Shai Hasaikai business first. Speaking of, Tamura, why did you agree to give two of us up? That's what I wanted to know. Twice said. Yeah, we respect you, but we really don't like this guy. There's just something off about him, Dabi added. Personally, Dabi had been so quiet that I forgot he was even here. That's exactly why I'm going to choose two of you to stay with him. I don't trust this guy at all, and I want two of you to spy on him. I was thinking that Toga and Izuku would be best for this job. When the time comes that we need to fight them, I want you to learn about their quirks and report to me, Midoriya. As for Toga, if there's any possibility of the heroes getting involved, I want you to be there. If they do, then I'll gladly send backup. Are we all clear? Everyone nodded in understanding. I smiled to myself because now it would be easier for me to get my hands on that product, and with Overhaul's quirk. If I could play my cards right, I could use him to my advantage. Izuku and Toga were on their way to meet up with Overhaul. Toga was complaining the whole way while Izuku stayed quiet and let her rant until she asked a certain question. So, Izuku, we all still consider you our leader, but with Shigaraki being back, won't this be a bit difficult for you? Izuku couldn't help but smirk. I'm glad you asked. This is why I wanted to be stationed with Overhaul. Overhaul is very powerful, and if I can get him to fight with Tamura, then it's all over for Big Brother. But the question is how? I need a plan to not only get rid of Tamura but also Overhaul because obviously I don't want to stick around with him after Tamura is finally taken care of. I also need to be able to tell everyone my idea without Tamura finding out, so if they do fight, no one will help him. You see my dilemma, don't you? Toga nodded. You've really been trying to think all of this out carefully, haven't you, Zuzu? That's why I like you. Not only are you cute, but you're so analytical too. I'm so hyped about finally being able to work with you as partners. You've been locked away from society for so long, dear Zuzu, and now that you're finally out, I can finally experience your true self. The fact that you've been able to carefully plan things to have everything fall in your favor is really what makes me so willing to stick with you. It gets tiresome when you hear a good idea only for things to turn out worse, you know. It feels great to finally win. That attack on the USJ that you planned was the most alive I've felt in so long. I never thought we'd be able to break into the top hero school, kidnap, and still have everything fall into place so perfectly. Toga explained excitedly as she wrapped her arms around Izuku as they walked. I enjoy your flattery, Toga, but I'm just lucky that Twice isn't here to see us, or else he'd assume we're dating and get jealous. Speaking of dating, Zuzu, have you found anyone that catches your eye? I'm all here for juicy gossip. Toga said with a grin on her face. Dating? I don't have time for that. If I were to find someone that catches my interest, I'd most likely just end up making them my toy, Izuku admitted. Your toy? But why? How do I explain this? Let's just say I enjoy the thought of breaking someone. Not breaking as in making them completely void of emotion, but breaking as in they become like me. They'll understand what it means to lose all hope in heroes. I'd make them understand why heroes are so corrupt and that we villains aren't really after anything bad, we only want what's best for this world. I'll make them understand that we still have morals, we still have limits, we're human, but apparently people don't accept us because they're so used to their current way of life that anyone who thinks differently is deemed as crazy. But that's not the only reason why I don't want any sort of relationship. The other reason is that I get angry too easily. If something doesn't go right, I might get a little ahead of myself and break them completely. I'd be really upset if I were to break a person completely because then it'll just get boring. Izuku stopped in his tracks when he felt something hit the side of his leg. He looked down to see a young girl with bluish-white hair and a horn sticking out of the side of her head. Bandages covered her arms, and she wore an off-white gown. With the way she looked, he could almost compare her to the souls of the dead. The hell? Toga said out loud. I'm sorry, the girl said as she crawled back to get away from them. Izuku offered a kind smile and got down on one knee. It's no problem, are you lost? The girl looked taken aback by his kindness, something she wasn't used to. She gave a slow, hesitant nod. Izuku extended his arm and offered her his hand. What's your name? Eri, the girl replied. Well, Eri, did you get separated from your parents? Eri nodded, staring at his hand. You can walk with us until we find your parents if you'd like, he offered. Go ahead and take my hand. It'll be okay, I won't hurt you. Eri stared at his hand for a moment longer before hesitantly taking it. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Izuku smiled happily as he helped her off the ground, but his smile turned to confusion when Eri suddenly hugged him and cried into his chest. He couldn't fathom why she clung to him. What's wrong, Eri? He asked. Eri shook her head, wiping the tears from her eyes. Toga, observing from a distance, couldn't understand why Izuku was being so nice or why they had to babysit a little girl. Why are we doing this again? This isn't part of our mission, you know. Toga asked. Oh, what? Are you actually excited to go to our new place of work? WL. No, not really. Then why complain? Let me procrastinate in peace. Izuku let out a small laugh as he picked up Eri and sat her on his shoulders. After a while of walking, Eri seemed to relax, but then something caught her eye. Izuku looked up and noticed her staring at a shop window. Did something catch your eye, Eri? He walked towards the window and set her down for a better look. Toga stood behind them quietly, observing the two. She found this side of Izuku interesting. Suddenly, she noticed a man wearing a black surgical mask. What the? She gasped, realizing who it was. Well, looky there, Zuzu, there's our guy. Izuku looked up and recognized Overhaul. We still haven't found this girl's parents yet. What should we do? I actually have no idea, he said, glancing at Eri, who was still focused on the toy. Oh, it's you too, Overhaul said, causing Eri to tense up at the sound of his voice. I see you found my daughter, thanks. Oh, she's your daughter. Yeah, she was just throwing another one of her temper tantrums. You know how kids can be. Eri clung to Izuku tightly, trembling in his arms, so he picked her up and held her close. So what brings you to this part of town? Chisaki asked. Our leader sent us. He decided that we would be the ones to stay with you. No, please. You have to run. Eri whispered, catching Izuku off guard. Perfect, he sent two good ones. I was hoping you would be among those he decided to send, Midoriya, Overhaul admitted, motioning for them to follow him. Really? What? Izuku asked, walking in sync with him. Overhaul shrugged. I dunno. You just seem to be more level-headed. Plus, from what I recall, you said you were born quirkless. I'm curious to see if our way of thinking is similar. Was growing up hard without a quirk? Well, when you have an egotistical childhood best friend, I guess you can say it was pretty rough. No one gave me a chance to prove myself. My own mother couldn't even tell me that I could amount to something without a quirk. I grew up being called useless and told to give up. Personally, I wish to make those people suffer the way I did. I want to take away quirks from those who don't deserve them. Everyone believes that unless you have a quirk, you can't do anything, and I blame All Might for that. I guess I can relate to that. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is this product you're making? If you tell me, I might be able to provide valuable information. Izuku offered, determination in his eyes. You really want to know? Well, I'm using the girl that you're holding. Eri. Yes, her BLD is the ingredient we need to make our product. Izuku smirked, realizing what he needed to do to deal with both Shigaraki and Overhaul. Toga noticed the look on his face and instantly knew he had a plan, which excited her. They turned down a dark alleyway, and Overhaul stopped. So, what was the information you had for me? Oh, well, I wanted to tell you that Shigaraki doesn't trust you. He's willing to betray you at any moment. I won't participate in this betrayal if he decides to act, because I operate under my own accord. My group, on the other hand, is willing to stand by your side and help you in any way possible. Overhaul stood silent for a moment, processing the information. Toga wasn't sure what Izuku was trying to do, but she played along. Do you know who exactly would be willing to betray me other than Shigaraki? From what I know so far, the most likely to turn on you would be his right-hand man, Kurogiri. He only acts when Shigaraki instructs him, but the rest of the group is more loyal to me than anyone because, unlike Shigaraki, I can predict all possible outcomes of a situation through observation and careful analysis. I'm quick to prepare for those outcomes. Shigaraki tends to rush things, and that's how we used to fail. You haven't been failing lately though. What about that USJ attack the other day? Or the 3 kids going missing from you? Ugh. That was all Zuzu's plan. He had me sneak into you to gather information on everyone's quirks so we could prepare for the attack. Then he managed to befriend, kidnap, and eventually eliminate one of the students after we got some info on All Might from her. He then convinced another student to join us, using him to stage a kidnapping when we invaded the USJ to make the heroes seem incompetent. We even decided to take an extra kid for the ride since he was the one who foiled Shigaraki's plans the first time. Toga said with a proud grin. I see. Sending you 2 to stay with me was a grave mistake for Shigaraki. Does he even know that you operate on your own? He does not. The only thing he knows is that our targets are different, but the thought of me working with other members of the League for a completely different purpose never crossed his mind. Izuku smiled as Eri looked up at him with curiosity. But your secret is safe with me. For now, we'll act as if we didn't talk about this, but when the time comes, I want Shigaraki to be the first one we test our final product on, Overhaul said with an exasperated look on his face. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as he seemed to convince Overhaul that they were on his side. We understand, sir. Katsuki Bakugo sat in class the next day, fuming. He could hardly focus on schoolwork because of everything that happened the night before. He was angry with himself for letting Izuku slip away again and filled with regret for allowing Izuku's sanity to falter. He had given up on the possibility of Izuku being alive, not knowing that for the past 4 years, he had been alive and enduring torment until he broke. Dude, are you okay? Kirishima asked once the lesson was over. No, I'm not. Kirishima was caught off guard by the response. He expected to be brushed off. What's going on? It's Deku. The League got to him. He was fine just a few days ago. They must have hypnotized him. Someone must have a quirk like that guy in Class 1C, that guy. Kirishima thought for a moment and realized Bakugo was referring to Shinso. So you think Deku was hypnotized by someone in the League? That's got to be it. The one I spoke to wasn't him. He pushed me off a building. I'm still going to bring his butt back home. It'll just take longer than I thought. Katsuki admitted, resting his chin on his fist. Well, at least you're not giving up on him. Matter of fact, I'll even help you bring him back. That's what true heroes do, help anyone who needs it, no matter how far in the dark they've fallen. Katsuki turned away from his friend with a grunt. Thanks. Toga and Izuku wandered around the building of the Shai Hasaikai for a while, bored, until Izuku felt Toga grip his shoulders tightly. I can't hold it in anymore, Izuku. I gotta know. What's the plan? I know you have one. Now Toga, you have to wait. If I were to openly state my plan while here in enemy territory, well, I'd just be an idiot who would end up dead in probably less than 5 minutes. There is a person here named Joy Iranaka who possesses the quirk mimicry, which he uses to merge with objects of specific sizes and take control of them, making him the stealthiest member of the Shai Hasaikai. I don't know if that will help the League, but I do know that talking here is not our safest option. What I can tell you is that getting to know that little girl will benefit us. How so? Toga asked, tilting her head. Well, you do know that my goal is to make a certain someone suffer, right? Yeah. Well, my quirk is basically a quirk transfer. I don't want Katsuki's quirk. As amazing as it is, I like the idea of his quirk being gone forever. It would also be beneficial to get rid of his quirk entirely because no one else will have the chance to brag and become like him, constantly thinking they're better than everyone else. I don't need a second Katsuki. I'd prefer it if he didn't reproduce anytime soon, to be honest. But you're better than everyone else, Zuzu. You're hilarious, and I'm still a useless prick with goals. Curse you and your low self-esteem, Zuzu. Love you too, Toga. Wait, you do. No. Now come outside with me, Izuku said as he walked down the long hallway. Toga pouted as she followed him, only to stop in her tracks when they both heard the sound of a girl's screams. That must be Aries. He did say that they needed her BLD for their product, Izuku said with a shrug as he continued walking. Oh right, I totally forgot about that. Toga listened for a second more before realizing that Izuku had continued to walk, and she quickly ran to catch up with him. Once they walked outside, Izuku let out a deep sigh as he tried to gather his thoughts, moving further away from the building. So let's review this plan of mine. Overhaul is already on bad terms with Shigaraki due to what I said. This situation could go two ways. Shigaraki could manage to get his hands on Overhaul and take away his quirk, or Overhaul can manage to kill Shigaraki by disassembling him with one touch. If that happens, I'll have to start dropping major hints for the heroes to find out where the Shai Hasaikai is so they can get involved and possibly take down Overhaul. I'll use that opportunity to take the final product. But then my other problem is, the girl is valuable and I don't want to lose her. Then, of course, there are the other members that I'm sure won't go down easily. You okay over there? Toga asked. I'm fine. I'm trying to review my plan and pick through the flaws in it, trying to also fix it to benefit us. So, excuse me if I start rambling to myself. Before I even suggest an idea, I want to make sure that the plan will work. Izuku admitted as he tried to regain his train of thought. This is why I follow you and not Shigaraki, Toga said with a giggle. Izuku hummed to let Toga know that he heard her as he let his thoughts run wild once more. From what I've seen in the news, the students that I've managed to get to know have gotten their provisional licenses and are out working with different agencies, which means there's a possibility that I could run into a problem. If we have to evacuate the building, then we'll need Joy's quirk to slow them down and close off certain hallways, or we could use Todoroki to block off certain exits. But we need to put Overhaul in a position to get him caught. Suddenly, he was brought out of his thoughts by his phone ringing. He sighed and quickly dug through his pocket, pulling out his phone to see Shigaraki calling. Ah, Shigaraki. Just the crusty older brother I wanted to speak to. Toga burst into a fit of laughter from his comment, only to be hushed by Izuku so he could answer his phone. Toga quickly silenced herself, puffing out her cheeks as she tried to hold in her laughter. Big brother, you actually called me. What do I owe this pleasure? Izuku asked in a honeyed tone. Quit messing around. I called to see if you've learned anything. Well, of course, I've learned something. Who do you take me for? All Might. A true fool. Izuku let out a small chuckle before clearing his throat. Anyway, here's something worthy. Or not worthy. Kai Chisaki, otherwise known as Overhaul, has a young daughter named Eri. I'm not quite sure what her quirk is yet, but what I do know is that they are using this girl's BLD to create their product, and without her, their whole plan will crumble. The people here have amazing quirks, by the way. If you were to fight Chisaki, I would suggest trapping him and getting him by himself. Excellent work, Izuku. Got any idea on trapping him? I have one. But that means we'll have to somehow get the heroes involved. My idea is to suggest to him to have some thugs test out his new drags so that I can observe and analyze the results. With the thugs running around wreaking havoc, it'll surely catch the pro hero's attention, which will eventually lure them to the Shai Hasaikai. During that time, Overhaul will be making his escape. If this goes the way I think it will, the heroes will slowly break through his defenses of multiple thugs and eventually get to him. But before they get to him, you'll need to destroy him, and by destroy him, I mean his quirk. How do you suggest we do that? His hands. His quirk is all in his hands, just like yours. Once you take off his hands, he'll be quirkless and won't be in our way. If we choose to, we can take a few of their members if they're willing to work with us, which I highly doubt since many of them seem willing to die for him. Right. And the girl? Do as you please, big brother. Keep her, kill her, makes no difference to me. I mean, my mind might change once I can figure out what exactly her quirk is, And when that happens, I'll let you know. Toga looked at Izuku with a look of confusion. Anyway, I must go before anyone starts to question where Toga and I have gone. Fine. Keep me updated? But will do, Izuku said in a sing-song tone before ending the call and shoving his phone back into his pocket. So you're willing to let Shigaraki kill the kid? Not sure yet. If everything falls into place, Shigaraki won't even have the chance to kill the kid because I told him to go after Chisaki before the heroes get to him, which means that Chisaki will be able to take him down with no problem. I highly doubt that Overhaul will be making his escape unattended. Most likely, he'll send some lackeys that he's willing to toss away first. From what we've seen so far, he is strong and can definitely take down Shigaraki without any problem. An Overhaul. That's the tricky part that I'm going to need a few of our members for. We'll have to make certain moves that'll help the heroes arrest Overhaul. But once he gets arrested, we'll attack the vehicle and take off his arms so that he won't be able to come back from this. Izuku explained as he nervously awaited Toga's reaction. So we'll have to aid the heroes just to benefit us. Making the heroes our pawns. I love it. I'm glad. Although, when the heroes do decide to attack and Shigaraki starts his plan of betrayal, I'll irritate him by telling him that Shigaraki is after Eri. That will surely make him fight his hardest. I can't wait to see all of this play out. It's so exciting, don't you think? Toga laughed, grabbing Izuku's hands and intertwining their fingers. I can't wait to see the chaos unfold. Not only will we get to see Shigaraki's downfall, but we'll see the heroes fall too. Toga giggled. Oh, Toga, I'll make you understand that there's so much more to our operation than just chaos. That's just a bonus really. Shigaraki will fall, I'll have what I need to ruin Kaken's life, the Yakuza will meet its end, and then nothing will stand in my way. Don't you understand, Toga? Nothing will be able to stop me. Absolutely nothing. I can carry out my plan, and who's to say that I can't take it a step further? We, the soon-to-be newly reformed League of Villains, will be unstoppable. No longer will we be chained down by society's rules. If we can outsmart the heroes, then who is there to say that we can't do it again and again until, maybe, just maybe, they'll destroy each other. Then we can recreate this world the way it was meant to be. Heroes will be those who truly want to save the public, not the corrupt ones using their status for money and fame. Now, won't that be a wonderful sight? Toga stared at Izuku in shock as she processed everything he had said. The realization of the true meaning behind their operation and how it could better their future excited her. Her heart pounded against her chest. Oh, Izuku, you truly are the best. You were meant to lead us. No matter what happens, I'll stand by you just to see you conquer the world because there's nothing I would enjoy more than to see this world through your perspective. To see your ideals take effect. It's almost like how Stain wanted it to be. Those corrupt heroes gone, and only the ones who truly deserve quirks being able to call themselves heroes. It all sounds so appealing. Izuku chuckled at Toga's words. Exactly, you understand. That's why you were always my favorite, Toga. Now, since we're on the same page, we have to tell everyone our plans so that we're all aligned. If they help Shigaraki, then this plan will fail, and we can't have that now, can we? From today forward, what I say is your law. You do as I say, and everything will go perfectly, and then we'll be free. Izuku's smile soon turned to a frown as he thought. I wonder, once Shigaraki is gone, will Kurogiri finally listen to me and stop fighting against me? If not, then his neck is just as susceptible as everyone else's. As the one who inherited all for one's quirk, it won't be too hard to get rid of him. Toga stared at Izuku with a frown, but then her smile returned as she pulled on his wrist to head back to the Shai Hasaikai building. We can think about Kurogiri later. First, we have to make sure this plan works out. Izuku laughed at her enthusiasm. You're right. Let's get this started. Where have you two been? I haven't seen either of you all afternoon. Chisaki asked. Sorry, I needed some air. Izuku lied, then looked down when he felt someone cling to his legs. Oh, well, if it isn't Eri. Izuku gave a small smile as he kneeled to look at her. I haven't had the chance to talk to you in a while. He reached out to put his hand on her head, only to see her flinch. He paused his movement, then retracted his hand. Is everything okay? Izuku, I have some info for you. Izuku looked up at the man wearing a mask. We have a drag in the works that boosts a person's quirk for a certain amount of time. I have a few people willing to test the drag, but I need you to record the results to see how long it'll last, and I need you to do this tonight, Chisaki stated. Alright, what if the thug is caught by the pros? What do you want me to do then? Let them get caught. I have more people that I can test this on. Another thing, why don't you take Eri outside and walk around the city tomorrow? Maybe buy her a toy, and I'll be sure to pay you back if you do. I'm only asking this because she's taken a liking to you. Just make sure she doesn't run off again, Chisaki suggested. Sure. Izuku looked back at Eri and smiled. Did you hear that, Eri? Tomorrow we can go get that toy you wanted the other day. Eri's face lit up with happiness, and she hugged him tightly. Izuku felt his heart warm at her joy, letting a genuine smile spread across his face as he wrapped an arm around her and patted her back. For now though, it's time for bed. It's getting late, and I do have to leave soon, little one. Don't go. Eri stuttered, tears forming in her eyes. Don't worry, I'll be back in the morning, and then we can spend the whole day together. Why, you promise? I promise. And if I'm not here by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, even if it's just a minute late, you can hit me, and I'll buy you anything you want. It can be more than one thing, but only if I'm late. So no tears. All right. Eri quickly wiped away her tears and nodded, a bright smile returning to her face. Good, now off to bed, Eri. I'll see you tomorrow. She nodded and backed away, taking one last glance at him before leaving the room. Izuku waved to her, then stood up, placing his hands in the pockets of his hoodie as he watched her go. Once she was gone, the smile faded from his face. All right, time for work. I'll send you the location of where the thugs will be. They will be selling drags around that area, but in case they get into trouble and have to use the quirk enhancer, I want you to be there to record the data. Another thing I want you to do is to test my product. Chisaki pulled out a black box and opened it, revealing 4 red darts designed for gun use. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Despite everything, I think I've taken a liking to you. Unlike Shigaraki, you put me to work instantly. He didn't. Chisaki asked, handing a dart to Izuku. No, did I not tell you? He kept me locked away and under surveillance for 4 years. The times he let me out were always dark, and I could never stray too far from the hideout. Someone had to accompany me at all times. I'd say that through those times, my sanity truly slipped away. Now I just crave to see people suffer. Izuku grinned as he took out his gun. How long have you truly been out in the world? Since those 4 years exactly. Would you believe me if I said it's only been about a month? Chisaki's eyes widened in shock. You managed to create so much trouble for the pros. In under a month. Of course. When you have nothing to do except sit in a room with your thoughts or eliminate other villains because your boss tells you to, you start to form ideas. You plot how to carry it all out, learn how to manipulate people, and that's why the League of Villains is more loyal to me. What I say is their law. That's why I say they will be willing to help. Anyway, let me not waste any more time. I'll be on my way. Izuku turned around and left the room. Once out of Chisaki's sight, he pulled out his phone and texted Dabi. Izuku, where are you? Dabi, at the hideout with... Izuku, I need you to meet me somewhere. I'll send you the location in a bit. Just then, his phone buzzed with Chisaki's location. Izuku, oh, and do bring Twice and Todoroki with you. Izuku shoved his phone back into his pocket as he left the building, sticking to alleyways to avoid detection. He found a ladder hanging from a building and climbed to the roof. Once in a good spot, he sent his location to Dabi. What exactly am I supposed to be seeing here? This is the right place, isn't it? He waited a few minutes, keeping watch of the city below. Midoriya. Izuku turned at the familiar voice and grinned when he saw Todoroki running toward him, with Dabi and Twice following behind. Geez, scream my name louder for everyone down below, why don't you? Are you all right? Todoroki asked. Izuku chuckled. I keep forgetting that you care, Shudo. Of course. Where's Toga? Still at the mansion. I was sent out to observe this new drag of theirs. Anyway, I've called you all here to discuss something. Izuku smirked as he observed the people walking below them, some looking like ants, others like animals that needed to be put in their place. Then there were the innocent, carelessly walking around as if everything in the world was fine. Before we start, I have a question for you, leader. Yes, twice. How are we supposed to deal with Tamura? Well, I'm glad you asked. Well, that's why I called all of you here. I wanted to discuss an idea that I believe will solve our problems, at least those related to Big Brother. What I'm doing now, observing the effects of their products, is phase 1 of my plan. If everything goes as I expect, it will surely catch the pro hero's attention and eventually lure them to the Shai Hasaikai. If one of the subjects in this experiment gets caught, they'll likely be interrogated, and I'm sure one of them will talk. Phase 2 involves leading the heroes to the Shai Hasaikai, where Overhaul will try to make his escape. The heroes will break through his defenses and eventually reach him. In Phase 3, Tamura needs to confront him alone before the heroes get there. We all know Overhaul's ability, one touch, and Shigaraki could be finished. Overhaul has the upper hand because Shigaraki doesn't know everything he's capable of, while we've only seen a fraction of Tamura's abilities. Phase 4 is crucial. If Tamura is defeated, we still need to deal with Overhaul. If the heroes win, Overhaul will be taken away, so we'll have to attack the vehicle he's in and disable him. What will taking off his arms do? Todoroki asked. It'll eliminate his quirk. To get Shigaraki down here, we'll need to call for backup and pretend to be severely hurt or something. Izuku's attention was suddenly drawn to the screams coming from below. Finally, some action. Maybe now I can see what this drag does. Spite, I have another question. Twice interjected. Yes, twice. Are you going to wear a mask to hide your identity? I suppose I should, but I don't mind if people know the face of their killer. Soon everyone will recognize this face as the true number 1 villain. Why will I be number 1? Because I know how to rule among the dead. Seems like a solid plan, Todoroki and Dabi said in unison, exchanging glances. Izuku nodded, unable to take his eyes off the battle below. Todoroki, curious about his interest, realized that his old classmate Kirishima was fighting. Todoroki, did you ever get your pro license? Izuku asked suddenly. I did. It took me a bit longer than everyone else, but I didn't ask for all that, Shudo. Just a simple yes or no. Why yes, I did. Sorry. It was clear that Todoroki felt a bit intimidated by Izuku, knowing what he was capable of. Izuku noticed his stuttering and couldn't help but smirk. Shidori. Afraid of me? Of little I'm not. Liar. Izuku shoved his hands into his pockets and turned away from the fight, walking closer to the scarred-faced male. Todoroki instinctively took a step back, which only made Izuku smirk wider. What? I won't kill you. You're too valuable. Besides, we're still friends, right? I'd be hurt if you said no. In fact, I might even crack a smile. And neither of us wants that, right? Todoroki shook his head, keeping his gaze on the ground. Good. Then let's enjoy the fight together, my dear friend. Izuku said, grabbing Todoroki's wrist and pulling him toward the edge of the building. Isn't that your classmate down there fighting alongside Fat Gum? And who's that? Is that the famous Tamaki Amajiki, one of you? Big 3. This is amazing. A pro hero fighting alongside 2 students over a petty crime? How interesting. Well, boys, it looks like we lost him to the power of knowledge and darkness, Twice joked. Dabi sighed and nodded, looking up as he heard Izuku chuckle ominously. What lovely quirks they all have. It would be a shame if one of them were to lose it. He pulled out a gun, loaded with Chisaki's drag, and shot at Amajiki. When the bullet hit its target, Izuku couldn't help but laugh. He soon heard a second shot from the crowd and Fat Gum yelling. He watched as the thug ran off into the alleyways, with Kirishima in pursuit. He calculated how long it would take for the thug to be captured and sighed, observing the effects of the bullet on Tamaki. From what he could see, Tamaki's quirk seemed to be temporarily gone. So his quirk is gone, but it looks like it's only temporary. That's a bummer. Well, who knows? He might play a role in fighting Overhaul, depending on how long it takes for the bullet to wear off. I wonder if it will work on Shigaraki. If Overhaul and Shigaraki fight, I can shoot Shigaraki, giving Overhaul a temporary advantage. Let's see. The bullet is temporary, and the quirk enhancement drags have a time limit of 15 minutes. Thugs are being captured, and everything is going according to plan since the thug that was fighting Kiri has a big mouth. Well, look at you with your non-existent analysis quirk. Twice laughed, patting Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stared at Twice's hand, momentarily questioning his existence before shaking his head. Yes, my mind just keeps going and going. It never stops, and maybe that's why people think I'm crazy when really, I'm just tired. Are you saying you want a nap? Twice asked. A nap would be nice, but I'm more tired of nonsense than just physically tired. Anyway, make sure Compress and everyone else knows the plan. If Overhaul and Shigaraki do fight, do not help Shigaraki. Make sure that Tamura and Kurogiri do not know about this. Alright. Oh, and before we go, you want to know something I recently figured out about Kurogiri? Twice asked. What? From what I've heard, I asked Tamura about this. Kurogiri is a special kind of Nomo. What? Never mind. That makes perfect sense. No wonder he's like Tamura's pet. Anyway, go back before Tamura gets suspicious. You heard the man. It's time to go, you two. Move it. Twice demanded in a serious tone. Good luck, Spite, Dabi said as he was the first to leave, followed by Twice. As Izuku watched the chaos below, Todoroki lingered a bit longer before Twice called him. He quickly left, and Izuku could only grin. Scared yet caring. Interesting. The next day, Izuku was lying on one of Chisaki's couches, waiting for Eri. He had fallen asleep only moments ago after explaining the results to Chisaki. The dark-haired man with the mask watched over Izuku's unprotected form. Izuku wore black jeans with chains and a sleeveless turtleneck, with large black armbands covering his biceps and a pair of black headphones resting on his chest. Chisaki noted that for someone who was quirkless, Izuku's body was well-toned, suggesting he was always on his toes. Scars littered his pale skin from his wrists to his shoulders, and Chisaki wondered how often the boy slept, given the dark circles under his eyes. Izuku looked peaceful as he slept, which brought more questions to Chisaki's mind. He didn't look like a bad person, he looked innocent. You wouldn't know he was a villain unless you managed to annoy him. He just looked tired in more ways than one. A moment later, Chisaki heard a small knock on his office door before it slowly cracked open. He looked towards the door to see Eri poking her head through. Ah, there you are, Eri. Izuku's been waiting for you. It's rude to keep our guest waiting. I'm sorry. Eri stuttered, then ran over to Izuku. She noticed the scars on his skin and couldn't help but wonder, is he like me? Does father hurt him too? Maybe somebody else? Her curiosity got the better of her as she reached out and poked his arm, running her finger along one of the many scars. Izuku, being a light sleeper, woke up and immediately looked at the time. Are you kidding me? I've only been asleep for 5 minutes. He sighed, then looked down to see Eri staring at him with a curious expression. He smiled and waved at her. So you're finally awake, huh? Ready to go out and get that toy you wanted? Eri smiled happily and nodded. Izuku chuckled as he stood up and stretched. Alright, I'm ready. Are you ready? Eri nodded happily. Are you sure? She nodded again. Are you sure you're sure? She nodded one more time. Are you absolutely positively sure? Izuku grinned at the young girl, and Eri giggled, realizing he was just messing around with her. I'm sure. That's what I like to hear. Izuku chuckled as he walked out of the room. Midoriya, don't lose her, I know. I got her, Izuku said to Chisaki as he closed the door behind them. Izuku was out wandering the city with Eri, completely exposed, nothing to hide his face or scars. To the world, he wasn't known as a villain, he was just someone missing. It wasn't like anyone actively looked for missing people, most were too busy with their own lives to care. He noticed a few people staring at his arms and others observing his eyes. He could hear their whispers of worry. Is he okay? What's a mentally unstable person doing with a kid? Are they related? Was he attacked? His eyes are so dull. Why are his eyes so dark? Did something happen to him? What's with the bandages on that girl's arms? Are they being abused? Izuku felt upset, and as his frustration grew, his grip on Eri's hand tightened. Mr. My hand? Eri said. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and immediately let go of her hand. Sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's okay. I normally don't say anything, but I know that you're very nice and wouldn't do it on purpose. She said with a big smile, warming Izuku's heart a bit. You truly are kind, Eri. Thank you. Mister, can I ask you something? If you call me Izuku, then sure. Izuku. That's my name. Eri nodded happily and gently grabbed his hand with both of her smaller ones. Does Daddy hurt you too? You're questioning my scars too, aren't you? Eri slowly nodded, keeping her gaze on the ground. No, that's not it. These scars are very old and just never faded away. Then, how did you get them? You sure ask a lot of questions, huh? Is it because you're not afraid of me? Eri slowly nodded. But I don't want you to be afraid of me. But I did it to myself. Why? Izuku held onto Eri's hand once more as he took her through an alleyway to avoid large crowds, keeping one hand in his pocket where his pocket knife was stored. I was at a very low point in my life, Eri. I was at a point where there was nothing to keep me going and neither did I want to keep going. What do you mean? Izuku looked down at her and smiled. Don't worry, you wouldn't understand. Besides, it's nothing to worry about. I'm here with you, and everything is fine. We're gonna get you your toy and make you happy. Did you hate yourself? Izuku felt a tightness in his chest as he stopped in his tracks. He turned to Eri and picked her up with a smile on his face. You know something? I did hate myself, but it's okay. You know why? Why? Because I'm a survivor. I pushed through the pain and I survived, and I know you can too. I know that you're always hurting and it makes me sad. It really does. And I want to save you. I'm going to save you, and I promise you that. But you just have to give me some time and keep pushing through the pain like the strong girl that I know you are. But if you try, he'll hurt you. Eri said as she started to tear up. No, it'll be okay. I'll be like, your heroic big brother. You just gotta believe in me. We'll escape together. How? Just trust me, Eri. I have an idea, but you can't tell anyone, okay? Okay. But what about Grandpa? He still hasn't woken up. Well, you'll have me. I'll be here for you, okay? Eri rubbed a tear from her eye and then hugged him. Thank you. Anything for you, Eri. Izuku chuckled as he set her back down on the ground. Wait. So, does this mean that you're happy now? Well, will I ever be happy too? Happy? Well, I'm not happy at all. In fact, I'm very sad. I'm hurt. I've been betrayed, neglected, doubted, discouraged. To be honest with you, you have more of a chance at being happy than I ever will. Which is why even though I may not be a hero, I will save you. You're still so innocent. We've both been wronged, but for once I'd feel bad if I had to watch a kid end up like me. Broken. This is only happening because of my quirk. I hate my quirk. I don't understand it, I can't control it. My mom doesn't want me anymore, I made Dad disappear by accident and I just want this to stop. Eri broke down in tears as she clung to Izuku tightly. What if I took your quirk? Eri looked up at him in confusion, tears still streaming down her face, making her vision a bit blurry. What do you mean? Izuku looked off to the side, debating with himself. Well, I really shouldn't tell anyone this. Especially not Overhaul, since that means that he would take interest in me as well. But I can take away quirks and either keep them for myself or give them to someone else. No. I don't want you to have my quirk. Then Daddy will hurt you. I don't want any more people to get hurt because of me. Izuku sighed and patted Eri's head, deciding to end the conversation there. I understand. He smiled at her and continued their walk to the toy store. Once her eyes laid upon the toys from a few days ago, her eyes lit up as she put her hands on the glass window. Izuku grabbed her by her wrists and gently pulled her back. Don't touch the windows. There are germs on it, and you know how much of a clean freak Chisaki is. Izuku could feel Eri shake at the mention of the man's name. He took a small bag of disinfecting wipes out of his pocket and wiped Eri's hands. He didn't need another reason to hear Chisaki yell. After disposing of the wipe in a nearby trash can, he pointed to the toy sitting in the window without touching the glass. "Is this what you wanted?" Eri smiled happily and nodded as she grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him into the store. Izuku let himself get pulled in and watched her run over to the toy and pick it up, staring at the picture on the box. "Eri, come on." Izuku cooed. Eri smiled and ran back over to Izuku, giving the toy to him to pay for. Izuku walked up to the counter and greeted the clerk, only to receive a weird look from the man behind the counter. "What?" Izuku asked with a puzzled expression. "You look familiar. Weren't you missing?" "Do I look like I'm missing? I'm pretty sure if I were missing, then I wouldn't be out here buying a toy for my little cousin. What's with the bandages all over her?" "My cousin and my uncle were recently in a bad car accident. She's healing up pretty nicely, so all that's left are a few cuts and bruises." "Oh wow, I'm so glad that she survived." "Me too. She's a very sweet kid. She's been feeling down about having to go out with her bandages on because a lot of people keep staring at her, so I'm buying her a toy to cheer her up," Izuku said with a smile. "Ah, that's so sweet." Izuku chuckled, grabbed his bag after thanking the clerk, and handed it over to Eri. "Here you go." Eri smiled and held her bag, then grabbed onto his hand as he walked her out of the store. "That guy was too nosy." "Izuku." "Yes, Eri. What if I could save you too? What if I could make you happy somehow?" Izuku chuckled and patted her head. "I appreciate the thought, Eri, but unfortunately, there's only one thing in the world that could ever have a chance at making me happy. I can't tell you what that is because, well, it's a wish, and if I tell you my wish, then it will never come true. Isn't that how it goes, or am I wrong? Like making a wish on a star." "Exactly." Eri giggled but then looked worried when Izuku suddenly stopped in his tracks. He let out a groan and tugged Eri into an alleyway. Izuku used the darkness of the alleyway to blend in with his surroundings, holding Eri close to him to shield her as he saw Endeavor walk by with a few policemen. "We're back in the area where Kirishima and Tamaki Emijiki were attacked. That means they'll be thoroughly searching the area soon. I can't get caught by them. Endeavor is most likely out looking for Shudo and me too." "Izuku." Eri looked up at him with curiosity and a hint of fear, not understanding what was going on. Once he was sure that Endeavor and the policeman had passed, Izuku quickly scooped up Eri and went further down the alleyway, trying to put as much distance between them and the pro-heroes as possible. Once he deemed them safe, he sighed. "Sorry about that, Eri. You have your toy, don't you?" Eri nodded. "But we can't let the pros see us." "Excuse me, sir, do you have a minute?" Izuku's heart nearly stopped as he saw a policeman run up to them. He couldn't be seen, and if civilians thought something was wrong just by looking into his eyes, he could only imagine what an officer would think. He quickly turned the corner of the alleyway and ran, only taking back streets to avoid as many people as possible. He had to admit the cop was fast, but he had a trick up his sleeve. He quickly turned down another alleyway and sat Eri down behind a dumpster and a few boxes. "Don't move, don't make a sound, cover your ears and close your eyes. I'll be back," he said as he gave Eri his noise-canceling headphones, then continued to run. Eri put on the headphones and tightly shut her eyes. The cop had turned down the alley to follow him, running past Eri without noticing her behind the stack of boxes. Izuku climbed up the ladder of a small building and pulled his black leather gloves out of his pocket, putting them on. He pulled his favorite knife out of the strap on his bicep that was covered by his armbands. "I haven't done this in a good while," he said to himself as he waited for the man to come around the corner. With perfect timing, he jumped off the building and landed directly on top of the officer. His feet landed on the man's back, and he quickly subdued him. He breathed heavily, trying to calm his heart as adrenaline pumped through his veins. He looked up at the building he had jumped from and grinned. It was a good thing he timed this correctly. He looked down at the limp body, ensuring the man couldn't tell anyone he had been seen. He stood up, took out a wipe from his pocket, and cleaned off his knife and hands. He lit a match to burn the wipe and, just for fun, tossed the match onto the man's body, watching as it caught fire. He couldn't help but chuckle at the misfortune before turning around to collect Eri. He slipped his knife back into its holder and found his way back to the alleyway where he had left Eri. He quietly moved the boxes to the side and saw the young girl with her head buried in her lap and headphones on. He chuckled and lightly tapped Eri's knee. Eri hesitantly opened her eyes and slowly raised her head, tears in her eyes from being scared of being found and making Izuku sad. She smiled when she saw Izuku smiling down at her. She quickly jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly, making him chuckle. Izuku gently patted her head and pulled away to look at her. "All right, I think that's enough fun for one day, don't you?" Eri slowly nodded and allowed herself to be picked up and carried out of the alleyway. After walking a few buildings down, he could hear policemen rushing toward the area where he had been. "Did you hear? The fire was started somewhere. Apparently, the fire is spreading." Izuku overheard the people around him gossiping. A few had gathered near the entrance of the alleyway where the policemen had rushed down. He couldn't help but chuckle at how fascinated people seemed to be by danger and tragedies. In the distance, he heard an explosion but didn't turn around like many others did out of curiosity. He wasn't fazed. He knew the fire had spread to a propane tank left by the building he had jumped off. But that raised a question. Who leaves a propane tank out in the open like that? "What was that?" Eri asked. "Nothing to worry about, Eri. As long as we're okay, everything is fine. Besides, the pro heroes got it. Didn't you see them running? I'm sure whatever happened, the pros can fix it." He smiled at her. She stared at the smoke filling the sky, then at the other citizens watching the heroes at work in fascination. She let out a small sigh, then looked down at Izuku and nodded. He smiled back at her and continued walking with her toward the Shai Hasaikai building. What Eri didn't know wouldn't hurt her. A few hours after bringing Eri back, Izuku managed to sneak out again. With his black and green umbrella in hand and a black hoodie to help him blend into the night, he felt the rain had just stopped, but he wouldn't mind if it started again. Am I nervous? Am I actually nervous? Yeah. I'm nervous. Yet, I'm excited. If this works, I can set my plan into motion. But if it fails, what will happen to me? Will I be able to run away fast enough? Will I be able to lie my way out? They have no proof of the crimes I've committed, so they can't get me on that. Unless someone has a mind-reading quirk or something. I'd be in serious trouble if they found out. I've only harmed two, but I could tell them the League made me do it. That they brainwashed me. Kaken already believes that I've been brainwashed. But would that work? Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he bumped into someone. "Watch where you're going," a familiar voice shouted. It was Katsuki Bakugo. And I thought him into existence. Great. The hell are you doing out here in this kind of weather, idiot? Katsuki demanded. I'm a bit lost. I was looking for the police station. Katsuki groaned and started walking in the opposite direction. The station is this way, dumbass. Thank you. Izuku said, following him. What am I doing? So, what are you doing out here so late? Izuku asked. Needed air, came the simple reply. Izuku hummed and looked at the buildings they were passing. Ah yes, the smell of petrichor in the air. So, did you finally get away from the League? Katsuki's question caught Izuku off guard. What? Are you finally going home, Deku? How did? What? You thought I forgot what your voice sounds like. It was pretty messed up of you to push me off a building like that. Izuku decided to drop the innocent act and chuckled. Oh please Kaken, I knew you'd survive. Besides, if the League saw me with you, they'd try to snatch you up too. I won't put you at risk. To answer your question, I don't plan on going back. Why not? Katsuki growled. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed in frustration. I've told you why. Then why are you going to the police station? Won't you get caught? You're acting like I'm a wanted man. I haven't committed any crimes. They just use me to observe. What I'm going to the police station for? Well, it's a bit disturbing. I know a little girl in need of saving if you'd like to tell the pro heroes. Why should I believe you? Katsuki watched Izuku from the corner of his eye. You don't have to believe me. But know that you'll never be a pro hero if you aren't willing to investigate a possible case about a little girl in desperate need of help. Katsuki growled, knowing Izuku was right but reluctant to admit it. Well then, if this is real, what is it? Oh, calm down, Kaken. Anyway, this girl has a peculiar quirk she can't control, and because of it, the current leader of the Shy Hasaikai abuses her by disassembling and reassembling her for her BLD to make a certain product. What this product does exactly, I don't know. What do you mean disassembling and reassembling? Well, for example, he can blow off her arm and fix it back up again as many times as he wants. You should know me by now, Kaken. Nothing about me has changed. You seem more troubled now than back then, Katsuki interrupted. Okay, 1, I've been like this since the beginning of 1st grade. 2, don't cut me off, you lemon-headed bimbo. The hell did you just say to me? Back to what I was saying before I was interrupted. I'm still willing to help someone in need despite not having a quirk. I may not be able to physically run away with her and survive, but the least I can do is tell the police. Katsuki growled at the fact that Izuku had completely blown him off, then shook his head to refocus. Aren't you in the League of Villains though? How do I know that you're not lying, Deku? Because I have no reason to lie. I genuinely feel bad for her, but I'm in no position to save her. That's why I'm seeking help. It's true that the League has broken me, and I have no plans of truly escaping because I know it would just cause more trouble for others. But she's only a kid. The League doesn't even like the Shy Hasaikai, and I know the pros don't either. And how exactly do you know that? Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head in annoyance. How did I manage to put up with him for all these years? Kaken, the League trusts me to not try and run away. I know if I try, they'll kill me. Because they trust me, I'm always out and about now. I witnessed what happened to Amajiki and Kirishima last night. With what happened to Amajiki and seeing the thugs enhanced with drags from the Shy Hasaikai, I can only assume the pros would have a problem with them, but they know nothing about the leader. Then why don't you stop being sneaky and just tell me about the leader? Katsuki shouted. Fine. The leader's name is Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul. He's a B-ranked villain. His quirk is to disassemble and reassemble anything he touches. His goal, from what I understand, is to bring down society by destroying quirks completely. So maybe that's what his new product is for. Why are you so willing to give me so much information about another villain? Aren't you all connected? Izuku chuckled and shook his head. I'll do anything to help poor little Eri. I'm not all bad, Kaken. I still have a heart. So where is this Shy Hasaikai? I'll leave that to you or the pro heroes to find out. I know they're pretty smart. Anyway, I've stayed out for too long. Izuku tried to make his escape before Katsuki could stop him, but he wasn't fast enough. Katsuki grabbed his wrist and pulled him back to face him. Don't just run away like that, you coward. Izuku cringed at how loud his childhood friend was being, hoping no one heard. I'm not finished with you yet, Deku. What do you want from me? What I want is for you to come back. Izuku sighed. At this point, he couldn't tell if Katsuki had been listening to his reasons for not coming back or if the blonde had seen through his lies. Kaken, I told you that I can't. The League would kill me if I went home, or they'd probably attack my mom. You could stay with me. Your mom too. We could hide you and get the pros to help us take down the League so you won't have to go back with them. But have you seen yourself, Deku? It's as if you're not there. Don't you see what they're doing to you? Izuku chuckled as a grin started to form on his face. The hell are you smiling about? I'm smiling because I don't understand you like I thought I did, Kaken. You never cease to amaze me. Why are you suddenly so concerned about my well-being? You've never cared before, so why now? Just look at yourself. I thought you wanted me to be this way, Katsuki. Having his full name shouted caught him off guard and surprisingly hurt. I never wished this upon you. What gave you that idea? Then why did you treat me the way you did? Why did you hurt me every single day? Why did you turn everyone against me, Katsuki? You never cared about me. You hated everything about me. Even if I breathed, it would PSS you off. You wanted me dead or at least as far away from you as possible. I'm doing just that. I'm stuck in a place I can't get out of, but I'm away from you just like you wanted. Why do you so desperately want me to come back? Don't tell me it's because my mom misses me either. If you use my mother as an excuse, I think I'll actually lose my mind. Katsuki growled in anger. He didn't want to face the truth. He knew why he wanted Izuku to come back, and it wasn't all for Inko. He truly missed having Izuku around, being his hype man. During his time at U, he knew there were many people with amazing quirks, and he hated to admit that some might have been better than him. But Izuku was the only one who made him feel like he could do anything and be number one. He hated to admit it, but he felt something for Izuku, and every day he wished he could go back in time and change the future. He wanted to apologize for everything he did to the broken boy. You really want to know why? Izuku looked off to the side in thought, then back at Katsuki, waiting for him to continue. It's because I missed your dumbass. Itchich what? Izuku rolled his eyes. Missed. Izuku burst into laughter. You really think He paused when he saw Katsuki's serious expression. Oh shoot, you were serious. You're actually serious. Yes. Before starting you, I always thought I was the best, and that's because I was. I was better than everyone. But I didn't realize that there were so many people who were different from me. Other people who could hold their own against me. But that's not my point. Before going to you, you were always there. No matter how much I pushed you away, you were there to cheer me on. Katsuki wanted to say more but wasn't ready to admit how he truly felt. He thought it was embarrassing to admit his feelings just because Deku told him to. Izuku gritted his teeth as anger started to build within him. He had thought that Katsuki had finally seen things from his side, but that wasn't the case. Katsuki just missed having his own personal cheerleader. I missed the Deku that always kept getting back up no matter how many times anyone pushed him down. Katsuki, I've changed since then. I'm no longer that boy you knew back then. I know that, damn it. That league broke you. So you know what? I'll do what you ask. We'll get that brat of yours out of her situation, then after that, I'm coming for you. I don't care what I have to do. I will drag you back home. I will fix you. I realize that I drove you away because of how stupid I was back in middle school, but I've changed too in these past 4 years, Deku. I've learned and I understand. That's why I'll be the one to drag you back. Matter of fact, I'll drag you back by your ankles. Why? Izuku took a few steps back. For once, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't even think straight to come up with a response. You said it was all my fault, right? Well, you know what? I agree with you. The league might have warped your brain a bit, but I know that I was the main one that drove you away, and I'm sorry. Apologizing. Izuku said in shock as he took 2 steps forward. You're apologizing? To me? Well, no kidding. Who else is here? Katsuki growled, turning his head away. I'll tell them about the girl. What about Todoroki and Ida? What happened to them? Ida's gone. The league threatened us, saying that if we didn't join them, they would kill us too. So, Todoroki and I didn't have a choice but to join. Katsuki nodded, clearly upset about the news of Ida's death. He glared at the ground, lost in thought as he tried to process everything. Izuku took this chance to back away and walk off without Katsuki noticing, using the shadows to hide. He couldn't help but grin as everything slowly started to fall into place. Eeny, meeny, miny. Mo catch an angry Pomeranian by its tail. If he hollers cut its tongue, Izuku sang to himself, with Katsuki on his mind. It had been 3 days since they last spoke. He was sitting on a black leather couch in the bedroom that Chisaki let him stay in. In those 3 days since his time with Eri, he took it upon himself to get closer to her. He wanted Eri for himself. The girl didn't want to give up her quirk, so he would just have to keep her. Seems like something is on your mind, Zuzu. Toga smiled happily as she plopped herself down onto his lap. At the simple action, Izuku stared at her in surprise. Oh, don't give me that look now. What's on your mind? A lot is on my mind, Izuku stated with a blank expression. Wait, what? Toga quickly stood up and leaned down, getting close to his face, looking him straight in the eyes. Do you actually swing that way? Not that I would mind, just curious. I only said that to get you off of me. Toga pouted and crossed her arms. That wasn't very nice, Zuzu. But which way do you swing? Do you like girls or boys? Didn't I tell you that I have no time to focus on such things? I'll give you a hint though. Oh, what's the hint? Toga said with excitement visible on her face. Izuku then grabbed both of her hands and pulled her close, leaning forward to whisper in her ear. I'm not telling you. Toga backed away and sighed but still held that same grin on her face. So hot, what would your dear friend think if he saw you now? Oh, I'd love to figure that out, but I can't even comprehend what goes through that thick skull of his, Izuku said with a roll of his eyes, then looked at the door as he heard someone knocking. Come in, Izuku shouted loud enough for the person on the other side to hear him. His annoyed expression quickly turned to one of excitement when his favorite silver-haired girl slowly cracked open the door. Izuku. Eri. My dear little Eri. Please come in. What can I do for you? Are you enjoying the toy I bought you? Eri slowly nodded as she entered the room. Izuku could sense that the young girl was still apprehensive about being around Toga. I'm glad. So then, what can I do for you? There's a lot of people outside. Father wants everyone ready to fight. Oh, and me too. Eri shook her head, staring down at the ground. He said that he wants you and me to escape. He also told me to give you this box and said to tell you to keep it safe and that he would come to retrieve it when this was all over. Oh, well, that's fine. I'll keep you safe and whatever this is, Izuku said, taking the box from Eri and peering inside. His eyes widened at the sight of what could help him accomplish his goal. He grinned from ear to ear, letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he whispered. He slid the box into a pocket inside his vest and walked over to Eri with a smile. Dear little Eri, don't look so down. Everything's fine. Izuku picked up the small girl and looked back at Toga with a grin. Toga, do everything you can to get Shigaraki here. I think we've overstayed our welcome, don't you? Toga smiled happily, realizing what Izuku was trying to do. You can count on me, boss, she said, saluting him, which made Izuku smirk as he left the room. There's an elevator. He said to take it and go underground, Eri stated. Izuku walked over, hit the button, and waited for the doors to open. Once inside, he stood silently until Eri spoke up. Do you think that we'll ever escape from this? That's what we're doing, Eri. Once we leave, you will never see Chisaki again. The pros will make sure of it. I staged this whole thing. Just to save you. As the doors opened, he was greeted by his friends Todoroki and Twice. Todoroki couldn't help but smile at the sight of Izuku, missing the familiar presence of the boy. Without him, he felt lost among the others, especially around Dabi, who often stared but never spoke. Bossman. It's been so long. Twice exclaimed, running over to Izuku and hugging him. It's been so long I could kiss ya, man. Twice shouted. Do that and I'll kick your teeth in, Izuku said, pushing him off. Ooh, snappy today, aren't we? No, I just want to get this done without any delay. Matter of fact, I need you to head upstairs and help Toga. Is Shigaraki here? He is. Toga told them that she messed up and that a Hasaikai member with a confession quirk made her admit to the planned betrayal, Shoto explained. Izuku looked down at Eri, feeling her tremble. Something wrong, Eri? That's Shin. The one you mentioned. Maybe we should turn back, Izuku. Father is a scary man. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. Izuku maintained a blank expression as Eri sat in his arms, worrying over his safety. Despite her concerns, he was on a mission, determined to carry it out. He aimed to become the #1 villain and knew that getting rid of the competition was essential. What are you still hanging around here for? Twice. Get moving, Izuku ordered as he walked past him and Shoto. Yes, sir, Mr. Bossman, sir. Twice replied as he entered the elevator. Izuku rolled his eyes, walking down the dimly lit hallway. He felt calm listening to the echoes of their footsteps until a loud explosion erupted from the floor above. Shoto, what heroes came to raid the building? I didn't get a good look at them, but I do know that my teacher, Eraserhead, is here. Izuku shook his head. Bad idea on his end. Chisaki will definitely take an interest in him. So, did you get what you were looking for? I did, actually. And luckily, there are 3 bullets. One in case something goes wrong here, another for testing in case I decide to replicate it, which probably won't happen, and one for Kaken. I may not need it, but who knows what will happen. I thought you needed the product for him. Todoroki, you haven't noticed yet that I am a very indecisive individual. How disappointing. I thought you knew me by now. Todoroki sighed, then nodded, looking over at Eri. And the girl? The heroes will take her. She has a very useful power, but it's not something I necessarily need. I also don't want her to fall into the wrong hands. Who knows, maybe when she grows older she'll try to find me again. I will try to find you. Eri blurted out, making Izuku and Shoto stop in their tracks for a moment. You're so kind. I finally know what it means to smile again because of you. I don't want to be separated from you. I want to be friends with you. But if what you do is dangerous, then I understand that I'll be in your way. So when I get older, I'll come to find you again so that I can be your little sister. Can I please? Izuku sighed as he closed his eyes, chuckling lightly at the unexpected outburst from the girl in his arms. It felt strange to be wanted, to be needed. When he opened his eyes again, warmth filled him. He gave her a genuine smile and nodded. Don't let me stop you from doing what you want, Eri. If you wish to come to find me again, then I will humbly accept you as my little sister once more. Until then, you will go to school as a normal girl and learn to control your quirk. Can you do that for me? Eri smiled and nodded with determination. I can do it. I'll come back when I've finally learned to control it. I don't want to be a danger to anyone anymore. I don't want to be the reason for anyone else to die. Izuku hummed to show he understood, then looked up at the ceiling as he noticed cracks forming. We've stayed here for too long, he mumbled, grabbing Todoroki's arm and running to get out of the way. The ceiling soon caved in and collapsed behind them. Smoke and dust filled the hallway, and Izuku held his hand over Eri's nose and mouth. Hold your breath, don't inhale it, he said, trying to sound calm for her. As the smoke dissipated, he looked back at what had fallen through the ceiling and saw it was Katsuki Bakugo. What do we? Shush. Izuku hushed Todoroki as he stared at Katsuki with a blank look. So, you're here too, icy hot. Came Bakugo's brash tone. Long time no see, Bakugo. So you're working for the villains now, huh? I have no choice but to do just that. I've done something unworthy of forgiveness, Todoroki admitted, turning away from the blonde. I thought you told me to come to save the girl, Deku. You were taking way too long, so I decided to figure it out on my own. It was working until you decided to fall through the ceiling. I did not fall. I blasted through it. Izuku shook his head and turned his back to him. Well, since you're here. He walked up to Katsuki and put a hand on his shoulder with a smile. Why don't you help us get out of here? After that, we can all go home together. Katsuki groaned and nodded. Fine, but I'm only doing this so that I can finally drag you by your ankles. Whatever you say, Izuku chuckled, turning away from the frustrated blonde. Are you sure about this? Todoroki whispered to Izuku as he walked past with Eri clinging tightly to him, her face buried in his shoulder. Relax, everything will be fine. If you've got something to say, icy hot, then say it to my face. No need to fight, you two. Everything will be fine. No need to panic. Everything will be just fine, Izuku said with a grin that went unnoticed. Everything was coming together. Everything was going according to plan. He would win. Todoroki stayed close to Izuku and Eri, worried about Bakugo casually following them. He couldn't read Izuku's thought process and felt completely left in the dark. You look worried, Todoroki. Something on your mind? Izuku smiled at him. Eri simply stared at him with a hint of worry on her face. What are we going to do? Izuku chuckled and looked forward as he walked. Don't worry, Todoroki, it'll be fine. Are you really planning to go back? Todoroki asked. Izuku put a finger to his lips with a grin. Zuzu. Todoroki. We're back. Izuku turned as he heard Toga's voice call out from a distance. Sheet, it's her. Bakugo said, readying his grenade. Don't try it, Kaken, Izuku said as he walked toward Toga. Twice was running close behind her. I heard that you managed to get Shigaraki here. You did a great job, Toga, Izuku said. Toga's eyes lit up with happiness, as if being praised by him was a dream come true. Katsuki was beyond confused. Why was he acting as if he were friends with these people? Why was he praising her? Wasn't he afraid of them? Was he acting to make them trust him? Katsuki's confusion didn't go unnoticed. Izuku turned to Katsuki and sighed, still keeping his grin. I almost feel bad because of the way you're looking at me. You poor thing, you look so confused. So helpless. Who are you calling helpless? You're forgetting that I can still knock you out. Oh please, do go ahead, Kaken. Knock me out. I would love it if you could just put me out of my misery until you can take me to safety while dragging me by my ankles. You'd still have to deal with Toga and Twice though, Izuku said. Eri buried her face back into Izuku's chest, afraid of them breaking out into a fight. I can blow them to pieces if I wanted. I'd like to see you try. Toga and Twice made no movement to attack him. Toga simply grinned. Oh, are you trying to test us, Zuzu? This can be a great warm-up for later, right, Twice? Yes, my dear appealing Toga. Twice said, completely infatuated with her. Ain't she a doll? Ah, you're so sweet, Twice. Katsuki, getting more irritated by the second, lifted his hands and curled his fingers to form mini crackles, only to realize that nothing was happening. The hell? He started to mentally panic. What is this building? Oh Kaken, it's not the building, silly. Izuku raised his hand and made small sparks come from the palm. You may be asking yourself right now, why does dear old Deku have my quirk? To which I say the answer is simple. I took it. How did you? Give it back. Give what back, Kaken? Give me back my quirk. This was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? Telling me to get the heroes to save that brat just so you could trap me. Huh. Was that it? Not really. I actually didn't expect you to come at all. It's true that I wanted the heroes to come and save Eri, but you didn't have to come with them. You told me to save you. You actually believed that I wanted to be saved. You poor thing. Look at yourself, Kaken. So confused. So useless. The feeling of betrayal setting in. It's all so sad. So satisfying. You kind of remind me of somebody. But who would that be exactly? Who do I know that was so useless? Just someone who constantly felt betrayed, always feeling trapped by those around him. Someone quirkless. Someone who wanted to be a hero but had his dreams stolen from him. But wait, that was me, wasn't it? Izuku let out a laugh filled with malice. Icy hot, don't just stand there. Do something. He's lost it. Katsuki glared at the other male. I truly am sorry, Bakugo. But my loyalty is to Midoriya. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, such a good choice, Shoto. I'd be really sad if I had to take your quirk again, my dear friend. Can you imagine it? You not being one of us anymore. If you thought your father was HRD on you before, just wait until he finds out that you lost your quirk. You wouldn't do that. Todoroki stared at Izuku with wide eyes. Oh, but I would. You must not remember who I am and what I've done. Would you like a reminder sometime? Todoroki stuttered, hating himself for showing such weakness. Then you'd best behave. Todoroki balled his fists and clenched his teeth out of anger, but he refused to strike Midoriya as fear set in. One wrong move and his quirk would be taken. Yes, sir. You piece of trash. Bakugo growled. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. You're a piece of trash. Don't talk to our leader that way. I'll give you a good punch, quirkless boy. Don't try me. Twice shouted. Now, Twice. There's no need to get angry. Unfortunately, that's just his personality. Now I have a proposal for you, Kaken. Seeing that you're surrounded and can't go anywhere, how about you answer my questions first? Katsuki was cut off when his left cheek was met with Toga's foot, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. BSRD, he growled under his breath. Sorry, Blondie, but our leader hates being cut off, and I would just hate to see someone so cute get upset. I mean, trust me, it's a scary thing. The cutest people are always the scariest. Just like me. Toga explained. Oh, so true. You were always so smart, Toga. That's why you're my favorite. Always stuck by my side since day one. But it's okay, I'm not angry. Far from it, actually. I'm used to it. Kaken was never much of a good listener anyway. So what is your question, Kaken? I have multiple. All right. So you're the leader of the league, huh? Yes and no. I'm second in command. But that was originally the main reason I came here. I want Shigaraki dead so that I can take over. The only way to do that is if we have two people with very dangerous quirks fight, because no matter what, it's one or the other. Tamura needs to touch you for his quirk to work, whereas Overhaul does not. So there's no doubt that Overhaul will win, but the heroes upstairs I'm sure will give him a run for his money. But because he was stupid enough to entrust me with everything that could possibly help him in his fight. And what's that? You'll find out soon enough, Kaken. Anyway, Overhaul will get captured and Shigaraki will be dead. I can take over the league and lead them the way they should have been, and little Eri here can be saved from her abusive situation. Therefore, everyone wins. Oh, but where does that leave you? Here's where my proposal comes in. I'll be happy to give you your quirk back. Trust me, I have no longing for it. But what you have to do is join me. It's simple, really. You're always shouting about killing people and whatnot. I think it fits you. But of course, if not, then... He walked over to Katsuki and placed both of his hands on Katsuki's shoulders, unaware that Izuku had given him his quirk back. I can make the quirk disappear from your grasp forever. With this, I can completely revert your body back to a time when you didn't have a quirk, and you will remain quirkless for the rest of your days. You will suffer like how you made me suffer. You won't be that boy with the amazing quirk anymore. All of the praise and worship from the people around you will no longer exist. You'll just be plain, worthless Katsuki. Which, if I'm being honest, I'd prefer. But because I am so nice, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself here. Eri looked at Bakugo, frightened by the expression on his face, and immediately clung to Izuku's leg. She didn't understand why Izuku had been shouting or what had made the boy who was so kind to her so upset, but she saw Izuku as her older brother and wanted nothing more than to make him smile again. However, she could read the atmosphere and knew it wasn't the right time to intervene. It's not my place to say this, Bakugo, but I'd think about this carefully. Todoroki said, not looking up at the blonde. You owe it to him. Especially with all the pain you put him through. Twice added, he's done nothing but try to support you as a friend, and the only thing he received was a guy telling him to kill himself. You don't even deserve to call yourself a hero. You don't belong in that hero course. What if he had actually done it? You hurt him, Katsuki. You made him feel as if there was nothing left for him. I can imagine the absolute hate his mother would feel for you too. Do you really think you deserve to be number one? Toga said with a blank expression and a small tilt of her head. Essage, shut up. Katsuki clenched his fist in anger. All three of them were right and he knew it. The day he heard Izuku had gone missing, he had really thought that Izuku had run away. It had been one of his biggest regrets, and he didn't have the heart to tell Inko about what he had done to the boy. He knew that Inko would never forgive him if he had told her. Could he really say that he was worthy of being a hero if he had managed to hurt someone to this extent? To drive them to despair? Was he worthy of being number one like All Might had once been? Izuku used to be a ball of pure joy. His eyes would always be on Katsuki, filled with amazement and happiness as he watched Katsuki and the other pros save lives. Izuku wanted nothing but to be his friend. Quirkless or not, Izuku wanted to support him. But as the years passed, he pushed the boy away. He had hurt him. He had abused him physically and mentally. He watched the light in Izuku's eyes fade and took pleasure from it. He made no move to help when others tried to hurt him. He just stood there with a grin, wanting Deku to know his place beneath him. Now, looking at the man in front of him, who had changed both mentally and physically, pointing a gun at him. With no remorse, he could see that the boy he once knew was gone for good. He could apologize all he wanted, but Izuku wasn't here for an apology. Izuku was stronger, smarter, and manipulative. Everything that Katsuki had never thought little Deku could become. Bakugo Katsuki was now the one being put in his place, underneath Izuku's power and influence like he should have always been. Time's running out, Kaken. You better make your choice. Either you lose me and your quirk, or you can stay by my side and keep your quirk. Make your choice, or else I'll make it for you. Izuku started to push a bit on the trigger. Alright, fine. I'll work with you. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this at all. I don't have a choice. You've become a monster. It's my fault. I see that. Please don't say that. Izuku and Bakugo turned to look down at the silver-haired girl. Izuku isn't a monster. Brat, do you not see what he just... Please stop. You keep making him sad. Izuku is so kind to me, and he's the reason I now remember how to smile. So please don't hurt him anymore. I can see it in his eyes that when he looks at you, he's always in pain. He doesn't deserve to be in pain anymore. You're just a big bully. Eri shouted, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Izuku's leg. Izuku sighed and placed his hand on top of her head in a small effort to comfort the crying child. Katsuki was stunned silent. Izuku put his gun back into its holster. He had already received the answer he wanted. He wasn't upset with the results, more surprised than anything. He picked up Eri and held her close. Eri, dear little Eri, there's no need to cry for me. You don't have to defend someone like me. I'm alright. No. I have to defend you. You're my big brother. So, I have to make sure that you're okay. Eri said, wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck, trying her best to give him a comforting hug. Izuku stared blankly, unsure of how to respond to this affection. He didn't particularly feel anything, but he knew how to pretend. Thank you, Eri. You're so kind. Let's just focus on getting you out of here now, okay? Izuku suggested, trying to change the subject. Eri nodded, keeping her head against Izuku's shoulder. Twice. Toga. Todoroki. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Let's go. Keep an eye on him, Izuku said as he continued down the hallway until they came to a door. This is it, right, Eri? Eri slowly nodded and hugged Izuku, knowing their time together was coming to an end. Izuku turned the doorknob and opened it, revealing a room with 6 steps leading to another door. He walked up the stairs and stepped outside. They were now on the side of the building. He sat Eri down to check his surroundings and caught a glimpse of Overhaul, beaten by none other than Lemillion. Izuku was entranced by his fighting style and the use of his quirk. He wanted to study it, but he knew his limits. This was one person he couldn't touch. Izuku. Eri called out. Izuku broke out of his trance and calmly looked down at her. I don't want to leave you, the girl said, clinging to his breed's leg. I know you don't. But you have to be a big girl for me. When you learn to control your quirk, you'll see me again. But how will I find you? Izuku smiled slightly and placed his hand over her head. Don't worry, if you can't find me, then I'll find you. You promise? I promise. But can you promise me something? Eri looked up at him as Izuku knelt to meet her gaze. No matter what happens to me, no matter how the world views me, you have to promise me that you'll want to come back to me. But what if you become a villain? Izuku held back a laugh. I already am one, sweetheart, but I promise you that I'd never treat you like Overhaul did. After all, you're my little sister, and I promise to protect you. Eri tilted her head in confusion. But you're so kind. To you. You're like a doll to me. Well, you're certainly as cute as one. Anyway, do I have your word that you'll come back to me without a fuss? Eri quickly nodded and hugged him tightly as tears started to well up in her eyes. Goodbye. This isn't goodbye. We'll see each other again. Izuku stood up and backed away from her. Twice, call Dabi and tell him to meet us. Twice saluted him and pulled out his cell phone to make the call. Eri peeked from behind the corner and noticed a silver-haired man being carried out among the many others that had been hurt. Izuku turned to see what she was looking at and noticed an indigo-haired boy being carried out along with Tamura, Sir Nightai, Eraserhead, and Kirishima. Izuku smirked as he looked back at Bakugo. They seem to be in such bad shape. Are you even worried, though? I'm surprised that you don't look worried, Todoroki. Is that hero mentality of yours finally dying? Your leader is over there too, Bakugo shot back. You mean half of my leader? His lower half is gone. Tamura Shigaraki is dead, just like I wanted, which means that the league is mine. It is a shame that it had to end up this way. Izuku sighed and looked down at Eri, lightly pushing her out into the open, making her gasp and look back at him. It's time for us to go. Remember our promise, Eri. Izuku turned his back to her and walked off, motioning for everyone else to follow. Eri stood in her spot, tears streaming down her face. The one person that brought her happiness was leaving her, but she knew that if she worked hard, she would be able to see him again. With a look of determination, she looked back up and saw that they were gone. Taking a deep breath, she nodded to herself and ran towards the heroes, prepared to take on her new life so that she could see her big brother again. Police officers saw her and quickly approached to inspect her. She looked around nervously at all the heroes but froze when she noticed a familiar face. Chisaki was being pushed into the back of a black truck. She remained frozen until the truck and a police cruiser finally pulled away. Letting out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, she looked back at the man asking if she was okay, to which she nodded. Izuku sat next to Katsuki in the back of the armored truck that a lackey had picked them up in. Katsuki was in cuffs that prevented him from using his quirk. What's the point of putting these on me if you took my quirk from me? He asked. Idiot, I gave it back to you. But I still don't trust you. Until the day comes that I trust you not to fight against me, I'll be giving you a sort of medicine that will bring out your darkest desires, Izuku replied. Who are you? Really? Katsuki asked, still in disbelief at what his childhood best friend had become. I am Izuku Midoriya, the one who can slay in a suit and will do what it takes to win. Who else would I be? Dude, what? Dabi said, while twice burst into laughter as Izuku stood up. Now that certainly brings back memories, Mr. Compress added. Izuku chuckled and placed his hands on the back doors of the truck. Alright, enough of me being an idiot. Dabi. Mr. Compress. How about we get this show on the road? Dabi and Mr. Compress got up as Izuku opened the door. Dabi raised his hands as blue flames began to form around them. What's the plan, boss? Dabi shouted over the wind. Destroy the cruiser, take out the ones in the car, open up the caravan in the back, keep Chisaki alive, take his quirk, Izuku instructed. Can do, Mr. Compress said cheerfully as he threw a marble-like object at the police cruiser, which transformed into an oversized boulder. Izuku's eyes widened with interest, eager to see how the police would react. Sand seeped out of the car just in time to block the impact, but Dabi countered with a burst of flames. Izuku then jumped onto the police cruiser, landing on the hood with a grin as he drew his gun and shot the windshield, taking out the driver. The hero wrapped Izuku in sand, holding him off the cruiser to give him time to get into the driver's seat. Villainsome. You dare try to fight me with only a gun. You're fighting a losing battle. The hero shouted. Izuku never stopped smiling. Yeah, you're right about that. By myself, I have no hope of winning. But that's exactly why I'm going to win. Simply because you underestimate me. Mr. Compress threw another marble that contained another car within it. Watch carefully as a car comes hurtling towards you out of thin air. No wires or strings attached. He exclaimed as he and Dabi jumped off the armored truck. The sand hero quickly jumped out of the police cruiser and dropped Izuku. Taking advantage of the moment, Izuku rebounded off the car Mr. Compress had thrown, reaching the black truck containing Chisaki. He shot at the windshield, enjoying the look of fear on the officer's face as he grabbed the steering wheel and turned it, causing the truck to flip onto its side. He jumped off at the right moment, landing close to Mr. Compress, who was standing in the middle of the road with Dabi as they fought with Snatch. As Snatch used his sand to block the flames, Mr. Compress threw a marble at him, compressing the hero within it. Katsuki could only watch in frustration. How can you possibly just let Deku do this? Just when did he become so strong? What did he do to you in such a short period of time that made you so espimizvi to him? Katsuki shouted at Todoroki. I'd be a hypocrite if I told him no. How he became so strong. He's played you like a fool since the day he made himself known to Uraraka. As for your last question, he did the same thing to me that he did to you, Todoroki admitted. What does that mean? He played me like a fool since he met Uraraka. What did he do? How did he do it? Oh. It would be best if you ask Midoriya. Chisaki lay on the ground, arms and legs chained. Izuku stood over him with a grin. Look who it is, leader of the Shai Hasaikai. Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul. Made it out after all, Chisaki said with a small grin. I did. I got your product and Eri made it out as well. So, that means I can continue my work. You really are a trustworthy ally then, Chisaki sighed, relieved that Izuku had done as instructed. Oh, not exactly. Before I explain what I mean, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've been wanting to get rid of Tamura for quite some time now, and thanks to you, my dreams will come true. You've made my job just a little bit easier, and as a reward for helping me. Today we're going to learn something together, what it means to lose everything. What are you talking about, Midoriya? I know you're wondering. So let me explain. Eri is with the heroes now. I gave her up. Such a cute little girl. I wish I could have kept her, but she's too much of a danger to me. You understand, don't you? Before Chisaki could yell, Izuku broke out into a fit of laughter. I knew you'd understand. Anyway, that box you gave me, I have it, but I'm keeping it. But, well, I don't need it anymore. Especially since the tables have turned. So why could I possibly want to keep it? Well, the answer is simple. I have one more thing to take from you. Izuku smiled. Are you going to kill me? Chisaki asked, fear evident on his face. No. I'd never do such a terrible thing to you, Chisaki, because I thought of something even worse. A chunk from both of his arms was compressed into a sphere. Mr. Compress stepped closer to the two and chuckled as he picked up the marble. For the arm and for the loss of a close friend of ours, Mr. Compress stated with a smile. Now people who absolutely hate quirks don't need one themselves, right? It's only fair. Quirks only belong to those who absolutely deserve them. So, may your hopes and dreams rest with me. Izuku laughed as he turned away from the man and walked back to their truck with his hands in his pockets, Dabi and Mr. Compress on either side of him, following their new leader. Rise and shine, Kaken. It's another wonderful day to smell the ashes. Not only that, but it's another day that I get to train you. Katsuki groaned in pain. He had cuts and bruises all over his body from Izuku's harsh training. It had been 4 days since Katsuki had let himself be captured, and Izuku thought that if Katsuki were to join the villains, then it would be in his best interest to give up his hero mentality just like Todoroki. He was told that he would be given a pill, but Izuku wanted to try other methods first to break him. But why you like this? What have they done? You're not you. No matter what I did. The Deku I know would never go so low. Izuku smiled happily at the fact that after 4 days of silence, Katsuki finally spoke to him. Katsuki's quiet treatment had only frustrated him, which caused him to lash out at the blonde. I didn't know that you were so naive, Kaken. But to answer your question, they've done absolutely nothing. This is all on you. I'm still me. I will forever be me. Izuku Midoriya is my name, but that sweet supportive boy you once knew named Deku is no more. What happened to that sweet boy, you ask? Well, he took a step closer to Katsuki, wrapped his arms around his neck, and whispered into his ear, you killed him. He pushed off and laughed at the look of pain and sorrow on Katsuki's face. I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have. You would have what? What would you have done if you knew that everything you did would push me so far? Nothing. You would have done nothing. You saw how the pain you dealt to me was affecting me. What did you do? You laughed, turned people against me all because I had a dream, hit me, used your quirk on me, and I'm surprised that I don't need a hearing aid yet. You've destroyed everything I had that even related to my hobby of learning about heroes. Need I go on? I think you get the picture. Tamura Shigaraki found me. He appreciated me for what I could do. He appreciated me for the very thing that you blew up and told me to kill myself over. Katsuki flinched from the sudden rise of Izuku's voice. Izuku smirked, enjoying the look of fear on Katsuki's face. Anyway, Tamura provided me with a place where I felt needed, where I was praised for the things I could do and not insulted for the things I couldn't do. I will always be grateful for what he did for me. Then why did you kill him? Simply because I was jealous. Katsuki looked up at Izuku with anger, but once he met the cold, dead emerald eyes, it slowly dissipated. All of that? Because you were jealous. If that's the case, then why didn't you go after me first? You were always my main goal, Kaken. Tamura. Well, after 4 years of watching him lead the villains, I realized that I wanted what he had. I wanted people who would listen to me for a change. Take my ideas into consideration instead of brushing me off. All for One, before he was arrested, offered me a chance to be the new leader if anything ever happened to Tamura. So I realized that the only way to become number one was to get rid of him. If I had gone after you first, it would have set myself up for failure. I'm a bit smarter than that. I was quirkless at the beginning, as you know. How did you get a quirk? Did you lie to me? Saying that you were meant to be quirkless so that I wouldn't know. So that you could one-up me. Yes and no. Either way, I still fed you over up until, let's say after I killed Uraraka, I was quirkless. The quirk I have now dash. You said that the League killed her. His interrupting had earned him a hard punch to the face. But Izuku didn't stop after just one. He kept going until Katsuki was spitting out BLD that came from his nose. Izuku held Katsuki's head up just to make sure that Katsuki could taste his own BLD. Do not interrupt me while I am talking. You will wait until I finish talking to ask your questions. Who knows, maybe if you'd listen to me for once, all of your questions will be answered before you ask them. 3. He let go of Katsuki and watched as his head hung low, coughing and gagging on his saliva and Anyway, my quirk was a gift. They injected me with All for One's DNA and I inherited his quirk. It was painful, sure, but it all worked out in my favor now. As for your question, I killed her. I've been playing you and the rest of Class 1A since the very beginning. I was quirkless when I met her and she pitied me because of it. She invited me out along with a few of your classmates and I took that time to learn about their quirks, you, and All Might. That's when I met Todoroki. I kept talking to him after that day and eventually convinced him to join me. I wanted to learn more about everyone's quirks for future reference and I knew that your school had profiles on everyone saying your names and what your quirks are. To get the files on your classmates, I kidnapped Uraraka and had Toga pose as her at school, and that was the day you figured out I was alive. Well, simply because I told Toga to tell you that. Uraraka, however. Well, I hung her and cut her head off. I still have her head. I had her get the student files from you. That way I could convince Tamura to plan another attack on you. And to do it correctly because you gotta admit the first time was complete chaos. Oh, and on that day I texted Todoroki to play along as I played the damsel in distress. Katsuki looked up at Izuku wanting to say something but he hesitated. Go ahead and speak. I'm ready for your next question, Katsuki groaned in frustration. He was beyond embarrassed. He never thought he would ever have any sort of fear towards the man in front of him. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Izuku was supposed to be that scared little sheet stain that followed Katsuki no matter what, but now here he is asserting his demps with a look of pure malicious intent. Izuku was insane. His smile widened whenever he caused Katsuki pain. He laughed as he watched Katsuki break. Katsuki had gotten his quirk taken away once again, and he was in pain. He couldn't defend himself, and at this point, he was just being bullied. 5. Was this how Izuku felt all of those years ago? Is this the feeling that pushed his childhood best friend to this extent? At this point, he had to agree that he had no right to call himself a hero if he were capable of causing this much damage. To say Katsuki was afraid was an understatement. He was terrified. If he didn't give Izuku what he wanted, would he end up like Uraraka? For Kaken. Don't blank out on me now. Izuku waved a hand in front of Katsuki's face, then huffed. I know you have another question, so ask it already. To be honest, I'm just glad that this isn't just another boring session of you staying quiet while I sit here and hit you out of anger. Izuku slapped him, causing Katsuki to lose his train of thought. Ah, welcome back, Izuku greeted him with a smile. BSC, Katsuki thought to himself. Dash. Izuku, you planned the second attack on the U.S.J., Katsuki asked. That I did. I wanted to make the heroes seem incompetent at protecting their students, and I even had them kidnap Ida. Why? And why Ida? Where is Ida? Because heroes are pretty corrupt. If you're quirkless, you ain't shit in their eyes. Just like how you once saw me. I wanted to be a hero to protect and serve. Most heroes are in it for fame and fortune, and I don't like that. Don't be a hero unless your heart is truly in it. Not for some selfish reason. Oh, and why Ida? I was a bored boy with a knife, what else was there to do? You're sick. I know and I love it. Wanna know how sick I am? I had Todoroki kill him as an initiation to our wonderfully large group of villains. Now he can't ever return to being a hero. Not with that guilty conscience that will forever hang over his head. Oh, that reminds me. I have Ida's head too. I would have loved to have Tamura's head, but his head exploded, and I only take the heads of those that I kill or at least have kidnapped, like in Ida's case. Speaking of killing when the time is right, you'll have to do the same thing. You'll have to take a life. It's the least you can do for me after what you did to poor little poor little Deku. I mean, after all this. All of this is your fault. Everything that's happening to you, your classmates, the heroes. It's all because of you. So the least you can do is give up. Nobody wants to have a hero like you anyway. That's not true. Oh, it's not. Enlighten me. Are you still thinking about that friend of yours? Kirishima. The one who has a knockoff hero name based off of Crimson Riot. 8. You shut up, face. Oh, somebody's getting into his feelings. Did I strike a nerve? Good, hold on to that anger. It will help you in the long run, you know. Izuku turned his back to Katsuki and walked to the corner of the room, grabbing an old wooden chair. He picked it up and walked back to Katsuki, placing it in front of him, facing away from the blonde. Then he sat down, leaning on the back of the chair, head resting on his arms as he grinned at Katsuki. Katsuki's heart raced as he stared at the man in front of him. Listen, I'm only going to say this once. The only reason I treated you that way was because I liked you. I never hated you, and I didn't know how to deal with someone quirkless. I wanted people to know that I was someone they couldn't touch because I was surrounded by the strong. That sounds like a personal problem that I have no intent on exploring. I don't care about how you felt towards me at the time. Just because you like someone, whether as a friend or something more, doesn't mean you tell them to harm themselves. So you can take your little confession and keep it to yourself. Katsuki cringed at his harsh response. Izuku's eyes were devoid of emotion, but then again, Izuku had always been unpredictable. Maybe you could classify him as someone who thrived on manipulation. With that in mind, he shouldn't expect anything from Izuku except punishment. I have one last question for you. What is it? What exactly is this method supposed to teach me about becoming a villain? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're currently my favorite person to hurt simply because you've hurt me in a way that I want you to experience what I've been through, day in and day out. But fortunately for you, you won't have to endure the same torture I did for 10 years. It'll only be until I see that you're finally on the edge. When you're about to break. When you won't even think about trying to escape because every time you do, if you even manage to, I'll come to find you and drag you back. When you agreed to join me, you verbally signed an agreement to be mine. I own you just like I own everyone here. You will abide by the rules that I make. You will learn to take orders, and if you ever decide to betray me, I'll make sure you regret it. Izuku looked at the time and sighed. Looks like I'll have to cut our little chat short. I have other things to attend to. But don't worry, I won't be gone long. I'll be back in an hour. I hope you'll talk to me again. This was fun, finally being able to talk to you again. Izuku got up, leaving the chair where he had placed it, and walked over to the door. Keeping his hand on the doorknob, he took one last glance at the blonde. I hope you think about what I said, Kaken. Izuku chuckled as he closed the door behind him. Katsuki's head hung low in shame as he processed everything Izuku had told him. The realization hit him that if he had never pushed him away and hurt him, his two classmates would still be alive, Todoroki would still be in class right alongside him, and his remaining classmates wouldn't be afraid. He could have protected Izuku, proving just how heroic he could be like All Might, but instead, he hurt his best friend and drove him to despair. He had no right to think he could make it as a hero. Not with that kind of guilt. He had no right to try and be like All Might. He had no right to walk in the light among the pro-heroes. He felt he deserved to be with the scum of the earth, and with that knowledge, for the first time in a long time, He broke down and cried for all that had been lost. It had been 2 weeks since Eri was freed from Overhaul. Overhaul was now in jail and was found without arms, which the Sand Hero explained was due to the actions of 3 villains, one being unnamed. News had gotten out that Katsuki had been captured, and Eri was now being questioned by a detective inside her hospital room. The detective was intrigued to learn more about the new face of the League of Villains and the possible kidnappers of Katsuki Bakugo, winner of the U Sports Festival. "So Eri, how are you feeling?" the detective asked. "I'm okay. It feels nice to be able to wake up in a place that doesn't cause pain. We're all glad that you're safe, Eri. My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, but if it makes it easier for you, you can call me now." Eri nodded and turned her body to fully face him. "Is it okay if I ask you a few questions relating to your situation?" Eri simply nodded and stared down at her lap. "Okay, great. So my first question is, how exactly did you manage to escape? From what I've noticed, you just appeared in front of an officer without anyone with you. So how did you manage to get out?" "Well, someone helped me. He said that he was a villain, but he didn't seem like it to me. He was very nice and caring. He even helped me remember what it was like to smile again. I miss him," Eri said, tears forming in her eyes. Even though he was so nice, he just seemed so sad and misunderstood. I think he might be misguided. And angry. Because no one ever gave him a chance. I understand. I just wish I could do something to make him happy again. Do you know his name?" "No." "Did he have any connections to Chisaki?" "I just know that my father trusted him because he was quirkless. But he was the reason my father was captured. He's with the League of Villains, but he said he had a plan to help set me free. He acted more like a hero than a villain." As the detective tried to process this new information, he felt increasingly confused. A villain acting like a hero was unheard of. Was the villain working undercover? Was he truly misguided, as Eri had said, or was this all part of a sinister plan? Either way, he couldn't believe this was the same person who attacked Chisaki. "Did you happen to see a blonde boy with red eyes? He was said to have gone missing on the day you were brought to the hospital," Naomasa asked. Eri didn't want to lie to the officer, but she knew she had to for Izuku's sake. If she ever wanted to see him again, she would have to play dumb to some of his questions. "I don't remember seeing anyone like that. I saw a blonde girl though, but I don't know her name either." "That's okay. You're doing great. It was probably Toga. Some officers claimed to have seen her. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I think I'm done for now. You should get some rest. From what I've been told, the pro-hero Eraserhead will be your guardian," Naomasa said with a smile. Eri simply nodded and laid back down, watching the man get up from his seat and walk out of the room. Once he was gone, she sighed and turned onto her side. "I did the best I could, Izuku. I hope you'll be okay." Izuku Katsuki was breathing heavily, blood dripping down his face. He was tied to a chair, quirkless, beaten, and afraid. "Dear Kaken, why must you keep hurting me? I gave you your quirk back to see if I could trust you, and the first thing you do is attack me and try to run away. I thought maybe you were finally starting to understand. I wanted to train you so that we could see eye to eye and I wouldn't have to give you that pill the crazy doctor made. But it seems there's no way around it." Katsuki's eyes widened with fear. The pill Izuku spoke of was supposed to alter his mind, bringing forward his deepest desires. The thought of the monster he could become scared him. "Please. I'm sorry." No, you are not. I know you, Kaken, and you are never truly sorry. If you were, you wouldn't have attacked me." "I am." "Why are you lying to me?" "I'm not." "Izuku, please. You said you would give me a month." Izuku tilted his head in thought. "Yeah, I did say that." He sighed and crossed his arms. "What am I going to do with you? I just want my friend back. All I want is to change the world by ridding it of those fake heroes. The world deserves heroes who protect and serve out of the goodness of their hearts, not for popularity and money. Is that so bad? Why are you so against me, Kaken? I'm just trying to help everyone. You're hurting people and stealing quirks. What about your mother? You just left her to feel like a failure. Do you see any other way to do it? If you can think of another way, then please, Kaken, enlighten me." If you can think of a way, then I'll gladly turn myself in for being an idiot. Also maybe, just maybe, my mother might be a bit of a failure. Katsuki went silent. He really couldn't think of any other way to do it. He could see where Izuku was coming from. The hero system was corrupt, and there was no way to get the bad heroes out due to their popularity and power. The only way to take them out was for them to either be defeated or made useless. Can't think of anything, can you? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow, maintaining a blank expression. Katsuki shook his head. That's what I thought. You see where I'm coming from, don't you? Katsuki nodded, staying quiet. He hated feeling weak, and he hated waiting for the pros to save him. It had been over a week, and he was slowly losing hope of ever being saved. The more he listened to Izuku's reasoning, the more he understood and agreed. I think I know why you keep running away. You're still hoping that you can be saved, aren't you? Maybe if you make enough noise, someone will find you. Good luck with that. The heroes failed to save me, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida. They failed to save them from me and failed to save me from myself. They couldn't even save a little girl. That was all me. Saved her because I know how to play my cards right. What makes you think they'll be able to save you? You're better off giving up. It makes things so much easier when you just accept what has been handed to you. I, on the other hand, can help you in so many ways if you give me the chance. The hell could you possibly help me with? Katsuki questioned. Well, if you join me I can show you. How can I trust you? Why should I trust you? If you join me, then you would see why. How do I know that what you're saying is true? How do I know that your goals are truly what you're after? If you join me, then you would know. Is that all you have to say to me? If you join me, then the world would make sense. Katsuki growled out of frustration. Fine. I get it. I won't know unless I see for myself, and the only way to see for myself is by joining you, right? Precisely. Unless you plan on joining me, I have nothing else to say to you. Oh wait. Look at me. You really are something else, Kaken. You managed to distract me from your punishment. Wait. Izuku sighed and crossed his arms. What now? Give me one more chance. Izuku's eyes widened with hope. Was his childhood best friend finally giving in? What are you saying, Kaken? Are you saying that you're willing to join me? That you're going to stop running away from me? Izuku said as he moved closer to Katsuki's face. Katsuki sat there for a moment to gather his thoughts. Did he want to join Izuku? Of course, he didn't, but he wanted the pain to stop. He had been with Izuku for 2 weeks and couldn't see himself being saved anytime soon. Izuku sighed, getting bored with waiting for him to answer. Why beg when you don't know what you're begging for? Izuku said. But I won't run. I know you can do better than that, Kaken. I'll join you. But I knew you wouldn't let me down. Besides, who would turn down someone as cute as me? But, just to be sure, let's do another test, shall we? What are you getting at? Izuku smirked as he pulled out his phone. If you say anything, I'll make sure you regret it, he said as he dialed a number and put his phone on speaker. Hello. Katsuki's eyes widened when he heard the familiar voice of his best friend. Kiri. Deku. Hey man. Are you okay? Where are you? Katsuki's eyes widened as he heard the voice of the only man he would consider his friend. Hey, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to contact you. No, it's okay. I'm more worried about you. The last time I saw you, you were kidnapped by the League of Villains. Yeah, I was saved when they captured All for One. I'm so happy that I'm finally back with my mom again. But anyway, I heard about that mission you went on a few weeks ago. It was all over the news. You're so cool. I don't feel cool, bro, Kirishima said in almost a whisper. Is this about Kaken? I heard that he was on that mission too. But now he's missing. Did you find any clues? No, not yet anyway. It's just that. He was my best friend, you know. Izuku stared at Katsuki with a grin on his face. Katsuki was furious, but being tied up without a quirk, he couldn't do anything. I understand, Kiri. I do. And I'm so sorry. It must be hard with what happened. I mean, Uraraka is gone. And Ida. Wait, Ida's gone too. Gone. I'm sorry, Kiri. I couldn't do anything against the League to save him. Katsuki wanted to scream out to his friend not to believe anything Izuku said. He wanted to tell Kirishima that Izuku was the one behind everything. That Izuku was manipulative. But at the same time, he knew why Izuku was acting this way, and it was his own fault. So, even him. Izuku could hear sniffles come through the phone as Kirishima started to cry. Izuku had muted the call so that Kirishima couldn't hear him. How does it feel to be the cause of your best friend's tears? I bet you love it just like how you loved seeing me cry, he taunted. Katsuki opened his mouth to shout, but then Izuku placed his hand on Katsuki's jaw, forcing his mouth shut with a wicked grin. Now, Katsuki. I'm on the phone. Izuku unmuted the call and sighed. I'm so sorry, Kiri. No, it's okay, bro. It's not your fault. I'm sure you wish that you could have done more to help. I do. I really do. Not having a quirk is so frustrating. I can't help anyone. I've only ever wanted to help those in need. Not for any selfish reasons like fame and money. I wanted to save lives and keep the peace. But without a quirk, I can't do anything. Kiri wiped his tears and sighed as he listened. It must have been tough for you, Midoriya. Especially since you witnessed it. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the angered look Katsuki was giving him. Why, it was hard. It makes me want to cry just thinking about it. I'm actually supposed to be going to my therapist later on today. They said that from everything that happened, it would be best if I spoke to someone to help me cope with everything. I totally get that, bro. I hope everything goes well for you. Thanks, Kiri. I'll check back in with you soon. They said their goodbyes, and Izuku hung up the phone, a wide smirk on his face. He looked back at Katsuki and clapped. Very good, Kaken. I'm impressed. Got a bit iffy, but you did good. You forgive me now, right? Katsuki asked, keeping his gaze on the floor. Of course I do. But we're not done yet. Far from it, to be completely honest. When I said that I was going to break you, I meant it. I know that you don't want me to hit you anymore, but I just have to make sure that you're true to your words. The only way to do that is to, get rid of the one that you admire most. The one that you aspired to be better than your entire life. He's so weak and vulnerable now, it's absolutely perfect. Izuku walked around Katsuki like a wild animal circling its prey. No, you can't. Katsuki begged. I can. And I will. What are you gonna do? Stop me. Izuku chuckled as he roughly grabbed Katsuki's jaw and forced the blonde to look up at him. I, Izuku Midoriya, will take the life of the man who was once hailed as the #1 hero, Toshinori Yagi. All might, and you will do nothing but sit back and watch. Izuku could hear the shouts of concerned citizens as they stared at the TV screens from outside a store window. How are these people still heroes? Children are dying. How are kids dying in a school full of heroes? Honestly, what's the point of having heroes if they suck at their jobs? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as the citizens started to think the same way he did. What's so funny, kid? A stranger asked. Oh, I'm sorry. I just think this whole situation is a mess. I used to respect heroes so much, but now, if I really needed help, would they really be able to help me? Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and honestly, I can't even say for sure anymore, and it's sad. Izuku nodded and took off his hoodie to show the man his face. Hey, aren't you one of the kids that went missing? Izuku smiled sadly and nodded. I am. But I wasn't saved by any hero, if that's what you're thinking. I saved myself. How the hell? Well, you see, it's a bit complicated. I pretended to give in to the League's demands, and at a certain point, the Yakuza got involved and wanted to partner up with them. The League didn't trust them, and since I managed to gain the leader's trust, they sent me to the Shai Hasaikai as a spy. Found a way to pin them against each other to get them to fight, which led to them being distracted so that I could escape. The leader of the League of Villains was killed by the Yakuza leader, and the Yakuza leader was arrested when the heroes got to him. Diamen. So in that situation, the heroes were just pawns. Basically. So wait, what did they want with you? Well, you see, I was born quirkless, but I'm able to analyze someone simply by taking a look at them. That's not a quirk. Apparently, that's what the doctor told me. Anyway, they wanted to use me to get info on the heroes. But it's depressing to know that I had to save myself. Now all of these poor students are going missing. How are we supposed to feel safe? I totally agree, the man said with a nod. You know why this is all happening? It's because these heroes are corrupt. I don't think they even care about us, to be honest with you. I think they're just in it for the money and fame. That makes complete sense. If they're just in it for the money, then no wonder none of these kids have been found yet. These heroes don't even care for our safety. A woman said. Well, there ain't much we can do about it, lady. They get paid because of us. Our taxes help them get their paychecks. Another man shouted in the crowd. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny, kid? The man asked. Well, speaking as someone they failed to save. Why don't we protest? Maybe even riot. Why have your hard-earned taxes taken away from you and given to people who are corrupt and couldn't care less about you? They can call me a thug or maybe even a villain for thinking this way, but it's true. The heroes nowadays are so incompetent. I was friends with the students in Class 1A, and to know that 2 of my friends are dead and 1 was kidnapped during the hero's mission to save a girl who was being abused by the leader of the Yakuza. It breaks my heart. You know what's even sadder? The students were the ones trying to save me along with the girl. Heroes were there to back them up, but the poor students got hurt, and my childhood best friend was captured. I took the little girl and ran, then got her to safety. Not the heroes. I saved her. A boy without a quirk saved a little girl from years of abuse. Diamond Kid. You've been more of a hero than the actual heroes have been in the past month. Yeah. But the poor students are scared that something could happen to them too, and it's so sad that the heroes can't even ensure their safety. What's the point of having them if they can't even do their jobs? The only thing they're good at is causing destruction. They destroy buildings because as long as the villain is defeated, the buildings don't matter. But who has to pay to fix the damages? You do. Your building. You fix it. You didn't cause the damages. But while you fix it. I agree with you, kid. We need this to change. We need heroes who will actually care. What's your name, kid? The man asked. My name. Oh, it's Spite, Izuku said with a smile. If they think of you as a villain for thinking this way, then I never thought I would actually relate to a villain, but to me, you're a hero. You're a hero to all of us. It's almost as if some villains are called villains simply because they don't agree with the hero system because of how corrupt it is. But I do thank you for seeing me as a hero. I've always wanted to be a hero. But I was always told that I couldn't. So thank you. It means a lot. Izuku said, then chuckled to himself. The seed was planted in their minds, and it was their decision to decide what to do with it. He left without saying another word, then dug his phone out of his pocket and called Toga. Go get Eri, he said. Toga didn't question him. She knew that whatever Izuku was planning was going to be significant and impactful. Roger that. Can I know what you're planning? I bet it'll be amazing. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but whatever I'm planning will be a lot of fun to carry out. Wait, does this have anything to do with what you sent Dabi and Shoto out for? It does. Make sure that she doesn't get hurt and only reveal yourself to her. Well, during our mission at the Shai Hasaikai building, I managed to get a huge amount of BLD from Eraserhead. Perfect. I'm so glad you always think ahead. That's why you're my favorite. Now, please hurry and get her. In the middle of the forest, Shoto and Dabi were digging a large hole as Izuku instructed. What exactly is this hole for? Shoto asked. Shut up and keep digging, Dabi responded. Shoto sighed and kept digging, but he couldn't help but feel some familiarity towards Dabi. Dabi was shrouded in mystery. Who exactly are you? Todoroki asked. Does it matter who I am? I am who I am, and that's it. It's just. You seem so familiar. Just keep digging. We need this done by tonight. Eraserhead walked into the hospital room with a black bag on his shoulder, where the young silver-haired girl was sitting on her bed, staring out the window. How are you, Eri? He asked. I'm okay. I feel a bit better, Eri responded without facing him. That's good. Izuku wants to see you. Eri perked up at the mention of the older male and turned to look at him. You know, big brother. Of course, this is just a disguise. I'm Toga. Do you remember? I was sent with him to work under overhaul for a while. Eri smiled, then stood from her bed and ran over to her, giving her a hug. I missed you. But what does big brother want with me? My quirk is dangerous. Well, he doesn't need your quirk for what he wants you to do. Nope. He'll tell you the rest when we see him. She texted Kurogiri to open a warp gate to the forest where he, Izuku, Dabi, and Shoto were waiting for them. She waited only 2 seconds before a gate opened for them. Eri clung to the Aizawa imposter, afraid of the gate of darkness. Don't worry, Eri. Izuku will be waiting for you on the other side. I'll join you in a sec. I gotta change out of this getup. Eri took a deep breath, then walked towards the warp gate and stuck her hand through it, only to feel something grab her hand and pull her through. She let out a gasp of fear as she was yanked forward, but then she felt warm arms wrap around her. She opened her eyes and looked up to see that the one holding her was Izuku. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she smiled happily as she wrapped her small arms around him. Good to see you again, Eri. That wasn't very long, was it? Eri sniffed as she felt tears form in her eyes. I missed you. I missed you too. But Eri, I brought you here because I really need your help. He looked up and smiled as he saw Toga walk through the warp gate in her normal schoolgirl outfit and watched as the warp gate closed behind him. I want to help in any way I can. Eri said with a look of determination. You're the best, Eri. So, your big brother wants to make this world a better place. But I can't do it because there are so many corrupt heroes out there who are pretending to be heroes even though they just want fame and fortune and don't care about the safety of the public. Isn't that just terrible? It is terrible. I know, and it truly breaks my heart, Eri. It just makes me want to cry. It's so sad. So, I've decided that I'm going to try and take matters into my own hands. But you see, I need a little help. The most corrupt hero out there is the one that has hailed as #1 for years. Do you know who that is? Eri nodded. All Might. Isn't it? You're exactly right. You're so smart. That's why I need you for this. From what I've been told, you're being adopted by UA, which is a hero school that All Might teaches at. I need you to help Toga bring him here to me. How do I do that? Well, it'll be like a game of pretend really. Toga here will be pretending to be a kid your age. You two will go up to All Might and tell him that you heard someone screaming in the forest and want him to help. Can you do that for me? But then what? Well, I'll take care of it from there. Shoto over there and Kurogiri will take you back to the hospital. But don't worry. This won't be goodbye like last time. I promise to check in on you. I won't be able to see you every day. Maybe not even once a week because of how busy I'm going to be. But I will be checking in when I can to see how much you've progressed with your quirk. Sound good? Eri looked down then nodded. Why, at least I'll get to see you. Of course. I can't just leave you for years on edge without seeing little ol' me. So, you got it right. You know the plan. Eri nodded, making Izuku smile. You truly are a lifesaver, Eri. Thank you so much. I'll find a way to repay you, I promise. You don't have to, Eri said, completely throwing Izuku off. I don't. Izuku inquired. Eri shook her head and smiled at him. You helped me smile again and I can't thank you enough for saving me. Izuku chuckled then nodded. I understand your reasoning, Eri, and I appreciate it. The older boy stood up and took a few steps back from her. I know you'll do great things, Eri. Please bring All Might here by nightfall. Toga will be going along with you so that you won't have to do this by yourself. Eri nodded then turned to Toga and smiled up at her. Toga smiled at her then looked over at Kurogiri. Warp gate please, she said, and he opened up a gate on command. Izuku watched the two walk through the gate with a smirk on his face. He turned to Kurogiri with a raised eyebrow, maintaining his smirk. So, you're finally listening to me now. I can't be angry at you over something you did not commit, Kurogiri simply stated. Yet you were so adamant that I was after his life. Izuku chuckled then walked over to the hole that Shoto and Dabi had dug. This is gonna be so much fun. Just wait until Kaken hears about this. Why exactly are you targeting All Might? Shoto asked. Well, why not? I'll be carrying out the goals of many people in our league, and at the same time, I'll be destroying the one person that Kaken has always looked up to. Oh, and let's not forget the effects it'll have on the public. Everyone will be so devastated to lose the only person that truly knew what it meant to be a symbol of peace. Who will they look to once he's gone? The incompetent heroes, or will they look to the one that has filled their heads with nothing but the truth? Who knows exactly what the outcome will be? What I do know is, this will be fun. It was late at night as Eri held Toshinori's hand along with Toga disguised as another child. Come on. We gotta hurry. I think he's hurt. Toga said as she ran ahead into the forest. Wait for me. Eri shouted as she followed her. Hey, you two, don't run off. Toshinori said as he ran after the children. Toga grabbed Eri's hand and continued to run. Eri was getting nervous as they ran deeper into the dark forest. Toga. I'm scared. Eri said. Shush, don't call me by my name. It'll ruin the game, Toga whispered. Sorry, but it's so dark. No need to worry, Eri. We just gotta find Izu, then you can go back. We have to do this quick since All Might doesn't know about you and the hospital hasn't realized that you're gone yet. Are we gonna get in trouble? Of course not. Toga decided to slow down a bit and gave Toshinori a chance to catch up. Kids, stop running already. It's dangerous out here. Toshinori said between deep inhales, out of breath. Once he caught up to the two, he stopped to catch his breath, and once he did, he stood up straight with a frown on his face. Don't run off like that, you two. You could have gotten hurt. Eri looked down at the ground sadly. Sorry. Toshinori sighed, then patted her head. It's all right, young Eri. I'm not mad. I just want you both to stay safe. Eri nodded, then held his hand as Toga led them to a large hole in the ground. What is this? He asked. You know, this almost looks like someone's grave. He let out a nervous chuckle, then suddenly felt a hard blow to the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Izuku stood above him with a shovel in his gloved hand. It is. Specifically yours. Izuku. What are you gonna do? Eri asked. Izuku knelt down to her and pulled her into a hug and said, taking care of the person that ruined my perception of reality. He stood up, then stared down at her, his eyes cold and void of emotion. It was enough to make a shiver run up her spine. Toshinori clung to consciousness, his head throbbing in pain, vision blurring in and out. He tried to sit up, only to have a shard of ice held to his neck. Shoto. What are you doing? I'm sorry, All Might. How could you use a poor child like this? Oh, shut it. If a hero really wanted an opinion in the matter, then maybe a hero should have saved her life instead of me. So, you're the new leader? That I am. Izuku grinned as he grabbed Toshinori by the back of his shirt, only to quickly step back when he transformed into his muscular form. That girl is not someone for you to use for your own personal gain. She will not be turned into a villain. The X symbol of peace shouted. Izuku let out a malicious laugh. That's what you think. The hero moved to punch the younger male, only to miss by an inch as Izuku moved slightly to his left and blasted All Might using Katsuki's quirk. Izuku chuckled as the man took the hit and immediately deflated upon hitting the ground. So that's what it's like to see a whole dude deflate. What did you do to young Bakugo? Oh, Kaken. He's fine. I'm just borrowing his quirk for a bit. But anyway, that girl. With the heart of absolute gold. She's mine. I even promised her that I'd always be her big brother. She wants me. She wants us. Not pathetic heroes like you. All Might regained his breath and tried once again to transform, only for BLD to start to drip from his mouth. Why do you still try, All Might? Keep this up and you'll hurt yourself. Regardless, that was the mission. I could end up hurt, but I can guarantee you that Eri won't be happy. He tried again to charge at him, only for Izuku to stand completely still. He held his hand up, and once the hero connected with it, he deflated again and fell to his knees, Izuku gripping his hand firmly. This attempt to hurt me is pathetic, All Might. Really? All of us here know that you can't maintain that form any longer than 10 seconds. Izuku walked over to the frail man and grabbed him by the throat, holding him up to eye level. We don't deserve to be forced to live in a world filled with people that don't care about us. Simply because we're different. Eri didn't want to see another person die, but in her eyes, she had been saved by Izuku. He was a hero to her, and at this point, she couldn't distinguish between hero and villain. Eri, please. You have to run. He's dangerous. He'll hurt you if you don't run. Toshinori pleaded. You shut your mouth. You have no right to judge the person that you failed to save countless. I even brought myself to you to give you one last chance at saving me, and you still failed. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm saving her from people like you. An explosion erupted from his hands, blowing Toshinori away. He landed close to his soon-to-be grave. Izuku picked up his shovel and stalked over to the man, who was groaning in pain as he lay in front of his grave. Sweetheart, I need you to do me one last favor. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see you for a while again, but it's like I promised. I will check in on you when I get the chance. It's about time that you've returned to the hospital. But, no buts, Eri. It's time for you to go. Toga picked up Eri as a portal opened. Eri started to kick and scream, not wanting to leave Izuku again, as she knew he was going through a wide range of emotions. She couldn't see it, but Izuku held a determined look on his face as he raised the shovel above his head. Once Eri was through the portal, he brought the shovel down upon Toshinori's neck, hearing a snap as the impact was made. He didn't stop until the head was completely separated from the body. Izuku took a deep breath and then grinned. I did it. He's actually gone. Everyone started to cheer now that one of their greatest enemies was defeated. Izuku let out a laugh as he turned towards a certain blonde tied up on the ground next to Dabi. His red eyes were wide in disbelief and horror. How does it feel to watch your hero be killed by the one you used to see as worthless? Let's not forget the fact that you watched him get hurt by your own quirk. UBSTRD. He didn't have to die. Oh, but Kaken, he did. You were still being so defiant towards me. You may not have seen it, but he was the most corrupt out of them all. It doesn't matter anymore though. All might is gone, and what better way to end this than with a bang, am I right? He pushed Toshinori's body into the hole using the end of his shovel. Deku, stop. He's already gone. Would you like to end up in this hole with him? No. Then I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Don't ever call me that name again, or else I'll have your head. Do I make myself clear? Katsuki squeezed his eyes shut in a mixture of anger and fear. Izuku went over to the blonde and used the tip of his bloody shovel to tilt Katsuki's head up. Katsuki looked up into cold, dark, emotionless eyes and gasped. He felt as if a demon were staring down at him, preying upon him. I expected an answer, Bakugo. Yes. Izuku. He tried to fight the bile that threatened to rise as All Might's BLD was smeared upon his chin. Izuku smiled as he stepped away from Katsuki. Toga came back through the warp gate, excited. Oh, spite. Izuku turned to her and smiled. How did everything go? I stayed with the girl until she fell asleep. Wonderful. You're just in time to watch some fireworks with us. Who brought the explosives? I did, of course, Mr. Compress said as he pulled out 3 marbles from his pocket. Good, I'll give you the honor of finishing him off then. With pleasure, sir. Now please do stand back. Wouldn't want you to get blown away. Now observe as I make the X symbol of peace disappear. Izuku took a few steps back and stood between Toga and Dabi as Mr. Compress threw the compressed material down into the hole. Izuku grinned as 3 large explosions went off, one after the other. Everyone cheered happily as the man they once hated was turned to nothing. I knew it was a good idea to have you as our leader. Toga giggled. All it takes is someone with a brain. Anyway, Kaken will be joining us from this day forward. Unfortunately for him, I've decided that he will be on the pill that the doctor made. It just doesn't look like he's going to give up that hero mentality anytime soon, and I hate wasting time. What about the girl? Dabi asked. Don't worry about her. Everything's fine. I have plans for Eri in the future, so I plan to track her progress with her quirk. Her quirk could be very useful to us, but I'm going about this in a smarter way compared to how most would. Why not just kidnap the girl and force her to do it? Twice asked. Why not? Well, Because that's the foolish way of doing things. As much as I love to see the look of fear, she is a child, and it would be best for her to grow attached so she will be loyal. With loyalty comes a humble servant willing to do anything for you at the snap of a finger. I mean, when have you ever seen the other technique work? It certainly didn't work in Overhaul's case. He instilled fear into her, and because of it, it was a red flag to anyone who saw her out in the streets with him. She wanted to run away. But with me, she wants to do nothing but be with her big brother, the one that taught her how to smile. She knows that I'm unstable, but you've seen her. Izuku let out a small chuckle. She makes these little attempts to defend me at any possible chance of me getting sad. Which is rare nowadays. Do you understand what I mean? Twice placed his hand under his chin and hummed in agreement. I never really thought about it like that. I just thought kidnapping works for everything. Nope, stick with me and I'll make sure that you'll be the best, most dangerous villains known to man.